This boy frantically swung his sword day after day, even risking his life to absorb evil curses. He pushed himself to the absolute limit to become stronger. He could even defeat an S-rank monster in a single blow, but that still wasn't enough. Because in his past life he had awakened an overpowered skill to get his revenge. It could plunder the skills of others and even their curses. He used it to take all the evil curses into his own body to aid the heroes, hoping his sacrifice could bring peace to the world. But good guys never live long. Those so-called heroes only saw him as trash. They even betrayed and abandoned him in that battle. High in the sky, the Blue Death Knight, riding a powerful dark steed, descended with horrifying pressure. Witnessing this, one of the group members couldn't help but tremble, wondering, are we really going to defeat the Blue Death Knight with just this many people? The treasured sword plunged into the ground. In utter shock, someone thought, no way. The names Sigrun, Abella, Mary were called out urgently. The girls rushed over, surrounding and supporting their hero amidst choked sobs. Arthur, everyone, get over here quick! At that moment, Crash, his body covered in strange tattoos and injuries, could only cry out bitterly, Arthur, you bastard! What the hell do you think you're doing? Arthur's eyes were cold, a wound still visible at the corner of his mouth. He declared, I will end this right here. In that instant, the world's last hope seemed to have been severed. Now only desolate ruins remained amidst the white snow. Crash gritted his teeth in fury. He roared, you mean you're giving up? After everything we did to get you here, do you have any idea how many people died for this? His rage exploded as he continued to scream at the hero. All because you were too busy fooling around with those girls. Have you finally lost your mind? Immediately, an angry scream cut him off. Shut your mouth! Crash Arthur has already done his best. Sigrun Epania, the third princess of the Empire, and a genius of the A generation, screamed in fury. She hurled insults at Crash without restraint. You're just a piece of trash who doesn't know how to do anything but steal. Don't you dare talk back to Arthur. They no longer held back, cursing him to his face with unbelievable words. Crash, stunned, could only stammer, What? He couldn't believe his ears. His bloodied face twisted in fury. Trash! Who the hell are you calling trash? How dare you say that to the person who saved your lives? He pointed directly at the group standing there. He roared, listen here. You lot wouldn't have even made it this far if it weren't for my skills. A violent coughing fit seized him, but Crash suppressed the pain to remind them of the bitter truth. If you've forgotten, let me remind you, starting with you, Abella. Abella, the Red Witch of... The magic tower was currently tending to Arthur with a worried expression, but Crash exposed her true colors. You were the one who said you couldn't use magic if you lost your voice. Didn't you beg me to take that curse from you? When you needed me, you were all sweet talk. But the moment you didn't, you treated me like trash. Now I'm the one suffering from those brutal curses for you, and in return for that sacrifice, Abella. You had the heart to attack me while I was getting painkillers. Crash gritted his teeth. Then and now, your habit of looking down on others hasn't changed one bit. Crash's gaze shifted to Mary Diana, the one known as the Empire's strongest spear. He sneered in contempt. You brainless idiot rushing in without a second thought. You got hit with all sorts of curses, then came whining to me to take your pain away. Mary stood there, silent before the sharp accusations. Finally, he looked directly at Sigrun, the benefactor she had just called trash. Crash choked with emotion. The one who sacrificed his own eyes, for you, is trash. Memories of his days at the academy flooded back when Sigrun would always point her sword at him just because he was from the Stalin kingdom. Even when he was bullied and beaten to the point of being unable to fight back, and mocked by everyone around him as a failed idiot, Crash endured it all in silence. He endured all the pain, both physical and mental. And now this treacherous bunch was turning on him. He accepted all the humiliation, just to find a way to heal Sigrun's eyes. Crash mocked his own naivety. And why? Because you all are the A generation, the ones who could save this country. Meanwhile, I was hated and shunned by the entire kingdom just because I couldn't fight. I've been cleaning up your messes this whole time. In the end, what was it all for? Blood continued to trickle from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Arthur, the man he had once placed his full trust in, and screamed, But you're supposed to be the ones to save the world. Arthur, you're supposed to lead these idiots. A memory from the early days surfaced. Crash, kneeling at Arthur's feet, watching him stand at the forefront of the A generation. He had resolved to stand by his side until the very end. And now all that was left was despair. So why are you giving up so easily now? All his hope had turned into bitter disappointment. Arthur silently looked down his face, cold and expressionless. Despite his own body being covered in wounds, he calmly declared, "Now, I can finally tell the truth. As I said, this world is finished, so I will start everything over from the beginning." Crush's eyes widened in astonishment, cold sweat running down his face, which was distorted by shock. "Start over? What are you talking about?" In response to his shock, Arthur maintained a terrifyingly calm expression. "That's right. This isn't the first time I've witnessed the end of the world, because my skill is regression." Arthur's confession was like a knife stabbing through all of Crush's efforts up to this point. He continued to explain his cruel plan. "Now I will cast the memory storage spell, and we can return to the past with our memories intact." Arthur's gaze swept over Sigrun, Abella, and Mary, those he deemed necessary. He believed that if they started over with their current experience, the chances of preventing the apocalypse in the new timeline would increase drastically. "I will start over from the beginning with these three." Every word from Arthur felt like it was squeezing Crush's heart. He trembled, clutching his bleeding chest, and stammered in utter shock, "The four of you! What about me?" He only counted the four of them. Crush didn't even exist in his eyes. A cryptic smile appeared on Arthur's lips, but his eyes were bone-chillingly cold. He uttered the cruel words, officially discarding the only comrade who had sacrificed everything for him. "I don't need you." Crush stood rooted to the spot, stunned by the betrayal. Bitterly, as the chains of fate began to close in, Arthur smirked. "Your black hat skill was certainly useful. Truly, you could even steal the most inviolable curses." He looked at Crush, who was collapsing with blood streaming from his mouth, and continued his mockery, "But regressing? With a wreck like you, what good would that do? Honestly, what use are you anymore?" He nonchalantly suggested something horrible. "So wouldn't it be better to erase all your memories and let you become a completely different person in the new world?" Crush's eyes trembled violently. He was horrified as he realized the cruel truth. "So, I was just a disposable tool to you?" "That's right. This bastard has seen me as a tool to be thrown away from the start." Thrown away. Arthur still wore that fake smile. He turned his back along with the women and left a final message. "Don't worry. I'll make good use of you in the next world. And the world after that, too. See you later, Crush." Crush could only scream in despair, "Wait! Hold on!" as his knees buckled in the cold snow, watching the backs of those who were once his comrades disappear into the distance. Crush bitterly realized that deep down he had always known this. When the others ignored him, Arthur just stood by and did nothing. He knew Arthur had never truly considered him a comrade. In a fit of extreme resentment, Crush screamed, "Take me with you, you bastard!" He collapsed, his breathing ragged consciousness fading as the curses that had accumulated for so long ate away at his body. A hand trembled as it tried to grip the snow-covered ground. "My life will end before this world even collapses." The thought flashed through his mind as Crush felt death approaching. But then a crazed spark ignited within him. He gritted his teeth. "No, I won't let it end like this." He revealed a shocking secret. Black Hat isn't just a skill that steals curses. It steals skills, too. Crush resolved to become the strongest, the most important character, casting aside all pride to single-handedly take down dragons and defeat the four heavenly kings. Although he'd never tried it on Arthur because his skill wasn't a simple curse, this time he decided to risk it all. A surge of pitch-black energy erupted. Crush officially activated his Black Hat skill. He refused to give up in such humiliation. A brilliant light enveloped Arthur as he prepared to activate the time loop for regression. But just then, a giant hand of darkness covered in eerie purple eyes suddenly reached out from the void. It seized the hero from behind. Crush, despite his bloodied and injured face, gave a cryptic, insane smile. Wait. That pitch-black shadow was the very embodiment of the Black Hat skill, and it was slowly devouring the space around Arthur. Witnessing the crazed tenacity of his former comrade, Arthur panted, looking at Crush with weary eyes. "Crush, you still won't give up!" In his heart, Crush bitterly replied, "Arthur, you've been through countless apocalypses, and every time I was no longer useful, you threw me away like trash. You abandoned me in a dying world again and again." Memories of mountains of corpses resurfaced, a testament to the cruelty that Arthur had caused in previous timelines. Crush wondered how many times he had tasted that despair. Now the tables have completely turned, he coldly declared. But this time, Arthur, you're the one who will be left behind. He had to pay the price for his repeated betrayals. Crush looked up at the blue night of death descending from the sky. He pointed at the traitor and smiled with satisfaction. I suppose so. Facing the Reaper's approaching scythe, Crush repeated Arthur's own cruel words. Didn't you say it yourself? This world is about to end. He stared directly into Arthur's face, which was contorting with fear, and commanded caustically, If you don't want to die, try struggling on your own for once. Immediately, the blue Knight of Death swung its enormous greatsword, bringing down a slash of deadly green energy that engulfed Arthur in an earth-shattering explosion. I will be the one to save the new world. A blinding light suddenly pierced through the mist. Crush slowly regained consciousness, bewildered. His eyes shot open as he felt life returning to him. He shot up with a terrified scream, looking up at a magnificent chandelier. Crush raised his small hand, trembling, not believing this reality. Where is this? He looked around the luxurious room in shock at the familiar furniture. Isn't this my childhood home? Have I been reborn into my childhood? A confirmation text appeared. Chris Van Hem, 13 years old. Regression complete. Chris stared at himself, stunned. He stammered in unconcealable amazement. Have I become young again? World erosion. A terrifying phenomenon where the world is encroached upon by another dimension. When this erosion occurs, the surrounding environment transforms completely for the worse. But the most terrible part is that invasive creatures from that other world begin to flood the continent. Among them, those who take human form are called world invaders. The appearance of these powerful entities spread terror everywhere, leaving the people to do nothing but flee in despair and shouting, There's an invader run. Go warn the Night Brigade immediately. Amidst that rubble and chaos, there were still those who stood up to fight against the world's erosion. They formed an organization connecting the strong to fight back. The war began to erupt violently. These elite warriors who stood on the front lines were called Generation Azur. Crush bitterly recalled that time, and I, with a body that could only seal curses, joined Generation Azur. Though we were supposedly comrades, in reality I was always treated with contempt. My body was constantly ravaged by curses to the point of vomiting blood. Crush jolted awake. The 13-year-old boy's eyes flew open wide with astonishment as he realized he had truly returned to the past. He shot up his breath, coming in ragged gasps of utter shock. He looked around the luxurious room in a daze. Is this my room just a moment ago? Just a moment. I was standing on a freezing winter battlefield, and yet now, the summer heat is making me sweat buckets. Crush realized he was in Green Pie Manor where he had lived during his childhood. A thought flashed through his mind. Does that mean the final card I played, using Black Hat on Arthur, actually succeeded in stealing his regression skill? That's why even after returning to the past, I still have the memories of an adult. Sitting dazedly on the bed, Crush put a hand to his head, still reeling from the shock. But how was I able to steal it? People often mistakenly believe the Black Hat skill can be used freely without limit. But in reality, it has a fatal weakness. Black Hat can only steal a target's item when the user unlocks its lock. That magical lock is created based on the value the owner assigns to the item. Even for a roadside pebble, if the owner considers it a treasure, the condition to unlock it will skyrocket. For example, requiring the transfer of up to 99% of the world's assets to the owner. For something like a unique skill that the opponent deeply cherishes, the difficulty of stealing it should have been astronomical. The greater the value, the more conditions there are, and the harder they are to fulfill. Crush mused. Arthur, what were you thinking? He remembered that moment. Black Hat had clearly been activated, but I didn't see any lock appear at all. The absence of a lock like that leads to an unbelievable truth. Does that mean he actually wanted to throw this skill away? The one revered as the Hero King. Arthur actually wanted to abandon his own regression skill. Is that why I had the chance to steal it? Thinking back, Arthur sometimes wore an expression of utter exhaustion. He acted as if he were reluctantly forced to complete a mission. In a world constantly heading towards destruction, if he had to repeat it all alone, time and time again, did he go mad in his own tragedy? Acting like he was saving the world all by himself, he must have lost his sanity. Perhaps to Arthur, regression was no different from a curse. That must be why he wanted those other three, to inherit his memories and regress with him while heartlessly casting me aside. But me stealing the skill with Black Hat means that the Arthur I knew has lost the ability to turn back time. He was left behind in that doomed world and died under the meteor shower of the azure night of death. That means he's really gone. Standing in the quiet room of the past, I thought to myself, I took the very thing you wanted to discard most. You should be thanking me. Consider it me breaking the curse for them. Ha ha. A bitter smile appeared on my lips. He always ostracized only me. He treated the fact that I bore those cruel curses as something obvious that anyone could do. He never paid the slightest bit of attention to his comrade writhing in agony in the darkness. Looking back at the memories of myself grievously injured and collapsing pathetically while they just casually turned their backs, my heart seethes with resentment. "Serves you right, you piece of trash," I muttered. A cold glint showed in the child's eyes. Stepping out into the hallway of Green Pie Manor, I realized how small my body was now. Before leaving the room, I stood before the mirror and observed myself carefully. I looked to be only about 10 years old right now. Although I was short, my muscles were incredibly firm. This was the result of those days, of arduous sword training to survive in the Vanhem clan, the most powerful martial arts family in the Stalin kingdom. I had to train hard since I was a child to get the body I have today. If I'm in Green Pie Manor, that means the age 10 proving ritual just ended. Crush mused. It was a mandatory ritual for the Vanhem clan where each member had to prove their ability by revealing the god they had contracted with and the skill they were granted. The more outstanding the contractor and the higher the rank of their god, the more solid their position in the family. The main Vanhem line always received absolute respect, but Crush was the sole exception. He had absolutely no martial talent from birth because no god would even bother to choose him. After that, he was mercilessly kicked out of the main residence. He was sent to Green Pie Manor, which was in reality a gilded cage for the family's failures. Standing by the window, Crush gazed into the distance with complicated feelings. Only I, the most talentless member of the Vanhem family, know about the coming apocalypse. It's a terrible cataclysm that not even the legendary Generation Azur could stop, he wondered to himself. Can I really prevent the world's destruction? Stop whining, Crush told himself, his small hand clenching into a fist. This is no longer a question of whether I can or can't, but it's something you have to do. You have a chance to be reborn, so you have a way to save the world, because if the world is destroyed, you'll die with it. There's no other choice. The 10-year-old boy's eyes suddenly became sharp and resolute. Just then, the dry sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. "Young master," a voice called out, making Crush turn around startled. "Ariel." He looked at the man before him and thought, what is he doing here? So he's still alive at this point, he mused. Ariel was the only butler of the Green Bay mansion. Crush walked closer, grabbed the old butler's lapels, and called out loudly. Ariel, maintaining his calm demeanor, bowed his head and asked, "Is something the matter, young master?" In Crush's memory, Ariel was the only person who took care of a failure like him. But the truth behind that was incredibly cruel. He looked straight into Ariel's eyes, a haunting smile on his face, and asked directly, "The poison my brother gave you to kill me, when do you plan on using it?" In the family's arena, even the most elite knights were no match for that girl. With just a few clean moves, she sent the entire squad flying. They fell in a heap, unable to fight back. This overwhelming power belonged to a young woman with long dark hair and sharp eyes who was completely dominating the field. Charlotte Van Haim stood proudly amidst the defeated ones. A powerful purplish-blue aura radiated from her. Is she really only 15 years old? The onlookers couldn't help but be stunned by this innate talent. The knights couldn't even lay a finger on her. The title of Sword Saint wasn't just for show, and it was rumored that she was the once-in-a-millennium genius of the Van Haim family. While everyone was showering her with praise, Charlotte just looked down coldly and uttered with disappointment, "How boring." The entire family's expectations rested on her shoulders. They believed that with a genius born from new blood like Charlotte, the Van Haim lineage would never perish. The entire clan was proud of this talented girl. However, behind those praises was the murderous gaze of Beloken Van Haim, Crush's half-brother. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, plotting a cruel scheme. I will wipe out that entire bloodline. Although he considered Charlotte a threat to be wary of, the easiest target for him to strike at right now was that useless failure Crush. A crazed glint shone in Beloken's eyes as he thought about eliminating his own brother. In a dark room, Awakens sat across from Alios and calmly announced, "I plan to kill him first." He didn't hesitate to twist the knife in the old butler's wound to drag him into the crime. "You must be in quite a bind, aren't you? All because of Crush. Your career has stalled after all." Presenting a vial of poison that glittered with a mystical light, Awakens made a tempting yet extremely cruel deal. "If you give Crush just one drop of this, your daughter's treatment and all your debts will be taken care of. You understand, don't you?" Seeing the other man's hesitation, he pressed on. "So what are you hesitating for?" Aliot replied in anguish. "Young Master Crush is someone I've raised like my own son. How could I do that to him?" Despite that plea, Awakens coldly called out his name like a final command. "Aliot, you would choose someone else's child over your own daughter." He was using the old man's weakness to threaten him. The old butler stood frozen, his face contorted with shock and fear. In the brutal memory of the previous timeline, Aliot had coldly denied those feelings, but reality had unfolded in the most painful way. When serious wounds suddenly stained the plate of food, Crush had cried out in despair. Aliot, upon witnessing the person closest to him in critical condition. "I'm so sorry, young Master Crush." The last weak words came out with Aliot's ragged breaths. Before Crush regressed, this butler had in fact received orders to assassinate him. But at the last moment, his deep affection won over reason. He choked through his tears. "Young Master Crush is as precious to me as my own child, and yet... what have I done?" Aliot's hand went limp, falling to the cold floor as his life faded completely. It turned out that, unable to bear the torment of his guilt, he had eaten the poisoned soup himself to end his own life rather than harm the one he cherished, and died quietly right before Crush's eyes. Back in the present, Crush looked directly at Aliot with eyes so sharp they seemed to see into his very soul. "The poison my brother gave you to kill me. When do you plan on using it?" The direct accusation made Aliot tremble, cold sweat pouring down his face. He stammered in absolute terror. "Poison? What poison?" Crush didn't give him a chance to feign ignorance, his voice a low growl. "Are you going to play dumb? You were planning to kill me a failure for your daughter's sake. Did you think I wouldn't know?" Crush's question made Aliot bow his head in silence, not daring to face the harsh truth that had been exposed. Seeing the butler's devastated state, Crush thought to himself, "If I keep this up, I'll just drive him into a corner like in the last life." He suppressed a sigh and coldly declared, "Whatever. If you want to keep pretending, suit yourself." Before turning to leave, he left behind one bitter remark. "If I hadn't been a failure in the first place, you would have never accepted that order." Aliot stood rooted to the spot, stunned by the terrifying change in the young master whom he had expected to be scared or cry in outrage upon discovering the betrayal. But he never expected him to be as calm as an adult. Crush walked away coldly, leaving Aliot behind in a state of turmoil. The old butler stood there, stunned, and wondered, has young Master Crush changed? He led him to the front of the mansion's vast study. Aliot was confused, not understanding why he had suddenly brought him here. Then Crush called his name. "Aliot!" Standing before an ordinary-looking wall, Crush gave a cold command. "Chop this wall down for me." Aliot was startled. "What?" But Crush only smirked sarcastically. "If you're a butler of the Van Haim family, this should be easy, shouldn't it?" Unable to refuse, Aliot bows. "Of course, sir." He then draws his sword and takes a stance. He unleashes a powerful slash carrying a brilliant blue-violet energy. Oh, the precise strike causes the wall to crumble, revealing a dark secret passage within. Crush nods slightly in approval. "Oh, what a clean cut!" Aliot is stunned, as he himself had no idea this passage existed. There was a secret passage here. Ignoring his butler's astonishment, Crush calmly steps into the darkness. Before entering, he praises the butler. "Well done, Aliot." Watching the young master's small back, Aliot breaks out in a cold sweat. He realizes Crush is completely different from yesterday. The boy casually takes out a luminescent stone to light the way. He exudes a majestic aura that reminds Aliot of the powerful family head. They venture deeper until they find a door tightly bound by chains. Crush stands silently as old memories flood back. He remembers that in the previous timeline, by the time he found this place, everything had been burned to ashes. But this time, I made it in time before that could happen. Standing before the door locked tight by thick magical chains, Crush thinks to himself with determination. Aliot steps forward and offers, "Young master, allow me to break the chains." However, Crush coldly stops him. No, you can't break these chains. He wants to use this chance to test his own strength. Or rather, shall I test my power this time, he thinks. Immediately, a dark energy erupts fiercely as he shouts, "Skill, Black Hat!" A demonic hand with eerie purple eyes and sharp teeth emerges from the void. It lunges forward, attacking the chains with the force and power of the dark hand. In just a moment, the dry sound of shattering iron chains rings out. Crush calmly catches the giant lock as it falls silently, assessing his power. The skill hasn't faded. Ha! Meanwhile, Elliot rushes over in alarm to take the heavy object from his hand. It's so heavy! The old butler, stunned, asks, "Young master, could it be that you've made a pact with a god?" Crush suddenly realizes that at this point in the past, he hadn't made any pacts, so he lies casually to cover it up. "Yes, I just signed one with a nameless god." He calmly gives his next order. As for the library, "I feel free to report it to my father." Elliot stands frozen, his eyes unable to hide his shock at the young master's change. In his heart, he tells himself, just yesterday, Son Crush's eyes still looked like someone who had completely lost their reason to live. And yet after just one night, he's been completely transformed by making a pact with a god. Elliot believes that Crush must have received an incredibly powerful skill, because after all, he carries the blood of the mighty Vanhem family, sharing the same lineage as the genius, the great Charlotte. He thinks silently. Even if he can't match Charlotte, the Crush of today is no longer the talentless person he was before. Elliot gulps and places his hand over his left breast. He bows and swears with a reverent attitude, "Young master, at least until you've accomplished what you set out to do, I will not reveal this to anyone." Seeing the butler's different attitude, Crush quietly observes his transformation and realizes an important truth. I see. So this is the drawback of regression. Because my actions are different from the past, Elliot is also changing accordingly. However, his eyes still show clear vigilance as he thinks about the man before him. But Elliot is a traitor. The image of the fallen Elliot from the past will forever live in my memory. Looking at the butler in front of him, he wonders if Arthur also had to endure this paradox, which is why he made me learn the regression skill. Crush's gaze darkens as he calculates. Elliot, if I cure his daughter's illness, he'll surely be loyal to me, right? I should increase the number of pieces I can use while living here. Crush turns away coldly, tossing back a single sentence, "Do as you wish." He decides to deal with curing Elliot's daughter later, as the secret library is his priority right now. The heavy wooden door slowly opens, releasing a powerful crimson torrent of energy. Crush is stunned as a massive pillar of light and magical flames erupts violently from within. It's as if it wants to incinerate anyone who dares to trespass. His eyes widen in astonishment at the grandeur and power of this place. He never imagined a place like this would later be burned to the ground. Despite having experienced the world's erosion many times, Crush still feels a shiver as he steps inside. I can't be mistaken, his grimoire is definitely here. He mumbles while observing the colossal bookshelves that stretch as far as the eye can see. Finally, he exclaims with satisfaction, "Found it. This is the secret library of Lamtungcat, where the ancestors of the Vanhem family who were deemed failures recorded all of their techniques and memories. This isn't just about skills. It's the great achievement of humanity, a place that preserves the grimoires for reaching the supreme realm. Originally, anyone could enter this place, but because of one person, it became a secret library. That person was Damaris Van Hem. He was once considered the worst failure in the history of the Van Hem family, but after being consumed by the world's erosion, he returned and became the strongest." Crush lets out an ambitious smile as he approaches the column of light. The grimoire left behind by that monstrous failure is... Crush reaches out and grabs the furiously burning tome. He whispers, "I'm sorry I'm late, ancestors, and now it's mine." All of this treasured knowledge now has an owner, Damaris Van Hem. The name that was once the terror of the entire continent, the man considered the worst failure in the family's history. The Van Hem family, but at the same time the strongest warrior to have ever appeared here. When he stood at the pinnacle of power, his presence was like that of a god of destruction stepping out of myth. The mightiest warriors of that era joined forces to challenge him. But before that absolute power, no one could stop Damaris's advance. He swept through every line of defense, turning the most fortified magic circles into flat ground in the blink of an eye. The secret behind that terrifying power was the ultimate blood poison, a deadly toxin that seeped deep into his every vein. Damaris had performed the insane act of fusing the world's very erosion into his body and mastering the grimoire to control that evil energy. He had learned how to use poison to fight poison, turning it into his strength. Crush raises the book. Holding the secret tome, he pensively recalled how in his past life half of this book was burned, leaving him unable to understand it. The fate of this ancestor. Could it be that Damaris truly went mad because he couldn't control the rampaging, erosive energy within him? He remembered the moment the curse attacked him. Crush. He realized he had once used a black hat to weaken and balance various curses to survive. If the same principle applied, he could use one curse and stolen to restrain and control the chaos of the crimson blood toxin. Images of a spirit snake and a fierce bird clashing exploded in a brilliant flash of light, proving that the intersection of opposing powers was gradually being subdued. Crush focused all his mental energy as a stream of dark energy and lightning began to converge. It formed a ball of immense pressure between his hands. He smirked confidently, believing that, with this method, that he too could become powerful, surpassing all ordinary rules, as strong as Damaris. That desire burned within Crush as he called the name of his butler, Alios. He coldly issued a supreme command. From today on, ensure no one enters Thantong Cat. That is an order. Alios bowed his head in obedience. Yes, I understand. From the moment he swore his oath, the butler had been wholeheartedly loyal to him. Walking down the splendid hallway, the old butler silently resolved to repay the kindness Crush had shown him. By overlooking his mistake, he decided he would officially refuse young Master Baroken's cruel proposal. This news was like a bucket of cold water thrown in, Baroken's face causing him to roar in fury. What did you just say? He frantically tore up the papers on his desk, unable to believe Alias would dare refuse his invitation, all because of that fool, Crush. In a fit of absolute rage, Baroken cursed Crush as trash that shouldn't exist in the One-Ham family. He looked bitterly at the newspapers praising the genius Scarlet. He felt like he was going mad, stuck between a genius and a failure. He thought resentfully that if it weren't for Crush's bloodline, both he and Lilith would have had their rightful place in the main family. Baroken gritted his teeth and called his subordinate. Go to Thantong Cat at once and investigate why that butler changed his mind. However, the subordinate, trembling, reported a shocking truth. We can't get inside, sir. A stunned Baroken asked again, only to receive a staggering reply. Young Master Crush's butler, Alios, has sealed the entrance. He has forbidden everyone, including the family head, from setting foot in Thantong Cat. Outside the gate, Alios stood firm with his sword in hand, his sharp gaze ready to stop anyone who dared to trespass on his master's domain. He even forbade the family head from entering. Baroken was shocked and indignant at the arrogance of the one he had always considered a failure. He also couldn't understand why a failure like Crush was so highly regarded by that man. Meanwhile, inside the secret library, Crush was meditating. A blazing stream of purple-black energy surrounded his small, sweat-drenched body. He let out a long, satisfied breath. Finally, I've reached the initial stage of an aura expert. According to the hierarchy, there are many levels of aura, such as Aura Emperor, Aura Master, and Aura Expert, and Crush had officially entered the primary aura stage, the state of a beginner just learning to use this energy. Phase 2 is the Aura Expert, the most common level, but it is also the harsh dividing line between the mediocre and the genius. Currently, Crush considered himself to have only just reached the threshold of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Scarlet, his sister, only 2 years older, had long since reached the realm of an Aura Master. Her talent was like that of an abnormal monster, but even a genius like Scarlet had to kneel helplessly before the brutal destruction of the world in the previous timeline. But compared to Scarlet, Crush still felt like a complete amateur. He wondered if at this pace he would be in time to save the world. But then he pushed aside his doubts. You never know if you don't try. Whining is useless. He recalled that in his past life, because he carried countless curses, he couldn't use aura. But now things were different. Though he couldn't compare his natural talent to Scarlet's, Crush still believed that he would have a breakthrough if he could grasp the secrets left behind by the failure Damaris. He would learn step by step from every idea in this book. I can become stronger. A glint of confidence flashed in Crush's eyes as he envisioned a powerful future. He retracted the dark energy surrounding his body. He told himself, for now this is enough. Immediately after the training room door slowly opened, Alias entered with a towel in hand, bowing respectfully. Young master, congratulations on reaching the initial stage of the aura expert realm. Crush calmly took the towel to wipe his sweat and replied, it's nothing worth mentioning. More importantly, why are you waiting in a place like this? The old butler delivered news that stunned him. Your fiancée, Lady Bianca Haydenheart, has arrived at Thantung Cat. Crush froze his eyes wide with astonishment. The white demon Bianca? In his memories, although she was the ringleader, she had become a pawn for those who sought to take over and destroy this world. She was also the one who defeated one of the 10 great heavenly generals to earn the proud title of White Demon. Even though she was currently just the youngest daughter of the family, Haydenheart, this was in fact a political marriage. Ha! The Wanham family gets a chance to get rid of a useless failure. And the Haydenheart family will become the Lord of the North and ally with the strongest warrior clan. Crush realized bitterly, both of us are being used by our families. We're just pawns in the schemes of 2 families. However, a calculating smile spread across his face. Actually, I have some business with Bianca myself. I didn't expect her to come here on her own. Bianca... Haydenheart. The youngest daughter of the ruling family of the North carries a cruel fate. Because her mother was affected by the world erosion curse before she was born, she has been devoid of sensation since birth. The curse is rooted deep in her soul, impossible to break with exorcism. With a tainted body, she can't even form a pact with a deity. She's even seen as a cursed child born at the cost of her mother's life. Model? That's why Bianca was always treated coldly by the Haydenhaas family. Crush thoughtfully wondered if Bianca hated him, but then he pushed the thought aside. As long as it doesn't interfere with stealing Bianca's curse, it'll be fine. Because the snow doll is the very curse needed to control the frenzied madness when extreme poison enters the blood. Seeing that Crush was still shirtless, Elliot worriedly thought, going out dressed like this probably isn't a good idea. I will prepare a change of clothes for you at once, my lord. Thank you. Crush replied, a mysterious smile on his face. He'd forgotten that he was currently in the body of a young boy. He ordered the butler, show her in and tell her I'll be there in a moment. Outside, his fiancée Bianca stood silently with her silver hair and a snowflake-shaped hair clip. Her face was emotionless as she awaited their meeting. Months ago, in a fit of rage, Crush had not hesitated to scream directly in Bianca's face, "Get lost!" He had looked at her with eyes full of hatred and humiliation. You only care about the power of the Van Hem family. So don't you dare pretend to be my fiancé. The only response to his dismissal was the cold slam of a door. Bianca had left quietly thinking to herself, it's not like I wanted to come here anyway. She recalled the immense pressure from the Hayden H family, where her own relatives had forced her to sacrifice herself for the common good. The only way for the Hayden H family to survive was to rely on the House of Van Hem. They told her to use her pretty face to win the young master's affection. Although Bianca was emotionless, she was keenly aware of this cruel reality. In her heart, she was certain that if it weren't for this political marriage, she would never get involved with a pessimistic, foul-mouthed failure like him. Now that they were meeting, he would probably just curse her out like before. Back in the present, a chill ran down Crush's spine as he entered the room, remembering how cruelly he had treated her in the previous timeline. He cursed inwardly, full of regret. Oh, crap. To break the suffocating atmosphere, Crush scratched his head in embarrassment. I can't believe they served such hot tea to someone with a sensitive palate like you. I'll have a word with the servants later. Let's just set it here for now, all right? He proactively changed his attitude, gently inviting her. The weather is lovely today. Shall we take a walk in the garden? There are probably many flowers there that can't grow in the north. Bianca just gave a short reply. All right. Crush immediately ordered the butler Ariel, bring some macadamia cookies out to the garden. Ariel bowed in obedience. Yes, my lord. Bianca, you must have had a hard time getting here, Crush began as they walked down the splendid hallway. He continued with a polite smile. Since we're engaged, meetings like this are quite necessary after all. Bianca just walked silently behind him, inwardly wondering, is that so? When Crush suddenly turned back to tease her. I get the feeling you're talking to a superior, not your fiancé, you know. Faced with Bianca's silence, he realized her tone of voice was far too formal. Is it because I yelled at her before that she's like this? Or is it just because she has no emotions? Meanwhile, Bianca clearly felt that something was wrong. She remembered that the last time they met, Crush's gaze was as sharp as a knife, but today it was completely different. What shocked her the most was that he knew she liked macadamia cookies, a preference she was certain she had never revealed to him. Stepping out into the garden, Crush stretched and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's so peaceful. His relaxed demeanor made Bianca wonder, are you really Master Crush? He noticed her suspicion and wondered if he was acting too differently from his past self. Suddenly, a faint but chilling pressure unintentionally emanated from Crush, startling Bianca. Killing intent. She was terrified by that pressure. Bianca immediately bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry, Master Crush. I was out of line. Crush panicked, cursing inwardly because he hadn't meant to scare her at all. His memories of this period were too faint. He couldn't remember just how badly he had treated Bianca, but there was one thing he remembered very clearly, this exact expression on her face. Bianca's current face was identical to the day she had collapsed covered in blood in front of the Northern Sea Ice Villa in the old timeline. To defuse the situation, Crush scratched his head and gave a wry laugh, deciding to use a lie to cover his tracks. I guess I'll just have to make an excuse for now. I can't blame you for being suspicious, Bianca. I recently signed a contract with a god, so my personality might have changed because of that. He offered the excuse to smooth things over. Bianca could only reply robotically, Congratulations, my lord, young Master Crush. Seeing his chance, Crush looked directly into his fiancé's eyes and said, In that case, I have a proposal for you. Bianca, stunned, repeated, A proposal. She couldn't believe that someone who had just obtained divine power would want to propose something to her. A negative thought flashed through her mind, making Bianca's face turn pale. Could it be breaking off the engagement? Seeing her frantic expression, Crush could only cry out, Why would you think that? Crush hesitated, bowing his head and humbling himself. What I mean is, if you don't want to marry someone like me, if you want to break the engagement, then please. Bianca looked at him, her heart heavy with the thought, he's putting himself down again. Even though he carries the blood of the Van Hems, why is Master Crush so insecure? She looked him straight in the eye and stated firmly, I will be your fiancé, Master Crush. That will not change. Crush was stunned, frozen in place by the small girl's resolute declaration. How long has it been since I've heard such sincere words? Crush thought to himself. A strange warmth spread through his heart. He cleared his throat lightly to regain his composure. I see. Well, then let's get down to business. So she was afraid I'd break off the engagement this whole time. Crush's eyes suddenly turned sharp. A surge of dark purple energy erupted from his scarred hand, filled with his newly awakened power. Would you be willing to hand over to me the curse that even curse-breaking specialists are helpless against? Bianca was shocked, unable to believe her ears. Did he just say he wants me to hand over the unbreakable curse? You mean, you want to take that curse for yourself? Yes. Crush nodded in confirmation. I need to use it. If you agree to give it to me, I will grant you any one wish, even if that wish is for destruction. Bianca fell into thought. She realized this was a situation where her curse of emotionlessness actually gave her an advantage. She knew Crush had always been considered a failure, and looking at his current state, he was clearly in sharp conflict with the main family line. Bianca secretly guessed that maybe he was just so exhausted that he'd become like this, so tired that he wanted to erase his emotions completely. She suddenly recalled what a psycho-mage had told her when she was a child. When a person reaches their mental limit, they will fall to an illness of the heart. The mage's words from long ago echoed clearly in her mind. Once afflicted, they might take their own life, or suddenly become gentle as if they're a completely different person. He had warned her, that is an extremely dangerous moment, a sign of a heartbreaking end to come. Bianca, if someone close to you falls into that state, you must stay by their side. Thinking of this, Bianca was certain he was in that very state. She suddenly reached out and firmly grasped Crush's calloused and injured hand. She looked at him with a determined, comforting gaze. It's going to be okay. I know you can get through this, Crush. You can control your emotions without relying on the curse. I know you can. Bianca's words left Crush stunned. He stammered, Bianca, I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding. Ignoring Crush's confusion, she continued, From now on, I will visit you regularly. If I get my father's permission, I might even move in nearby to be closer to you. Move in for good. Crush was astonished. Why are you suddenly saying all this? Wait a minute. Don't you hate me? You don't actually want this engagement, right? Bianca squeezed his hand, her gaze resolute. Even so, I can't just abandon someone standing on the brink of despair. Crush realized she wasn't denying it. She didn't want the engagement, but she was the type of person who, once she made a decision, would see it through to the end. He thought to himself, I have a feeling she's misunderstanding something. This is getting serious. Realizing he couldn't get the curse immediately through persuasion, Crush decided to try activating his skill in secret. A stream of dark purple energy enveloped Bianca. As he shouted, "Skill, Black Hood!" A magic circle instantly appeared, beginning to create the conditions to unlock and steal the curse from her. But her curse was locked. Condition 1. Become Bianca's friend. Crush grimaced in annoyance. A double lock. What a pain. He realized that because Bianca was born with this curse, it was considered a part of her body and had an extremely high value placed on it. This was even harder than becoming her fiancé. Since Bianca had no emotions, she rarely showed interest in anything. Crush worried that if he sent her back to Hayden H., she would soon transform into a vicious white demon. He decided to keep Bianca by his side, waiting for a chance to unlock the curse, both to prevent her transformation and to claim the Snow Doll for himself, killing two birds with one stone. That makes me very happy. I'm grateful I'll be able to see my fiancée so often, Crush said, hiding his true intentions behind a smile as he responded to Bianca's proposal. She nodded slightly. I'll confirm with my father and be back. I'll see you then. Crush watched Bianca's figure disappear into the sunset, thinking to himself that he would have a month. I'll use that time to read as many grimoires as I can. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, things are about to get busy. However, the very next day at the Green Pyre Villa, the clamor of moving shattered the morning quiet. Crush stared blankly as men hauled large packages into the house. Hello, Sir Crush. A familiar voice made him jump. Bianca stood there, the wind whipping leaves around her, and calmly announced, Starting today, I will be living at the Green Pyre Villa. I look forward to being in your care. Crush froze his eyes wide with shock. She's going to live here, with me? Was she serious yesterday? How did she get back so fast? Bianca, is she sleeping here again? Crush sighed as he found his fiancée sleeping soundly in his room. He worried to himself, if anyone sees us like this, they'll get the wrong idea. After a long yawn, Bianca sleepily opened her eyes, looked at him, and said nonchalantly, Good morning, Sir Crush, but why are you in here? At that, Crush blew up. I should be the one asking that question, Bianca. Time flew by. Snow now covered the entire manor in white. Amidst the bone-chilling cold, Crush trained relentlessly, sweat dripping from his body. A blazing blue aura surrounded his body. Come to think of it, he mused. It's been months since Bianca and I started living together. The memory of the first day. Sorry. She moved in was still fresh in his mind. Bianca had stood there, elegant and aloof, and declared, Starting today, I will be living in the Pine Hall. I ask for your assistance. Crush's eyes had widened in astonishment. You're moving in for good, he'd stammered. She had calmly replied that her family approved immediately without any issues. Looking at her, Crush had worried privately, being so far away from home like this. Is she really going to be okay? She's only 12 years old, isn't she? Or maybe she didn't want to be in her own house either. The one that was always trying to cast her aside. He realized that because Bianca was emotionless, her family ties were incredibly weak. She couldn't even comprehend feelings, like sadness or loneliness. But Crush had consoled himself. Still, this might be for the best, since I need to become her friend. And so their strange relationship continued. It was like a mother hen and her chick. Wherever he went, she would follow. They looked pretty cute, actually. Back in the present, Crush pushed himself in his training, his energy flaring powerfully. He realized that she had moved in during the summer, and now it was already winter. The year was almost over. That means the first day of school at Lahanar Academy is just around the corner. This is a place founded through a partnership between the 4 great kingdoms and the empire created to train talented individuals to fight against the world's erosion. It only accepts students between 15 and 20 years old. Before Crush returned to the past, this place had trained countless members of the now generation with high-level skills. Crush gritted his teeth in fury, vowing to himself that one by one, He would steal every last skill from those bastards as soon as he enrolled. He understood their weaknesses better than anyone. In his past life, they had tormented him like an enemy. Now they were about to pay the price. Next year, Crush will turn 14, which means he only has about a year to prepare and must become even stronger. However, he realized his talent was beginning to reach its limit, as these magic books could only bring him to the elementary level of a key expert. To overcome this barrier, Crush knew he had to claim Bianca's Snowdoll curse as soon as possible and learn how to use extreme blood infusion. Just as he stepped out of the training room, Crush saw Bianca already sitting there waiting. He asked Bianca, "Are you waiting out here again today?" The girl replied nonchalantly, "Yes, I can't leave you alone, sir." Since summer, she had been sticking to him like a shadow, even when Crush got annoyed, and asked if she intended to follow him right into the bathroom. Bianca just innocently asked back if that was forbidden. Crush could only sigh, wondering when Bianca would truly see him as a friend, so he could achieve his goal. He tried to change the subject. "Do you want to go out for a little walk?" Just then a butler approached and reported, "Young master, an invitation from the Star and Holy Temple has arrived." Crush repeated in surprise. The Star and Holy Temple. It was a formal party, held annually for the young nobles of the Starin Kingdom, where almost everyone attended to socialize and build connections. The nobility came here to show off their wealth and flex their influence. Holding the invitation in his hand, Crush muttered softly, "Ah, now I remember. Thanks for the reminder, Ariel." In the previous timeline, because he had confined himself to the Pine Hall, his memory of this event was rather faint. However, he knew for sure that bastard Belokin would be there. Crush's eyes hardened. He decided he had to go to keep his promise to Ariel. He thought to himself, this way he won't have an excuse to do what he did last time. This alluded to stopping the tragedy that befell the old butler's daughter. After that, Crush handed the letter back to Ariel and decisively told them, "I will attend." Immediately, Bianca, who was standing beside him, also spoke up. "I'm going too." As they walked down the magnificent hallway, Bianca looked at Crush worriedly and said, "Crush, the people attending the Holy Temple party will surely criticize you." He looked at his fiancée and replied with concern, "Yeah, but who knows what they'll say about you too. Maybe it's better if you don't go." In response to his worry, Bianca looked him straight in the eye and affirmed, "No, I will go with you, sir." Crush smiled faintly, patting Bianca's head, and said, "After all, protecting her fiancé is the duty of a fiancé, right?" Feeling he might have joked a bit too much with the young girl, he quickly corrected himself. "I'm not asking as your fiancé, I just want to hear your honest opinion, Bianca." Bianca froze at his words. She saw that familiar, pitiful look in his eyes again. For the past few months, Crush had treated her with incomprehensible kindness, from asking what she wanted for breakfast to inviting her to choose books with him in the library, to even staying up all night watching over her as she slept, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. You should get some more sleep." This warm feeling was something Bianca had never received in the cold Hayden Haas family. Watching Crush practice his swordsmanship tirelessly under the moonlight, she realized his kindness had made her almost forget their horrifying first meeting. In her heart, Bianca told herself, "That's why I don't hate Crush anymore." She looked deep into his eyes and repeated her affirmation. "I will go with you. Not as your fiancé, but as myself. That is how I truly feel." Crush was stunned by her sudden sincerity. He could only manage to say, "I understand." The carriage wheels turned, taking them away from the manor under a brilliant sunset. As a magnificent castle came into view, Crush looked out the window and murmured, "So this is Garariu. It really is the most famous place in the region. They rented out the entire venue. Just how rich are they?" Crush couldn't help but be amazed at the grand scale of the party's location. These nobles, they live so extravagantly, spending money like water. He pondered thoughtfully. The reason nobles in this world were respected was because they fought against the world's erosion in place of the commoners. And yet, looking at the fools before him who only knew how to party all night without even bothering to train, Crush bitterly wondered if this was truly the future of Starin. Just as they stepped into the banquet hall, an announcement boomed out. "Sir Crush Vanham and Lady Bianca Hayden Haas have arrived." Immediately, malicious whispers swirled around the two of them. Crush Vanham, that failure of a son from the Vanham family? And the cursed girl from the northern family, too. What a match made in heaven. The hypocritical nobles looked at them with contempt, even reminding each other not to stare too long, lest They catch Bianca's curse. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Crush noticed the presence of some interesting characters, true nobles who would later join the Now generation. There was Balak Hopma, known as the Tiger Cub, with his sharp gaze, the enigmatic Amelia with her mysterious crimson eyes, and Anix Freezer, the incredibly skilled wooden bow user. These three were the renowned Starin Trio, and their attention was currently fixed on him. They looked at him with disdain. Crush realized they were watching him, and he guessed the reason was definitely because of his older sister Charlotte. He recalled what Charlotte had told him about wearing a stunning red dress that made people flock to talk to her non-stop. But in the end, no one could defeat her in a duel. Charlotte had once called this place a trashy temple in disgust and swore she would never return. Looking at the current atmosphere, Crush knew for sure that his sister had caused quite the commotion. Suddenly, Bianca gently tugged on his sleeve and comforted him. "Sir Crush, please don't mind what other people are saying." He was taken aback. He never expected that the girl who had just been so gravely insulted would be worrying about him instead. He reached out, patting Bianca's head, and smiled. "I don't mind at all. I was just thinking about Chiclotte." Just as he was wondering when that guy would show up, speak of the devil, an announcement rang out. "Lord Darling Danfolian has arrived. An eccentric individual. The most arrogant of all the nobles appeared with a radiant smile and an enthusiastic wave. "Hello, everyone!" That was the renowned head alchemist, Darling Danfolian. He didn't care for appearances, so his style of dress was also very peculiar. He remembered his past life. "Oh my God, your whole body is covered in curses. What on earth happened to make you look this terrible?" Darling exclaimed in shock, looking at the tangled, cruel marks on Crush's body. In the old timeline, he had rubbed his chin, muttering and calculating with excitement. For this type of corrosive curse, combining this and this should work. Seems plausible. Immediately after, an excited Darling proposed something crazy. "Say, are you interested in being my test subject? I'll heal you." A blinding light erupted as Darling forcibly cast a healing spell, making Crush scream, "Stop! Stop it! Are you insane? Get away from me!" He deliberately provoked Crush, finding joy in it. That was Darling Danfolian, the lord of the renowned alchemy castle. That was also the first time Crush met the man who would later be known as the world's greatest alchemy king. Darling strode into the banquet hall with extreme confidence, waving enthusiastically. "Hello, everyone!" His appearance immediately sparked mixed reactions, while the young ladies screamed in admiration. "Lord Darling is so wonderful today!" The other nobles sneered in contempt. "What a freak! He's intentionally late just to get attention." Crush watched from a distance. He thought to himself, a show-off like him would naturally choose to appear at a gathering of people his own age. He turned to instruct Bianca, who was engrossed in her plate of food. "Bianca, wait for me here, okay?" The little girl replied obediently while chewing, yes, as Crush quietly walked away. And heading straight for Darling, it caught the alchemist lord's attention. "Who is that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Crush. Van Hem's sharp gaze was fixed on him. Darling saw Crush getting closer, stared at him, and then exclaimed in surprise, "He really does look like Chiclotte." He curiously wondered if Crush had something to say, or was just attracted to his appearance, but then his tone suddenly turned serious. "Lately, it seems you've been digging up information about the world's erosion, haven't you?" Crush didn't flinch. He smirked challengingly. "I wonder if saying that makes me more interesting to you." Darling flashed a sinister smile. "You really are a provocative little brat. Since you've piqued my curiosity, you'd better be prepared." He led Crush into a private room, admiring some fine swords as he asked the boy's age. When Crush replied that he was only 13, Darling remarked, "You certainly look young, but your aura is completely different." Crush suppressed a sigh and stated bluntly, "Well, I don't have much time, so I'd like to get straight to the point." Darling drew his sword from its sheath and replied coolly, "Go on." Suddenly, he tossed a sword towards Crush with a mischievous invitation. "Here, catch!" The moment Crush caught the weapon, Darling lunged at him with incredible speed. The two of them began a more intimate greeting with blades aimed at each other. Crush struggled to block the continuous slashes, roaring in frustration. "What the hell are you doing, Darling Danfolian?" Darling remained nonchalant, pressing his attack while explaining that he just wanted to test the skills of Chiclotte's little brother. Crush gritted his teeth in indignation. What a troublesome guy. Despite the fierce clash, Darling urged him on. "By the way, didn't you say you had something to discuss?" I'm listening. Speak. Crush, holding his defensive stance, replied, "Oh, that." The sword in Crush's hand clashed loudly against Darling's weapon. Watching his opponent parry, Darling mocked, "Aren't you supposed to be a failure?" "With no skills whatsoever." Crush gritted his teeth and calmly replied, I may look the part, but I practice in my head every day." He quickly calculated whether he should use his secret techniques to deal with this alchemist, or not. Or maybe I should give him a little shock. Suddenly, Crush threw out a tempting offer. "The research on neutralizing curses, I can help you with that." The statement made Darling freeze. "What?" he uttered. He pressed his attack with sharp sword strikes while demanding to know what Crush knew about alchemy to dare propose a partnership. Dodging vicious kicks, Crush confidently explained the research method for neutralizing curses. "It's something that curse-breaking mages still haven't been able to crack, but it can be done by using another curse to counterbalance it." He never expected a failure like Crush to be so knowledgeable about alchemy. Darling realized that to become a first-rate alchemist, he absolutely had to prove that research. He lowered his stance, his gaze turning more serious. "I will help you with the research." At that moment, a powerful surge of dark energy erupted, enveloping Crush's small body. "With my curse-stealing skill," he declared arrogantly. Witnessing this, Darling was completely stunned, his eyes wide with amazement. That aura! Isn't he supposed to be a powerless failure? He thought to himself, if what Crush says is true, then this is the perfect opportunity to complete my research. In a fit of extreme excitement, Darling flashed a mischievous smile and proposed, "How should I reward you for this? Be my boyfriend, for example." Crush got goosebumps. "Cut it out. What the hell are you talking about? This guy's a total weirdo from his fashion sense to his equally strange personality, isn't he?" He got straight to the point, asking Lin to use his specialty in potion making to create a medicine that would alleviate the curses he would collect in the future. Crush thought to himself that relying solely on his skill-stealing ability definitely wouldn't be enough for him to survive in this harsh world. Not even the current generation of A-class individuals, those with extraordinary skills, could prevent the world's destruction. Crush understood this better than anyone. He told himself that a failure like him had to use every means possible, whether it was medicine or anything else. Standing before Crush, Darling carefully observed his cold expression and silently sized him up. "I heard he lost his motivation from being constantly compared to Charlotte, but that doesn't seem to be the case." He realized he was facing an overwhelming genius and a true eccentric. Both Van Hem siblings astonished Darling. Crush broke the silence with a question. "Can I ask you something?" Darling was curious what it could be. When he heard Crush ask about his intention to attend the soon-to-be-established Rahen Academy, Darling couldn't help but look towards the majestic academy building. Crush smirked with a calculating smile. "Of course I have one." A new plan was bubbling up inside him. "There are tons of skills for me to steal at the academy. The most important thing is to have a legitimate reason to move freely around that place." Darling was so excited he couldn't hide his enthusiasm. "All right, then I'll do anything. Making potions or whatever," he affirmed. "As long as it involves curses, I'm always happy to help." At the same time, he didn't forget to demand a position by Crush's side. Witnessing that over-the-top enthusiasm, Crush thought to himself, "This guy hasn't changed a bit. Same as always." He suddenly switched to a more serious topic. "You know about the discoloration disease, don't you? It's an incurable disease that turns the skin blackish blue and leads to death." Crush looked straight at Darling and ordered, "Create a cure for that disease." Darling was stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, "Huh!" He reacted violently. "Don't you know what incurable means? Even for me, that's impossible." But Crush remained calm because he knew that in the distant future, Darling himself would be the one to complete this cure. He clenched his fist, looking at the alchemist with eyes full of confidence. "You can do it." Those words immediately stirred Darling's pride. He smirked. "Saying it like that really stings my pride." He had successfully goaded a show-off into his trap. Heh. Crush and Darling bumped fists, officially sealing their deal. Crush then gave him an instruction. "When the medicine is ready, remember to contact Thantung's group." Darling replied enthusiastically, Okay, I'll deliver it to you personally." But then Crush paused, a question that had been on his mind for a while surfacing. He asked bluntly, "You like my older sister, don't you, Darling?" Without hiding it at all, he yelled excitedly, "I love Charlotte so much." But Crush wasn't convinced. He pressed him about what he'd said earlier, that the spot next to him was still open. When reminded of the boyfriend comment, Darling looked bashful and explained that since Crush was still young, he wouldn't fully understand, then suddenly confessed, I like boys too, you know. I can love both men and women. Horrified by this confession, Crush yelled, "Well, I can't," and immediately bolted running for his life despite Darling calling after him regretfully, "Hey, wait! My future lover." Panting as he ran, Crush thought to himself, so this alchemist is that kind of person. When he returned to the party hall, he suddenly froze at an unpleasant sight. A man was brutally gripping Bianca's arm, even though the little girl was in pain and trembling. Bianca. She looked at the man with resentful but helpless eyes, silently calling Crush's name in her mind. Has she been bullied this much this whole time while I was gone? Without a second of hesitation, Crush rushed forward and delivered a powerful kick straight to that nobleman's head. It sent him flying and crashing to the ground. The man clutched his head, groaning in pain. A pitch-black, murderous aura erupted, enveloping Crush's body as his face darkened with rage. He growled threateningly, "You dare try to force my fiancée? What do you want, huh?" Facing that fury, the man trembled and stammered. "Force!" Crush looked at him with utmost contempt. "All right, I'll go," the cowardly nobleman managed to choke out. He spoke in fear, hastily backing away from Crush's terrifying pressure. Before he could regain his composure, Crush coldly declared, "Instead of going to see the two princesses as requested, I'm going to see Anix." The man, bewildered, asked back why, but Crush had already seen through the whole affair. He warned, "It doesn't matter who you serve. You've already been completely tainted by your master's vices." He decisively called to Bianca, and they walked away, leaving the stunned man sitting sprawled on the floor. A worthless punk daring to imitate his master and harass innocent girls. Strolling down the luxurious red-carpeted hallway, Crush silently wondered why Bianca would dare to refuse to see the princess. Based on his experiences in his past life, he could easily guess the identity of the mastermind behind it all. However, what puzzled him was that at age 12, Bianca shouldn't have been sharp enough to grasp the current complex political situation. Crush stopped and gently called out, "Bianca." He looked straight at his fiancée and asked for the reason. "Why didn't you obey the princess's order?" Bianca bowed her head, her silver hair slightly obscuring her face, and answered softly with absolute sincerity. "Because you told me to wait, Lord Crush." This innocent answer, filled with absolute trust, stunned Crush. He smiled faintly and reached out to pat her head affectionately. "You did well." As the two of them continued down the hallway, he walked up to a large door. Fortunately, with help from Anix, Crush and Bianca entered the room behind it. However, as soon as the door closed, Anix appeared visibly excited. He blocked their path and proposed, "All right then, how about this? I'm curious about you too, Crush. Let's have a fight. I can't believe I've run into another guy who's just as ridiculous." Crass suppressed a weary sigh. "So it's really come to this, huh?" "Hey, fighting is forbidden in the sanctuary." Anix refused to back down, arguing provocatively. "But you already fought Sharklot, so it should be fine to fight you too, right?" "You're weaker than Sharklot, though." Crush suddenly recalled the rumors about this guy. When he fought Sharklot, he lasted even longer than Abarak's master, who was slightly more skilled than him. What makes Anix so terrifying is his unpredictable combat sense. It's so unpredictable that opponents can never guess his next move. Crush thought to himself, "I've actually been wanting to fight this guy." But looking at the burning desire in his eyes, he knew he couldn't easily back down. Kraz coldly accepted, "Fine." Immediately, Anix unleashed his crystalline magical energy, preparing to strike. He launched an attack with incredible speed, but it was useless. Crush nimbly dodged it. His fist clenched, and a single punch carrying cursed black energy sent the guy flying. All he could do was clutch his stomach in excruciating pain. As Crush stood firm, silently looking down at his defeated opponent, Anix clutched his chest and groaned, "Crush, you're ruthless." Crush coldly adjusted his collar and replied curtly, "You were the one who challenged me first." Despite his pathetic state, Anix still tried to plead, "Yeah, but..." "Wait, can you let me get my weapon first?" Crush just smirked and asked sarcastically, "A weapon? More importantly, can you even stand up?" Anix tried to force himself up, but his body was completely spent and he collapsed onto the floor, utterly powerless. Witnessing this, Bianca asked curiously, "Crush, what on earth did you do to him?" Crush explained calmly as they walked away. "I used the Van Helm family's secret technique, the 1-inch punch. It's a master technique created by someone who was once considered a failure of the Van Helm clan. It's a strike that delivers maximum damage over the shortest possible distance. If the conditions are right, it can even cause severe internal injuries. It was thanks to this 1-inch punch that Crush..." survived countless life or death situations, and saved himself when the Thantung Castle was burning in the past. Crush looked at his hand and stated firmly, "I used my strongest move, so he probably won't be getting up for a while." He motioned for Bianca to follow him. "Let's go inside." Leaving Annex lying flattened on the ground, muttering helplessly, Crush stepped out onto the balcony under a brilliant full moon and suddenly froze when he sensed a presence. Two strangers were already waiting for him. He exclaimed in shock, "BL." BL stood there with an enigmatic smile, smirking sarcastically. "How amusing that you actually defeated that Black Hood." Crush didn't flinch. He immediately exposed his opponent's scheme. "After all, you only used the second princess to lure me here. Isn't that the reason you were waiting for me? Well, now I'm here." BL seemed surprised that his plan had been seen through. He muttered, "How did you figure it out?" "That's strange. You're different from what I've heard. Perhaps the rumors were false." Crush growled, pointing directly at the man opposite him. "You're the one who spread those rumors calling me a failure, aren't you?" He held out a hand that was radiating pitch-black energy and declared menacingly, "However, if you lose to me today, then from now on those rumors are going to change a little, because I'm going to steal your skill." Crush stood defiantly on the balcony. That man was none other than Annex Gleiser. In his mind, Crush bitterly recalled, the time they had spent side by side from their days at the academy until they joined Generation A. "You're an old friend of mine. We were together for so long, so I know you all too well." But behind that facade of friendship was a harsh truth that Crush had seen through. His true nature was that you were only friends with me because I was useful to you. A selfish person who would betray his own friends, someone who only befriended me to take advantage of me. And that so-called usefulness was the very reason he betrayed me. The memory of that fateful day came rushing back like a nightmare. In the middle of a ruined battlefield when all their comrades had fallen, Crush struggled to cling to the cliff's edge, his breathing ragged with desperation. "Damn it! Is everyone down?" "Annex, are you there? Help me." In response to that desperate plea, Annex merely stood above, looking down with a chillingly cold gaze. He calmly calculated Crush's fate. "If they find out it was my fault we fell into this trap, I'll definitely lose my spot in Generation A to Z, right? But if I'm the only one who survives, then no one will ever know." Annex's cold-blooded declaration left Crush utterly stunned. Even on the verge of death, he still managed to scream, "You think it's that easy? The internal conflict is already brutal enough. You'll definitely be kicked out for this?" But Annex just smirked devilishly. He had already hatched a cruel plan. "It's fine, I'll pin all the blame on you. Since everyone around you dislikes you, they'll believe me. And just like that, the truth of this incident will be buried." He leaned down, offering a hypocritical farewell. "Thanks, Crush, for being my friend to the very end." With that, he walked away without a second glance. On the brink of life and death, Crush felt his strength draining away his bloody hands, slowly losing their grip on the cold ledge. "Is this how I end?" Just as that despairing thought flickered in his dimming eyes, a hand suddenly shot out and grabbed him tightly. "Ah!" Arthur appeared like a savior at the last second, asking, "Are you okay?" And he quickly pulled him up from the deep abyss. The present-day Crush thoughtfully recalled that moment. Arthur had saved him simply because they were on the same team. But Crush also understood clearly that it was the beginning of a new, long chain of tragedies. After that incident, Annex was expelled from Generation A to Z thanks to Arthur's testimony. Crush had once been furious seeing him desperately try to marry the princess, but now, facing the Annex of this timeline, he realized this guy hadn't changed one bit. Annex smirked slyly. "Crush, your face and the way you talk are a lot like Scarlet's." The words struck a nerve in raging Crush. He snarled, "Hey, don't say my sister's name so casually. You say she and I are alike." A surge of dark energy from his black hat skill erupted violently, enveloping Crush's body as he prepared for battle. He coldly affirmed, "That's right. Just like her, I'm the type who never backs down from a fight." Before Annex's calm gaze, Crush charged forward like a black specter, unleashing a powerful attack. A giant root suddenly shot up from the ground, forming a solid shield, but Crush reacted quickly. He kicked hard off the wooden trunk, twisting his body to grab hold of a branch, using it as leverage to launch himself forward. Confident in his superior strength, Annex looked down arrogantly as giant roots frantically attacked Crush. Despite trying to dodge, Crush was still caught by the wooden, tendrils which wrapped around him tightly and thrashed him about in mid-air before he fell right next to Bianca. Suppressing a frustrated sigh, he muttered, "As expected, this is such a pain." Anix smirked victoriously, the roots writhing around him like venomous snakes. He smugly showed off the heaven and earth wood art, the treasured technique of the Geyser family, which allows the user to enhance and control plants at will using their aura. By using a recovery skill to propagate the plants, he could easily compensate for the technique's limitations. Anix provoked, "Is that all you've got? You'd better use a weapon." Crush calmly picked up a dry branch from the ground and retorted, "You want me to use a weapon? Fine. I'll use your own wood against you." "Really? Then try blocking this with that twig." Anix roared, controlling a barrage of roots that shot forward like a storm. However, Crush left him wide-eyed in astonishment as he continuously weaved through and perfectly dodged every attack. Anix, stunned, wondered how a so-called failure like Crush could possess such extraordinary reflexes. He began to suspect that Crush might have awakened the mind's eye, a transcendent sense reserved only for geniuses like Scarlet. A mysterious purple light flashed in Crush's eyes. He coldly declared, "To you, I am nothing less than a natural predator." Deep down, Crush knew he had already seen through Anix's abilities, to the point of being sick of them from the previous timeline. Seeing his opponent was still lost in thought about Scarlet, Crush unleashed a powerful strike with the branch in his hand, knocking Anix back. Furious at being underestimated, Anix roared, "Crush! You should watch your mouth." He immediately performed the fifth technique. Heaven and Earth Wood Giant summoning a colossal wooden entity with a demonic face to obliterate Crush. Every blow he delivered was a killing one. Anix let out a sinister smile. He looked at Crush with the eyes of a superior and uttered a threat. "From now on, you'd better be careful." Just then, the girl rushed forward frantically, her face filled with panic, screaming, "Lord Anix, you mustn't do this!" She knew full well that if that devastating attack landed directly on Crush, the consequences would be irreversible. The giant's colossal wooden fist descended with terrifying pressure, ready to pulverize everything beneath it, facing imminent death. Crush calmly closed his eyes, ignoring the leaves scattering wildly around him. In his mind, an image appeared of the thinnest secret manual lying quietly in the secret library of the Green Pine Manor. Its author was an ancestor with no innate talent, a man who had spent his entire life just repeating ordinary practice swings until the age of 80. That manual was incredibly brief, only recording his simplest strikes from his final years. However, precisely because he had been pushed into a corner by a curse countless times, just like Crush, he had come to understand the true family secret hidden within it, which wasn't as simple as the words written down. "The sword is me. I become the sword." Crush swung the dry branch in his hand. As long as he regarded the object in his hand as a sword, that incredibly simple truth would create infinite power. A single vertical slash split the giant wooden monster in two. To the opponent's utter astonishment, the behemoth shattered into pieces before their eyes. Bianca and the others could only stand frozen, their eyes wide with amazement. Anix trembled, his face pale and sweat pouring down in fear, seeing his strongest skill so easily nullified. Crush coldly walked forward, looking straight at the one groveling on the ground, and growled, "Don't you ever act so arrogant again." Crush then carelessly tossed aside the dry tree branch. Looking down at Anix, who had completely collapsed on the balcony after such an unexpected and disastrous defeat, he managed only a single groan before collapsing to the shock of all who witnessed it. As Crush stood there, breathing heavily, sweat streaming down his tired face after the intense battle, he cursed inwardly. "Damn it! I was planning to save just enough strength to easily steal his skill, but I put everything into that one attack, and now I can't even move. Crap, I don't even have the breath to speak." Crush's legs trembled unsteadily, his consciousness fading from exhaustion. Just then, Bianca and Darling rushed over to help. Bianca called out worriedly, "Crush, let me help you!" Darling suddenly grabbed Crush, making him cry out in pain. Seeing his exhausted state, Darling hurriedly said, At this rate, Crush is going to die. Just leave it to me." Bianca nodded in agreement. "I'm counting on you." Then she helped Darling lift Crush onto his back. Whispers and gossip began to spread among the nobles, throughout the noisy party hall. What's going on? Did that failure really beat Anix? Impossible, the useless youngest son of the Vanhem family. As Darling carried Crush away, he thought to himself, rumors really do spread like wildfire. Those who used to look down on him will have to see him in a new light now. He believed that when Crush woke up, he would surely become the center of attention for the entire kingdom. However, a sense of unease suddenly surfaced in the alchemist's heart as he recalled the look in the defeated man's eyes. Hey, Annex's expression from before is making me really uneasy. I have a bad feeling that something is about to happen. Beneath the full moon, Darling spoke as he carried Crush. Hey kid, you're not allowed to die until you've collaborated on research with me, you hear? Got it. The scene shifts to Crush's days of grueling training at the manor, where the small boy had to face giant logs hurtling at him from all directions. Bracing himself, he endured the painful impacts, his eyes still burning with the determination to break his own limits in preparation for the events to come. A week had passed. Since returning from the Holy Land in the middle of the manor's estate, sweat drenched his small back. He let out a soft sigh of relief. Finally, I've recovered from that day's battle. Thinking about the confrontation with Annex Crush privately concluded, if I had deliberately pushed him to the very end back then, I might have become even worse than he is. I'm lucky I knew how to restrain myself and stop at the right moment. Crush suppressed a sigh full of regret. If only I hadn't passed out then. At least I would have had time to prepare to steal his skill. Because he possessed two methods to steal an opponent's skill. The first was the normal method, taught by unlocking the Black Hat skill, and the second was a more subtle way, making the opponent underestimate the very skill they possess. With Annex Crush had already planned to use the second method. This method is extremely easy to execute if you can completely overwhelm your opponent. And precisely because Giant of Heaven and Earth, Annex's strongest move, was defeated in a single blow by a failure, whom he had always looked down on, doubt about the skill's value was bound to spread in his mind. Once he starts doubting himself, his spiritual defenses will weaken. He'll no longer value the move that he failed with. Although it might take some time, Crush was sure that Annex's recovery skill would eventually be his. In the 1 year remaining before he officially entered the academy, Crush planned to dedicate every single day to training in order to surpass those geniuses. However, the sound of the door bursting open cut through his thoughts. The butler Elliot entered with a respectful but serious demeanor. Young Master Crush, Lord Beloken has arrived at the manor. Crush smirked faintly. He knew Beloken must have run out of patience after having his invitation refused 22 times. He couldn't delay any longer. He calmly ordered, "Show him in." Elliot bowed in obedience and then withdrew. At that moment, Bianca approached kindly, offering him a cup of water. "Crush, please have some water." He took the cup with a quiet thank you, but Bianca immediately grimaced with concern. "What's wrong? You smell of sweat all over." Crush was taken aback. "Huh, really?" He wondered if it was a waste product being expelled from his body after using his aura, or if his nose had just gone numb from being too familiar with the smell of the world's decay in his past life. He didn't even notice what his body was like anymore. Seeing her fiancé's awkwardness, Bianca delicately asked, "Aren't you going to bathe before meeting Lord Beloken?" Crush just clicked his tongue and dismissed it, deciding to just keep training instead of worrying about his appearance in front of an enemy. "Then don't come near me." Bianca turned away in a huff, leaving Crush with an amused expression. He thought to himself, daring to give orders to her own fiancé. Bianca, you've really grown up, haven't you? Looking at her small figure, Crush immediately thought of a penguin puffing out its feathers in a sulk. Unable to resist the urge to tease her, he immediately gave chase as Bianca started to run away. "Where do you think you're going?" "To Crush right now." Bianca was like a little sister, making him unable to stop himself from wanting to tease her. However, in these rare, peaceful moments, memories of his past life suddenly rushed back, haunting Crush like a ghost. He grew pensive, a flicker of sadness in his eyes. The people I knew before I returned to the past. They must be looking at me with such cold eyes. Even though he was living in the present, his painful past still haunted his mind. In his thoughts, the image of Arthur appeared full of authority, but also incredibly cold. It was as if he were standing right in front of him, questioning, "Crush, have you grown soft because of this peaceful life? And yet, you think you can stop the end of the world." Crush could only unconsciously utter, "Arthur," then silently admitted a bitter truth, except for that final moment of betrayal. He has always been a pioneering hero, someone who never lets his guard down. His train of thought was cut short as Crush wondered, I wonder where he is and what he's doing right now. Just then a sarcastic voice rang out from behind. "Are you flirting with your fiancé?" Having a good time, are we? The one who had just appeared with such an arrogant air was Beloken Van Hem, the third son of the Van Hem family. Everyone needs to relax, right? He silently sized him up. The man who was once too scared to even look at him straight was now staring daggers at him while Beloken was still half-doubting the rumor about Crush, defeating Anix when Crush launched a verbal attack first. Well now, for someone so busy, you sure have a lot of free time to come all the way out here, don't you? Beloken was taken aback, stammering as he repeated, "Busy." He had no idea what Crush's hidden meaning was. Crush then followed up with another psychological blow. I hear Raron Academy holds entrance exams for admissions regardless of status. So you should be preparing too, shouldn't you? Brother. The provocative statement made Beloken's face contort with shock and rage. Is this guy provoking me? He felt his pride deeply wounded because to him, the Van Hem family stood on a completely different level so high that even the most powerful empire had to be wary of them. As a direct descendant, Beloken considered being told to take an entrance exam the ultimate humiliation. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, don't you get cocky just because you took down someone like Anix. However, to save face, Beloken forced a fake smile and replied, you're funny. Beloken continued using a sarcastic tone to belittle Crush. Well, it's understandable, I suppose. Failures like you would naturally be worried about passing or failing the academy. He deliberately provoked his younger brother to back Crush into a corner, but contrary to his expectations, Crush just replied nonchalantly, yeah, I guess so, which made Beloken's face flush with anger at his indifferent attitude. He suppressed his rage and got straight to the point. Actually, I came here today to deliver an order. Crush raised an eyebrow in suspicion. An order, Beloken coldly declared. We are going to stop the world erosion occurring at Mount Gorilla. This news stunned Crush. What family missions aren't mandatory for anyone under the age of 15? To push his brother into a corner, Beloken slyly reassured him. Don't worry, I'll go with you as your guardian. He leaned in close to Crush's face and threw down a challenge. My little brother, the one who supposedly defeated Anix, surely won't be scared of a trivial little thing like this. Now would he? Seeing right through him, Crush thought to himself, he's just testing my strength and trying to keep me in line. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the challenge. Fine, let's go. To Crush, facing world erosion was more familiar than the peaceful life he was living now. He clenched his fist, confident that even if this was a trap set by Beloken, he already had a plan to deal with it. Just then, Bianca appeared and asked worriedly, My lord, where are you going? He instructed her not to follow as he would be away from home for a while. To deal with the erosion, Bianca asked sadly. I can't go with you. Witnessing this scene, Beloken was thoroughly disgusted. He scoffed internally at the ridiculous idea of a 13-year-old boy stopping world erosion. Beloken muttered an insult. That cursed princess. Crush immediately shielded Bianca and snapped, She is my fiancé. He didn't forget to fire back a sarcastic remark at his brother. Surely a magnanimous brother like you doesn't believe that the words of a child who's only 12 years old should be taken seriously, do you? Crush's words were a direct, disrespectful slap to his brother's face. Their eyes met, filled with tension. Beloken gritted his teeth in fury, then stormed off in a huff. Crush gently patted Bianca's head and praised her, Good job, Bianca. Seeing her confusion, he affirmed that her presence had been a great help. She looked at him with worried eyes and pleaded, Please don't collapse again. Crush replied softly, I know. I'm leaving now, and turned decisively to walk away. The world is being corroded by another dimension. A terrifying phenomenon that causes erosion creatures to appear and the environment to change abnormally. If the erosion progresses any further, that area will completely transform into another world. At Mount Gerlach, a swamp had formed and was classified as a 3-star erosion. Crush stood among the knights in their dark blue uniforms, and coldly asked for news from the purification squad. Though he was the youngest in the group, he was still focused on his mission. A soldier reported that they would begin their work as soon as the master of this area is eliminated. At a 3-star level, this is a challenge that a mid-tier professional knight squad can handle with ease. Beloken, a high-tier expert, will surely be able to defeat the master of this erosion without much difficulty. He called out Crush's name and nonchalantly declared that the purpose of bringing him here was so that a novice-level expert could gain some experience. Crush merely replied with an indifferent, humph. but internally he couldn't help but scoff at his brother's patronizing attitude. Experience, who do you think you're talking to? Crush thought with a sharp gaze the only reason he followed someone like Belokan, who only wants to impose his will, was for one single thing: to test a temporary solution for my frenzies. The real battle erupted as hideous erosion creatures were sliced in two by powerful slashes, clearing a path for the army to advance deeper into the swamp. A blood-curdling scream, G-I-A-A-A-A-H, rang out amidst the swarming monsters, causing the soldiers to start losing their composure. Damn it! At this rate, we'll never be able to wipe them all out. Their numbers are too overwhelming. One of the soldiers spoke up, giving instructions about the headless monsters covered in teeth. He ordered everyone to cover their entire bodies with aura, because if bitten, the wound would swell up immediately. A soldier asked in surprise, "Lord Crush, have you ever experienced world erosion before?" Crush calmly replied that since he was only 13, it would be absurd for him to have ever approached an erosion zone. However, the calm demeanor of someone who was supposed to be a failure made Belokan couldn't help but be suspicious. Why would a failure like him be so calm in the erosion zone, despite it being his first time? The memory of his 55-year-old self, whose pride was utterly crushed in this very place, returned as a bitter reminder. So how could that guy so casually give advice to the knights? Belokan stared at Crush with extreme suspicion. He realized his younger brother's calm demeanor now was a world away from his own when he first set foot in the erosion zone. Looking at Crush's back as he silently walked forward, a radical theory began to form in Belokan's mind. He trembled, wondering to himself if Crush grew up to be as strong as Charlotte and surpassed me. Does that mean I'll become the failure of the Van Hem family? He was afraid this younger brother would leave him behind, that he would be the one cast aside. When Crush suddenly stopped, he softly called out, "Brother, we're about to reach the place where the master resides." Belokan tried to regain his composure. He smirked and told Crush that he was lucky, as this time seemed easier than his first. Observing that there were no more erosion creatures around, Belokan assumed that only the master was left here. But Crush immediately spoke up to warn him that's all the more reason to be on high alert. He explained that for a 3-star master to maintain an entire erosion zone by itself, its power was not to be underestimated, causing the knights behind them to grow anxious. Seeing the soldiers' morale falter, Belokan snapped, "Hey, don't let that shake you. It's just the words of a kid." He tried to rally the soldiers' spirits. He ordered the entire squad to quickly take care of the 3-star target so they could return soon. Crush silently observed the rushing group. He thought to himself that they would realize the truth soon enough. He focused intently on the task at hand. His ice-cold eyes sensing the tide of erosion energy churning beneath the ground thanks to the poison that had seeped deep into his blood before his regression. Crush realized his perception was now even sharper than in the previous timeline. Now all I have to do is devour it. Crush picked up the cup of medicine, his heart pounding as the decisive moment arrived. He resolutely drank the entire dark liquid. Immediately an intense pain washed over him, making his eyes turn blood red and his veins bulge frighteningly. Crush collapsed, vomiting a large mouthful of blood to the shock of everyone around him. A panicked knight rushed over to support him. "Sir Crush, are you all right?" He suppressed the pain, wiped away the fresh blood, and lied to reassure them, "Ugh, I just tripped." Belokan, standing nearby, offered with pity, "It's your first time, so don't push yourself. I'll carry you." But Crush coldly refused. "There's no need." Looking at the streak of blood on his hand, he silently concluded, "The erosion energy is acting like a deadly poison, ravaging my body, but I have no choice but to grit my teeth and bear it." Why would he harm himself like this? This was the reason. Crush had been training to let the deadly poison seep into his blood beforehand. Following the secret method, he began to mix his aura with the erosion energy, forcing the aura to circulate relentlessly. He imagined his aura as a great river, silently absorbing and dissolving the erosion energy within it to create a new color of power, one that could not be overwritten. However, the consequence of this frenzy was devastating, causing Crush's eyes to bleed and his body to tremble uncontrollably. He coughed up blood again. Looking at his blood-stained hands, he told himself that a normal person would surely not have been able to withstand this. It's time to use that secret technique. He recalled the history of Than Tung, a place that was once closed off and thought to be lost to oblivion after Damaris Van Hem's disappearance. However, a blind ancestor had accidentally discovered this secret archive. Unfortunately, because he couldn't see, he was unable to read the secret techniques, which led to him having to seal this place away forever. So that no one would have to repeat his tragedy, that ancestor decided to leave behind a single secret technique that could be passed down without sight. And that technique was received by Crush. A flow of aura erupted powerfully around Crush, marking the awakening of a superhuman sense that could perceive the slightest vibrations through aura. It was the sixth sense. Although Crush could currently only extend its range to about a fingertip's length, that was more than enough for him to realize something was wrong. Right at the spot where he was standing, Crush's eyes widened. A crazed smile appeared on his blood-stained face as he understood his true situation. It wasn't that the world was being consumed by madness, but that Crush's own perception was becoming sharper than ever before. He noticed the madness was thinning, all thanks to following the ancestor's sixth sense technique. Even so, Crush understood that this was only a temporary solution. If he continued to absorb the erosion energy, the madness could strike at any moment. This is also what's known as going berserk from overtraining, and when that happens, he would still need Bianca's snow doll curse to keep his mind in check. Even if it was just a temporary fix, it was undeniable that Crush had gained control of his power thanks to it. He clenched his fist, feeling clearly that this was the first time he had been able to ascend to a new level. However, a sudden chill ran down his spine. Crush's eyes widened in amazement. He hurriedly whipped around to look behind him as he sensed an overwhelming presence from within the darkness. A grotesque creature patched together from countless human body parts slowly revealed itself. It stretched out its long neck, its face ashen gray. Its closed eyes suddenly snapped open, blazing with a deathly red. It was a giant lumpy mass of flesh, covered with faces screaming in agony. Looking at that weak-willed people like us would probably all pass out. It's the master monster. A terrified scream echoed through the dark space. The monster roared, revealing a gaping maw full of fangs with grotesque faces swarming all over its body. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Awakens was completely stunned, his face so contorted with fear that he couldn't utter a word. Crush was also shaken by the appearance of this incredibly powerful entity. An information window appeared confirming its identity. Senganki, the thousand-faced demon, a 3-star master of the erosion zone. Facing the colossal monster that was radiating an overwhelming killing intent, a commanding shout shattered the tense atmosphere. "Everyone prepare for battle! Prepare for battle!" The resounding cry spurred the knights to draw their swords in unison, ready to face the imminent danger within the gloom of the erosion zone. He began to focus his energy, causing his sacred sword to radiate a brilliant blue light. Instantly, a terrifying wave of heat erupted, engulfing him in blazing red flames. The skill Ignis was officially unleashed, transforming Awakens into a mighty fire warrior, his hair blazing like lava. With this formidable power, he faced the demon. With this, he might actually be able to defeat it. Witnessing this spectacle, his companions gasped in amazement. Lord Awakens' Ignis flame is always so astounding. Not only that, its destructive power is terrifying, isn't it, after all? It's an ultimate skill that can incinerate anything in its path. In contrast to the crowd's cheers, Crush stood silently. His eyes filled with raw hatred as he stared at that flame. He bitterly recalled a horrific memory from the old timeline. Ignis. That was the very skill that had burned his arm off. The image of a brutal Awakens stomping on a smaller Crush. And his scolding words came flooding back. "Now do you see the difference between us, huh? I don't have time to waste on trash like you." Watching the arrogant back of Awakens walking away with his flame sword, Crush muttered his name with absolute coldness. He knew full well that in his past life, Awakens had fallen completely into madness before the time reversal event occurred. But now, with power in his own hands, Crush was no longer the child he could bully. He would return everything that man had given him in his past life. A mysterious purple-black energy erupted, enveloping his body as the black hat skill activated. Grotesque eyes and a mouth appeared on Crush's hand. He smirked knowingly. "But what about now? I hope you haven't changed one bit." Instantly, a violent tremor erupted, accompanied by agonizing screams. A grotesque entity with a hideous face was being choked by the purple energy. Its body writhed helplessly. The apprentice knights began to panic as they witnessed the horrifying scene. "Is that the face-stealing curse?" The situation descended into chaos as the monster extended 8 giant arms, frantically attacking and crushing everything around it. Watching even their seniors struggle to defend themselves, the young soldiers trembled in despair. How are apprentices like us supposed to avoid that curse? If it's come to this, the only option is to run A soldier's desperate scream rang out across the chaotic battlefield. The scene was utter chaos, some yelling to fight others to flee. Suddenly, a powerful roar drowned out all else. Attack! It was Belokan blazing with his Ignis skill. He shot towards the monster like a fiery arrow. Slashes carrying incredible heat cut through the thousand-faced demon's hideous body, creating dazzling streaks of fire in the gloomy swamp. Watching from a distance, Crush couldn't help but be surprised. He's targeting the thousand-faced demon instead of me. He narrowed his eyes following his brother's frantic movements. But the situation suddenly turned bizarre as the faces on the monster's body began to ooze a dark liquid. Crush exclaimed in shock. Blood tears. Streams of pitch-black blood flowed from the hollow eyes of the masks, creating a chilling and haunting scene. Something's not right. If this continues, it'll be extremely dangerous. If it keeps flowing like this, it'll soon engulf everything. Crush silently assessed, watching the blood tears continue to pour from the grotesque masks. Despite that ominous sign, Belokan continued his frantic assault, landing fiery blows on the giant's body. However, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from the monster, causing Belokan's face to pale in terror. What is this terrifying pressure? I have to focus and destroy the thousand-faced demon right now before any more abnormalities occur, Belokan told himself as the Ignis flame on his sword flared violently. He shot forward like a fiery arrow and roared out a command. All knights take down the thousand-faced demon. Before him, the soldiers stood motionless like statues. Their faces were shrouded in eerie shadows. Belokan stammered in utter confusion. What in the world are you? A horrifying thought flashed through his mind. The thousand-faced demon's curse. No, I can't believe it. But I haven't even touched it. That strange sensation from earlier suddenly rushed over him. Belokan tremblingly raised a hand to his deforming face. He realized the bitter truth with a shock. Don't tell me that strange feeling from before was... The giant monster with its crimson maw full of fangs was right above him, looking down with the eyes of death. Belokan froze. It got me! The scene abruptly shifted to a dark forest in the pouring rain. He was collapsing onto the waterlogged ground, panting in absolute terror. This is bad. Oh no, this is really bad. I'm going to be killed! The young boy tried to crawl away helplessly, his small body covered in mud. At this rate, I'm going to die. Right behind him, a giant grotesque hand glowing with purple-black energy was reaching out, ready to crush him. Why is this happening to me? Me die. I, the strongest of the Vanhem, am going to die. Through the white sheet of rain, a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind him, uttering a cold, sarcastic remark. Because you're an idiot, outdone by your sister who's 3 years younger. After all that boasting, you lost your entire squad of knights and now you're running for your life. What a fool. Because you failed so miserably, you will die. Those insults suffocated Belokan's mind as he was being crushed by the giant hand of the thousand-faced demon. He only had time to scream in desperation before he collapsed both mentally and physically. Under the pouring rain, the once arrogant man was now just a pathetic figure crawling through the mud. Blood and rainwater mixed on his wounded face. He looked up, his breath ragged, and asked hopelessly, "Who are you?" Before him, Crush appeared, looking strangely calm. Belokan, stunned, blurted out, "Crush, why are you here?" You're still alive," Crush smirked, replying in a casual tone. "Oh, you're awake. I've been watching everything from a distance for a while now." He explained that when he saw his brother swallowed by the swamp after the thousand-faced demon's attack, he had secretly pulled him out immediately. Belokan, trying to suppress the pain and hold on to his last shred of pride, said, "I see, I'm fine, I can walk on my own." Crush stared into his trembling eyes, mocking him inwardly. "With a body that can't even use aura?" Crush moved closer, offering a supporting hand while asking sarcastically, "Are you sure you don't need to lean on me?" Belokan gritted his teeth in indignation, slapping away the help from the little brother he had always looked down on. "I don't need help from an idiot like you." Despite his miserable failure, his pride remained intact. He tried to use his sacred sword as a support, but his trembling hands and exhausted body only allowed him to stand unsteadily amidst the downpour. "Is the thousand-faced demon still nearby?" Belokan asked anxiously, wanting to know how far they were from the scene. Crush simply replied with indifference, "Who knows?" They had been walking for quite a while, but still couldn't escape. This World erosion. Must be a closed space, he thought to himself. Does that mean they can't leave? Unless they defeat the thousand-faced demon, Belokan collapsed to the ground, gritting his teeth and cursing in utter desperation. Crush looked at his broken brother and called out softly, "Brother." Crush suddenly revealed a shocking truth. "Actually, I have a secret technique. It's something Scarlet passed down to me." He asserted that the reason he could face Annex at the Holy Sanctuary was thanks to this very technique. Belokan was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. A secret technique from Scarlet? In his heart, he was shocked, wondering even someone as cold as Scarlet held special affection for her little brother. He looked at Crush skeptically and asked, "You think we can defeat the thousand-faced demon with that technique?" Chris looked straight into his brother's eyes and replied confidently, "Maybe." He couldn't defeat the demon alone, but if his brother fought alongside him, was there a chance of winning? Instead of running from the thousand-faced demon and dying slowly in this eroded zone, "I think this way is worth a shot," Crush said, standing tall in the rain, trying to persuade his exhausted brother. He knew Belokan didn't trust him, so he went for the crucial point. "But brother, surely you trust in her skills, right?" Belokan was silent for a moment, then admitted the truth. "Yeah, Scarlet is a genius after all." He struggled to his feet, pulling his sword from the ground, and gave a final warning. "But if we fail, we're both dead, kid." Crush smirked as a powerful dark purple energy began to erupt around his body, and he declared with certainty, "Don't you worry. I will absolutely not fail." "The thousand-faced demon is approaching," Crush whispered, his sharp eyes watching the enemy draw closer through the heavy rain. He turned to his injured brother and asked, "Brother Veraclean, are you ready to cast Ignis?" Belokan suppressed his pain and nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, ready." Flames began to erupt from his hand. Crush said decisively, "Then let's begin." He stepped out from the bushes, his eyes closed to focus all his spirit. Suddenly, a brilliant and pure blue aura erupted, enveloping Crush's small body and his sword. Witnessing this, Belokan's heart pounded in astonishment. He uttered in shock, "What such incredible focus?" He stared at the transparent aura, the likes of which he had never seen before, clearly sensing its absolute purity. In his mind, Belokan admitted with shock, "When he told me to combine the Ignis flame with Scarlet's secret art, I didn't believe him. But now I see it with my own eyes." He couldn't understand how the aura he had failed to master, despite years of grueling training, was being used so easily by Crush. "Veraclean!" Crush's voice pulled him from his thoughts. He commanded, "Use Ignis." Belokan stammered, Right, snapping out of his thoughts. Belokan focused on channeling the flame into Crush's sword. The two powerful energies began to merge, transforming the sacred sword into a blazing projectile in the dark night. Crush gripped the sword tightly, his eyes fixed ahead with determination, and he softly uttered, "Is something wrong?" Crush turned and asked, seeing Belokan still frozen in astonishment. He continued casually, "Never mind, looks like I'll make it in time. I don't need your help anymore." Belokan was speechless at the sheer overconfidence of the little brother he had always despised. What? Looking into Crush's glowing eyes, he realized with horror that the flame radiating from his brother's sword was even more intense and purer than his own. Belokan trembled as he admitted, "That sword, it really has enough power to finish the thousand-faced demon in an instant." Humiliating memories flooded his mind of the battle where he lost all his subordinates and had to flee in disgrace, watching his entire knightly order perish. He too had been overconfident, which led to this terrible outcome. A mad jealousy began to rise within him. Veraclean wondered if Crush could actually defeat this monster. Could it be that he was even weaker than a failure? At that moment, Crush shot forward like a fiery bolt of lightning, swinging his sword to deliver a fatal blow to the demon's hideous body. A massive pillar of fire erupted, incinerating everything in its horrific heat. Veraclean froze, sweat streaming down his face, which was contorted in shock as he witnessed that powerful entity being completely obliterated. The erosion zone vanished, revealing a clear blue sky and a lush green meadow under the brilliant sun. Crush stood proudly amidst the peaceful scenery. He turned to look at his brother, and casually announced, "Hey brother, I've taken care of it." Instead of gratitude, Veraclean's face darkened with resentment. Was it that easy? He gritted his teeth, suddenly drawing his sword and charging at Crush from behind with a crazed roar. "Then you can just die!" But Crush was faster. He spun around, blocking the slash to the trader's utter astonishment. He knew he would turn on him eventually. Awakens realized in shock that he couldn't use his Ignis skill at all. He had no idea that all of his power was being suppressed by Crush's dark purple energy. Crush looked him straight in the eye and said mockingly, "Thanks, Awakens." As Crush stared at Awakens with ice-cold eyes, his body was enveloped in a sinister, dark purple aura. He calmly added bitterly, "Because you haven't changed at all." It turned out the entire sequence of events was part of Crush's plan to fulfill the unlock condition for the Black Hat skill on Awakens. This stealing condition was simple, yet incredibly cruel. First, the target must willingly give a portion of their XN to the opponent. Second, they must believe the opponent can master the XN better than they can. And finally, the deciding factor is the complete collapse of their pride. The moment Crush swung his sword, all of the XN power officially became his. Awakens screamed tragically in utter agony as his core power was stripped away. Seeing the one who had tormented him, now prostrate at his feet, Crush coldly called his name Awakens. The grudges from his past life, and this one he would repay them all. Memories of his ostracized childhood suddenly flooded back. When poor little Crush yearned to get along with his brother and everyone in the family, his goodwill was always met with venomous rejection. "Don't meddle in what's not your business," or "You can't do anything right." It was Awakens' persistent hostility that blocked any chance for Crush to reconcile. Despite being treated so horribly, he still held on to a faint hope that just this once, Awakens would accept him as a true younger brother. Crush's eyes were sad but resolute as he stared into the empty space. He mocked his own past naivety for still clinging to the thought, "Because we're brothers, this time they'll acknowledge me." But cruel reality slapped him right in the face. It turned out that even at the very end, Awakens never had a single good thought for this little brother of his. Even when he was on the brink of death and saved by his little brother, he still intended to kill him. Awakens now lay crumpled on the ground, his breathing ragged in a state of utter misery. Crush coldly bent down and asked, "It hurts, doesn't it?" He recalled the old grudge from the previous timeline when Awakens had mercilessly burned his arm and face, making him writhe on the ground in agony, just like him now. Crush decisively turned his back, leaving the defeated man groaning amidst the ruins. He gave a small, bitter smirk. "Heh, how ironic, for today to be such a beautiful day." Lord Awakens' entire team was wiped out. This shocking news sent the main Van Heem estate into an uproar. The recent erosion zone had been reclassified as 5-star, a terrifying level that only high-ranking experts could suppress. Amidst the doubtful whispers, an angry person shouted, "What does that mean?" Only that failure survived. Immediately, the head butler of Van Heem coldly cut him off. "Watch your mouth, servant. Lord Awakens died protecting his younger brother. Let us honor that noble sacrifice." Seems there's a slight misunderstanding about who the hero is here, isn't there? Standing in the middle of the funeral, Crush observed it all calmly. He thought to himself, "They believe the testimony, so I don't have to worry about being suspected." In fact, thanks to Awakens' disappearance, this mission yielded unexpected results. Crush had now fully adapted to the blood-soaked poison and confirmed that his sixth sense could somewhat control his frenzies, especially through the stolen Ignis skill. He had obtained a new power called Black Flame. A mysterious dark purple flame erupted on Crush's hand, one that could incinerate anything by touching the essence of the world's erosion. The result was the Black Flame, a trump card even stronger than he'd expected. Although its color looked sinister, Crush was completely at ease since others couldn't see it. However, the only remaining problem at the clan was the investigation into the abnormal phenomenon in the eroded lands, who caused it without leaving a single trace. Entering the meeting room, Crush heard a voice call out, "Come in?" He knew the truth behind those phenomena. It was the work of world invaders. The true body of an immortal was resting in an eternal slumber. It could only observe reality through its minions. The fact that they were starting to move meant that Crush could encounter the minions of that immortal at any time. As soon as he entered the room, he met Saphira, a fourth-class investigator from the Erosion Survey Bureau. She announced, "Lord Crush has arrived. We were waiting for you." Immediately, Crush noticed something unusual on her neck, a distinct black star. "Didn't expect we'd meet again so soon." To Saphira's confusion, Crush coldly pointed directly at her and declared, "Hey, immortal, I want to negotiate with you. I will erase your immortality." His eyes bored into his opponent as he dropped a shocking question. "Tell me, you're a regressor, aren't you?" When questioned so bluntly by Crush, Saphira's face suddenly distorted, her eyes glowing red with a demonic smile as the entity within spoke. I was searching for a different destination, but it seems fate has sent me to the wrong place. Before I turned back time under Arthur's orders, I once tried to steal that guy's immortality. But that effort failed miserably. Memories of his chained and besieged body returned. Back then, the immortal only had enough strength to maintain his regeneration with no power left to control his subordinates. Saphira from his memories whispered, so the reason he ordered so many minions around is because his real body was cursed and couldn't move. How pathetic, right? Immediately, Sigrun snapped, Pathetic, did you forget he's the one who leveled up the erosion zones and sowed hell upon us? Sigrun continued to berate her. Stop pretending to be so noble, causing Saphira to only stammer in embarrassment. Sir Sigrun, I didn't mean it like that. She could only stand there and take Sigrun's scolding, even though the problem with the immortal seemed to be over, and the meaningless battles would end. But reality was incredibly bitter. The Crush of the past admitted with a bitter laugh when asked about stealing the power. That's right. No matter how many times I was reborn, it was still considered impossible. The reason is simple, the condition to unlock the Black Hat skill on immortality is a barrier. That can't be overcome, because its requirement is to be stronger than the immortal, a goal that Crush was completely unable to achieve back then. Back in the present, the entity possessing Saphira's body gave a demonic grin and asked directly, Tell me, you're a regressor, aren't you? At that, Crush calmly asked back, A regressor, huh? What makes you think I'm a regressor? The other entity laughed sinisterly and explained, The moment a child dared to propose a deal with someone like me, you revealed yourself. Only a regressor would dare to do something like that. It looked contemptuously at the boy before it. Someone trapped in their own endless loop dares to declare they will kill an entity that transcends time itself. It covered its face and let out a loud, crazed laugh. Don't make me laugh with such obvious lies. Letting him laugh for a moment, he then spoke up. This isn't a lie, Crush stated coldly, holding out his hand which was emitting a dark purple energy. A grotesque mouth with sharp teeth suddenly appeared in the middle of his palm. Crush explained that thanks to this special Black Hat skill, he was fully capable of stealing even his opponent's immortality. Hearing this, the entity inside Saphira's body suddenly fell silent, memories of centuries of solitude resurfacing. He admitted that he himself had upgraded each erosion zone over hundreds of years for a single purpose, to find someone strong enough to end his life. Now, with the one capable of stealing his curse of immortality finally standing before him, he asked, trembling, about Crush's condition. In response, Crush stated his demand bluntly. Help me become stronger. He explained that his skill could only be activated when he was stronger than his target. The other entity broke into a gratified smile and decided, In that case, I will take you as my disciple. He was willing to do anything, even sell his soul, as long as he could escape this cursed immortality. Being unable to die was the most disgusting and terrifying thing to him. A blazing red aura erupted violently. The entity officially revealed its true identity, Crimson Garden August. Will make you the strongest. A projection of a gigantic fiery dragon god appeared behind him, emitting a soul-crushing pressure that forced Crush to brace himself. He was stunned. He realized that the aura from the projection alone was enough to completely overwhelm everything around him. Crush knew well that Crimson Garden was once an entity whose power rivaled Arthur's and commanded countless fearsome subordinates. He told himself that thanks to him he would have a chance to become even stronger to protect the world from the brink of destruction, even if it meant borrowing the power of an invader. However, a worrying truth suddenly became clear in Crush's mind. According to the laws of the timeline, the regression skill he stole from Arthur in the future had now returned to Arthur's hands in this life. That meant Crush no longer had the power to turn back time. If this world perishes once more in this era, it will all truly be over. I only have one chance to save the world. If this world falls, I'll disappear along with it. Crush stared at his trembling hand while the entity Crimson Garden, August in Saphira's body, smiled cryptically. It's nice to have a companion, Cream. When Crush repeated the unfamiliar name in confusion, Cream, he was immediately met with a hard smack to the head. Saphira growled, It's Crush, call me master now. Rubbing his aching head while walking down the hallway, Crush let out a sigh of relief. All right, I can finally leave this place. Crimson asked curiously. You don't live here. Crush admitted pensively that he hadn't set foot in the main residence for so many years. He'd almost forgotten his parents' faces. As he walked through the magnificent Vankiri Hall, a servant suddenly blocked his path to announce, "Lady Arya wishes to see you." Crush thought to himself that his mother was probably curious about the rumors that he had changed. That was why she wanted to meet. But it didn't stop there. The servant added another shocking piece of news. "The Patriarch said that after he returns from the Forbidden Zone, he wishes to see you privately." Crush was stunned. "Father wants to see me." He knew well that his father was an incredibly terrifying being who had reached the demigod level. Why do they both want to see me now? Are they curious about how much this son has grown up? Crush wondered if his father had sensed something unusual about him through the stars. Although Lady Arya requested he stay at the main residence and wait, Crush thought of Bianca waiting at home and all the important things he needed to do. He didn't want to waste time in this place, so he asked to be sure, "So this isn't a direct order from my father, right? In that case, I'll be heading home first." Ignoring the servant's shock, Crush decisively turned and walked away. "I'll come back when my father summons me, or perhaps he'll come find me himself," Crush thought as the carriage rolled away from the residence. Lying back on the seat, he let out a long, satisfying yawn, relieved to finally be free from that suffocating place. At the same time, he told himself he wouldn't be coming back here for a while. Suddenly, the entity Crimson reappeared, chiding, "Have some manners, you disrespectful disciple. Open the door. Don't you think a color like crimson is a bit too conspicuous?" Crush frowned, looking at the bright red crow perched on his shoulder. Crimson nonchalantly changed its feathers to jet black. Then it replied smugly, "Don't worry, I can change my color anytime I want. See? Now I look just like a crow." He didn't forget to mock me, saying I was now as pitch black as Crass's soul. Crass furiously snapped back, "I have to get your curse soon." As the two were happily teasing each other, Crass suddenly asked about Crimson's true form. Crimson sighed, calling Crass a petty fake regressor for intentionally touching upon the pain of his immobile body. Crass thought to himself that in reality Arthur was the true regressor, and he was just borrowing a faint copy of that skill. But he decided there was no need to explain this to Crimson. When they arrived at the Green Pine Pavilion at dusk, the crow suddenly reminded Crass to be kind to the white-haired girl inside. The girl in front of him was Bianca, wearing a cute bird-shaped hoodie. She clutched a book to her chest and said softly, "Welcome back, sir." Crass smiled triumphantly at Crimson. "See, I told you I'd be back." Just then, the butler Ariel rushed over to report that a letter from Darling had arrived. Crass curiously opened it and was left speechless when he saw Darling boasting about having completed the discoloration cure, thanks to always thinking about him, complete with a bright red lipstick kiss on the paper. He instructed Ares to treat Darling with the utmost care as he was their future benefactor. Ares respectfully obeyed and then quietly revealed that Bianca had been so worried she was about to drive a carriage to the main mansion herself to find him as soon as she heard about the erosion zone. Crass stared at Bianca in silence, never expecting she would worry about him with such genuine feelings. He thought to himself that it had been a while since he checked the sigil on her. Suddenly, a surge of dark purple energy from the Black Hat erupted, revealing a magical lock with a requirement: become Bianca's friend. The moment their eyes met, a brilliant notification appeared confirming condition 1 had been met. Bianca's first lock was officially released, to his utter astonishment. Crass was completely stunned. He froze his eyes wide open as he witnessed the brilliant notification from the Black Hat skill. First unlock condition: become Bianca's friend. Everything happened so fast, leaving him dumbfounded. He wondered to himself, Bianca's first lock, it's already open. Seeing Crass staring at her, Bianca asked blankly, "Is there something on my face?" He was startled and stammered awkwardly, "No. I just wanted to introduce you to a new friend." Crass held out the crow. "This is Crimson," he introduced. "His name is Cream." A name that sounded much softer and more approachable. Bianca took the crow, hugged it, and whispered, "Cream, he really is as soft as fresh cream." Watching the peaceful scene, Crass smiled. "So you like animals too, huh, Bianca?" The word "two" proved that the two had found another thing in common. However, the real challenge had just begun. A second lock appeared tauntingly. "How do I open the second lock?" The purple text clearly showed the new condition: become someone important to Bianca. Crass pondered, analyzing it. Usually important people are parents, children, friends, or lovers, he thought to himself. Theoretically, I'm her fiancé, so becoming her lover is probably the most feasible option. but immediately a doubt surfaced in his mind. Could he really become the lover of an emotionless Bianca, moreover, with the soul of a regressed adult having to court a 12-year-old girl? Made him feel extremely awkward. Just then Crimson spoke up teasingly. Looks like that pale little girl likes you. Keep sticking to her, and I'm sure she'll really grow fond of you, too. Being teased by Crimson, he could only stand there rooted to the spot in embarrassment. Anyway, Crass, Crimson's voice cut through the quiet night air. Crass asked, What is it, Crow? With blazing red eyes, it suddenly emitted a chilling, murderous aura. It declared coldly, I want to test your strength. Playtime is over. Go to the training ground. Crass was stunned for a moment, then decisively accepted. Fine. On the training ground, its earth shattered. Crass lay flat on his back, breathing heavily, completely exhausted. Crimson couldn't help but mock him. How pitiful. For a regressor, your talent is just awful. Crass bitterly admitted the harsh truth. I already told you, didn't I? I'm a total failure. Crimson continued to pour cold water on him, saying that Crass had only gotten this far, thanks to his past experience and his own tricks. But all that effort would soon be surpassed by a true genius in less than 5 years. However, that's only if we're talking about pure talent. Crimson floated in the air, radiating a powerful, blazing red pressure that enveloped the area. He asserted, That kind of talent means nothing in front of Crass, because you possess a special skill of your own. If you lack talent, just go steal it from others. Since you're still lacking a lot to become strong, I promise to be the one to pull you out of this mud, help you seize everything from places higher than the clouds, and finally steal my immortality. Deal. Crimson lowered his voice. The projection of a majestic red-haired demon with long horns appeared right behind the crow. Crass sat on the ground looking up at the powerful entity before him with a resolute gaze and affirmed with certainty, Of course I will. A few days later, in the Green Pine estate, Darling suddenly appeared with a cheerful expression. He bounced around calling out, Hey, hey! Have you been waiting long? Cutie Crass, who was diligently practicing his swordsmanship, couldn't help but reply with annoyance. Since when did I become your cutie? Ignoring his coldness, Darling remained cheerful. Crass cut straight to the chase. Anyway, did you bring the thing I asked for? When asked about what he had just concocted, he happily handed it to Crass. Hee, it's finished! Darling smugly presented the newly completed potion vial. He asked smugly, What do you think? I'm a genius, aren't I? Crush casually admitted. Why ask the obvious? You've always been a genius. Those words made Darling freeze, deeply moved, and he rushed to hug Crush tightly. Crush snapped, Hey, get off me! Darling suddenly changed the subject. Oh, right. I want to tell you something. I heard Anix has changed. He stopped training after losing to Charlotte, but rumor has it he started again after the incident at the Holy Land. Crush clutched his head, thinking, could that traitor have been inspired again? By me. But then he waved the thought away. Damn it, I don't give a damn about Anix. If you're done, go home. Crush knew Stallone had other targets besides Vanheim. Just then the Crimson Crow spoke up. No, it's fine. I was planning to use an elixir to strengthen your weak constitution. Have that alchemist star over there concoct one for you. So this androgynous guy finally has something to do. It was a special potion that increased physical stats and aura, something incredibly expensive and usually passed down through family secrets. An elixir reserved for only a select few. Back then I wouldn't have even dared to dream of it, Crush thought to himself. Seeing Darling still clinging to him teasingly, he yelled, Hey, what do you think you're doing? The Crimson Crow urged, I know the formula, just tell him to follow it. Crush immediately changed his mind. I have one more thing to ask you. I need you to concoct an elixir for me. Darling looked bewildered. Huh, but you just told me to go home. What so suddenly did the news about Anix get you all excited? He asked worriedly if Crush had enough ingredients. Because the Vanheim family definitely won't support you. Crush looked ahead with a determined gaze. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. If I use my knowledge from before my regression, it should be possible. Crush calculated in his head, deciding to create the legendary elixir. With it, he could quickly gain superior power. Under the Crimson Crow's guidance, repeat after me. Crush began to list the ingredients for the elixir. Darling stood beside him, his eyes wide with astonishment, ceaselessly jotting notes in his notebook. So, you do this with that and then that like this. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Whoa, where did you get this information? And Crush just replied nonchalantly, It's a Vanheim family secret. Darling nodded, convinced. As expected of the Vanheim family. However, his excitement was quickly replaced by worry. Darling looked at his notebook and sighed. I really want to try. But the problem is, how do we get the ingredients? He listed the hardest ones to find. I'd never even get a chance to touch a frostfire mushroom or a golden dragon herb. Darling explained that the frostfire mushroom only grows in the Haydenhaus region, but the treacherous high mountains and erosion have made it nearly extinct. Hearing this, Crush came up with an idea. I'll ask my fiancée. Her family is in Haydenhaus. He suddenly realized Bianca was the key to the first ingredient. What about the golden dragon herb Crush? It continued to ask about the second component. Darling explained it was a legendary herb that only grows near the nests of golden dragons on the Empire's remote borders. Going there to search for it is pretty much impossible. He hesitantly suggested, maybe we could buy it from the black market. But immediately Darling grew worried again. But if the Empire finds out, it'll be big trouble. Illegally trading, and the nation's rare items always comes with brutal punishments. Crush crossed his arms, thinking, his eyes filled with determination. If there's no other way, then I'll just have to hunt down a black market dealer. Just then, Darling raised a finger, excitedly cutting in, let me show you a better way. Crush was perplexed. Another way? Darling revealed a martial arts tournament for teens under 15 was about to be held in the Apania Empire. He insisted, you just have to win first place. The prize for that tournament is the golden dragon herb. What do you think? Isn't it a brilliant idea? Crush clutched his head in frustration. Have you forgotten? I'm a Vanheim. He was worried that the Empire was using this tournament against the Academy, and the appearance of a Vanheim member would mess everything up. However, Darling gave a mischievous wink and took out a pink potion. Of course I already have a plan. Sweetie, just leave it to this genius. Hey, drink this. After saying that, Darling placed the potion in Crush's hand. As Crush looked at the transparent pink potion with suspicion, he thought, what is this? It's so clear. I have to drink it. Without much more thought, he drained the potion. Immediately, an intense pain washed over him, making Crush scream in agony. When the light faded, he was stunned to realize his body had completely transformed into a young girl with long hair and a slender figure. Crush shrieked in horror. What the hell is this, Darling? Only then did Darling giggle, explaining his crazy plan. Anyone can participate in the tournament as long as they don't reveal their identity, right? Just join as a girl, it'll be fine. Crush, utterly enraged by this cruel joke, grabbed Darling and roared in desperation. Cut it out. Change me back now. Even the Crimson Crow, witnessing this scene, could only remain silent, its bright red eyes filled with pity. That's what he gets for being so hasty. He drank it without a second thought, not suspecting a thing. Ha ha. Crush's fury erupted. His eyes blazed with killing intent while a dark purple energy from his black hat began to envelop his menacing hand. He growled, interrogating the mastermind behind this, "Are you messing with me?" Witnessing the terrifying power about to be unleashed, Darling turned pale, sweat pouring down his face in fear, and could only stammer out a plea. I'm sorry. The alchemist's desperate cries for help echoed through the space. I'm so sorry, hic. A few days later, Crush was training diligently at the manor under Crimson's strict supervision. Streams of aura, deep blue, flared violently around his sword as he repeatedly executed powerful offensive and defensive maneuvers, concentrating intensely to counter the streams of crimson energy unleashed by Crimson. He swiftly dodged and parried every blow in the blink of an eye, creating powerful aftershocks in the training room. After a fierce exchange, Crimson spoke up. That's enough. Crush collapsed to the floor, breathing heavily from exhaustion. The Black Crow hovered above, remarking with satisfaction, the dull blade I'm teaching you this time is an advanced technique. The skill to read an opponent's every move in an instant without any delay. The training was tough, but you've learned quite a few moves. He asserted that with just his natural instincts and sixth sense, Crush had reached a state bordering on mastery. Crimson encouraged him, once you enhance your physique with high-grade medicinal herbs, your body will gradually catch up to your combat mindset, and you'll become even stronger. It's time to leave this place. Crimson's reminder lifted Crush's spirits. He responded with a firm yes, then put on his brown cloak and prepared his belongings to head out and participate in the tournament in the Empire. All right, time to go, Crush thought to himself as he strode down the manor's hallway. He took out a shimmering blue potion and felt lucky to have brought it. Memories from a few days ago resurfaced when Crush held this potion and asked Darling, with this potion, I won't have to worry about my identity being exposed, right? Darling excitedly confirmed. Not even magic can expose your identity, helping you easily disguise yourself as a commoner from a neighboring kingdom to participate in the tournament. Remembering the cruel joke from before, Crush snapped, "You should have given me this from the start. Why did you turn me into a woman, you bastard? Ling could only chuckle and try to calm him down. I was just joking a little. Don't be so angry. Only after learning the potion's effect lasted for about a day did Crush finally calm down. What a relief. I was only a girl for one day. A girl. Any longer, and I don't know how I would have faced my fiancé. Back in the present, he officially left Thantung Cat to begin his new journey. He's reliable, all right, but dealing with his mischievous personality is exhausting. Crush sighed, holding the disguise potion in his hand. At the manor's gate, the butler, Ares, had everything ready for his trip. He reported, "We have been waiting for you, Lord Crush. I have prepared a broker from the Badlands and a merchant to assist with your secret infiltration. Please maintain your secret identity throughout the journey." Crush commented with satisfaction on the butler's thoroughness. A merchant who trades with creatures from the Badlands, huh? With preparations like these, crossing the border will be easy. That's just your style, Ares? Thanks to Ares' arrangements, Crush could leave Thantung Cat without worrying about any trouble arising. Ares bowed and accepted the praise. His eyes flared with a steady, deep blue protective aura. "Yes, please leave this place to me. I will not let anyone step inside, not even if the head of the house himself comes." But Lear was completely and utterly devoted to his young master. This absolute loyalty from Ares stemmed from an event the day before. Right after Darling delivered the color-changing healing potion, the old butler had collapsed at Crush's feet, sobbing. "Thank you, my lord, for saving my daughter. Now that this is settled, I have no more regrets." As Crush looked at the man, overwhelmed by this act of grace, he replied, cold yet commanding, "If you are truly grateful to me, then live. No matter what, I will ensure your daughter's safety. So spend the rest of your life serving me until I grant you your freedom." Crush thought to himself that compared to his daughter's life, this was a small price for Ares to pay. Ares cried out with overwhelming emotion, "Yes, sir, I swear I will continue to live to serve you." Witnessing that devotion, Crush thought to himself, perhaps he could finally forget Ares' betrayal in his past life. Turning to Bianca, who was now wearing a tightly drawn hooded cloak, he said gently, "Bianca, thank you for your help. I know you have to leave for a mission soon." Crush added, "It's been a long time since you visited home. Feel free to enjoy your time there and get plenty of rest." However, Bianca immediately rejected his concern. She stated firmly, "No. As soon as I'm done preserving the slime, I will return immediately. I will await your return at Thantung Cat, Lord Crush." Bianca swept past Crush with a determined expression, leaving him stunned. How can a girl who's only 12 years old have such decisive and resolute thoughts? "All right, I'll be back as soon as I can." Crush smiled and said goodbye while holding a wicker basket in his hand and looking at the delicious-looking sandwiches inside. He silently realized that the noise from last night was Bianca diligently preparing this breakfast for him. He gave a small nod of thanks and promised to eat it later. Bianca pulled her hood down lower. With sad eyes, she watched him go and quietly wished him a safe journey. Crush didn't forget to tell her to take care either, then gave a firm wave goodbye. The carriage began to roll, heading straight for the Empire under the guidance of the Crow. Crimson soared high above. 5 peaceful days passed, and Crush used the time in the carriage to train diligently, causing the dark flame and corrosive energy to surge relentlessly. It swirled around his body. Crimson hovered nearby and asked about the state of his corrosive power. Crush calmly replied that thanks to his sixth sense, it was quite stable. Even so, he still felt a bit regretful because this merchant was too careful, constantly choosing safe routes, which gave him no opportunity to absorb more corrosive energy along the way. Looking at the blue-haired merchant girl calmly eating an apple up front, Crimson silently mused, "This just proves your steward is truly talented. He chose your guide very carefully." Suddenly, the apple in the girl's hand dropped to the ground in surprise. The Crow Crimson immediately became alert. "Looks like the carriage is in trouble." A gang of fierce bandits suddenly appeared surrounding the poor merchant girl. She only had time to let out a frightened whimper as they cornered her. The masked leader stepped forward coldly, while his underlings behind him smirked sinisterly at their boss's bottomless greed. A rough hand grabbed the girl's head. All she could do was sob in despair. She bitterly blamed herself for not noticing the bandits sooner and feared that her life would end in this desolate place. But then a flash of dark purple light suddenly tore through the air, cutting down the surrounding bandits in an instant. Crush appeared, his eyes as cold as death. The bandits were stunned. "Who the hell is that scrawny kid?" Furious at being interrupted, the leader roared, "Get him now!" At once, the entire ferocious gang swung their axes and spiked maces, charging madly towards Crush. They charged aggressively, thinking he was too small to fight them. "Hey, kid!" a bandit yelled as they all rushed at Crush. Another one sneered triumphantly, "What other tricks you got? You don't even have a weapon to rely on." Faced with the surrounding enemies, Crush remained strangely calm. He gave a slight smirk as a surge of dark purple energy erupted from his hand, forming a powerful sword of shadow. "A weapon, you mean this?" In the blink of an eye, Crush swung his sword. The slashes carrying a purple aura left the entire gang unable to resist. Crush's cold gaze locked onto the leader. It made him shudder. The masked leader, gripping a giant axe, began to realize something was wrong. "Turns out you're no ordinary kid," he snarled. He swung the heavy axe down for a fatal blow. "I'll finish you in one strike." But against that immense power, Crush managed to raise his energy sword in time to block. The impact created a shower of sparks, making the leader's eyes widen in astonishment. Crush not only stopped the attack, but also quickly counterattacked with a brilliant slash. The leader was stunned. He read my attack. He never imagined that the same move he used on others would now be used against him. Immediately after, a blazing inferno suddenly erupted. It burst forth, engulfing Crush's body. Seeing that familiar flame and this overwhelming aura, "You're the disciple of the Butcher's Hound." Butcher was a maniacal murderer, the one behind the White Devil Bianca, and a pawn of the world-invading forces. He had once been ordered to infiltrate Stalin to slaughter civilians, but in the end all his crimes ended at Charlotte's blade. Crush waved his hand, and a wave of dark flame incinerated the enemy in an instant. He pondered, so what does all of this mean? Thanks to her feat of defeating Butcher, Charlotte became famous throughout the empire. The royal newspaper even reported on the 16-year-old lady of the house, Van Hem, defeating a minion of the invaders. However, according to the original timeline, he wasn't supposed to infiltrate Stalin at this time. So why did his disciple appear in this lawless land? Isn't this way too early? Crush felt that the threads of fate were unraveling faster than he had imagined. "I have a bad feeling," Crush thought to himself. He decided he had to get the bottle of Golden Dragon Potion and get out of here quickly. The journey continued, bringing him to Ceylon, the magnificent white capital of the Epania Empire. The atmosphere here was buzzing with the opening ceremony of the martial arts tournament, and the streets were packed with crowds of people. The crowd buzzed with excitement, watching the endless stream of interesting characters. Among them, a young woman with white hair stood out conspicuously. That was Sydney Epania, the fourth princess of the empire. At just 14 years old, Sydney observed the arena with a calculating gaze. "My diamonds in the rough. I'll drag them all back to the Rahan Academy." She planned to use this tournament to snatch a few talents for the royal palace. Seeing the princess's rather uninhibited demeanor, her lady-in-waiting reminded her with concern. "Your Highness, that is not very becoming. If His Majesty saw you, he would faint on the spot." At the mention of her father, Sydney could only sigh in exasperation. "Don't mention my father. Ugh, speak of the devil." And immediately, an image of the emperor roaring in anger appeared. "Sydney, is that you again?" Sydney Epania was the emperor's youngest princess, a genius who had displayed extraordinary intellect since the age of 7. When she solved complex mathematical theorems, the ministers were astonished, declaring that she would rewrite the empire's history and that they must report this outstanding talent to His Majesty at once. A candidate for the throne. Sydney stared at the paper in her hand with worried eyes. She knew very well that if a weak person like herself got caught up in the brutal struggle for the throne, death would come in the blink of an eye. To save her own life, Sydney decisively crumpled the paper and began to act out a crazy charade, throwing pages of a book into the air and laughing like a fool. She told herself she had to make them give up on the idea of making her the successor, or else she would never survive. In the royal court, a place rife with schemes where siblings would find any way to eliminate each other if given the chance. From that day on, Sydney used all of her genius intellect to carefully build the image of a defiant, destructive, and completely uncontrollable princess. She caused trouble everywhere, making the old scholars in the library run after her, frantically trying in vain to stop her. Eventually, Even those who once had great expectations for her began to lose heart and sigh, admitting they had misjudged her. Whispers began to circulate. They started to see her as unworthy of being the heir to the throne. Lying across a table with a bored expression, Sydney listened as her lady-in-waiting Sarah, who had watched over her for many years, spoke up to remind her. Sarah stated that she knew this was all just a fake persona, but she also warned that recently, "Your Highness has been overacting." Suddenly, Sydney shot up, pointed towards the crowd, and called out, "Sarah, look!" Her eyes were drawn to a figure in a black cloak walking by. He was walking sullenly with a crow perched on his shoulder. Sydney silently assessed him. A dark aura, cunning eyes, and he even has a crow on his shoulder. In her eyes, everything about the person walking sullenly over there was an impressive highlight. She confirmed this as she looked the stranger all over. He absolutely reeks of a true villain. Sydney bet that he was a member of the Vanham clan, the sworn enemies of the Apania royal family. Although it was unbelievable that a Vanham member would appear publicly here, Sydney still trusted her intuition and declared that she would investigate the truth of the matter herself. Ignoring Sarah's frantic calls to stop her, Princess Sydney leaped down and dashed off, intending to unmask the suspicious individual immediately. In her haste to chase her target, Sydney suddenly tripped and realized with alarm that she was about to fall flat on her face. But just as she thought she was going to hit the floor, a hand reached out in time to catch her. Stunned, Sydney looked up and realized she had run right into the man in the black cloak from before. Crush looked coldly at the unruly kid in his arms and let out a reminder, "You should watch where you're going." After helping her stand steady, he nonchalantly continued on his way through the crowded hall, leaving Sydney standing there staring after his mysterious back with a completely stunned expression. He had certainly left quite an impression on her. Sydney stood motionless, her mind in turmoil over the stranger's attitude. That voice. And that attitude. Does he know who I am? Meanwhile, Crush walked on silently, thinking that luck was smiling on him for having run into the fourth princess so soon. He reminded himself it was best to avoid any further contact with her to protect his secret. Crush took out the registration form with his fake name, Cloud, 14 years old, from the Ogwen region of the Empire. After completing the procedures, he started looking for a place to stay, but everywhere he went, he was met with cold, no vacancy signs hanging on the doors. Crush muttered in frustration, "Everywhere is full." Standing on a porch, Crush sighed in disappointment. "Looks like I'll have to sleep on the streets tonight." Suddenly, an elderly voice called out, "Hey, young man!" Crush opened his eyes, surprised to see a kind-looking old woman standing before him. She asked if he was a participant in the martial arts tournament. Then she kindly offered, "If you don't have a place to sleep, you can stay at my house." Even as the Crow Crimson looked on with suspicion, assessing this situation as highly suspicious, Crush, however, flashed a bright smile and replied, "Really, in that case, I'll gladly accept." He agreed to follow the old woman without any hesitation. Crimson flew behind, constantly nagging, "Hey, didn't anyone ever teach you not to follow strangers?" Crush walked on nonchalantly. He thought to himself that he had slept on the streets far too many times in his past life, and he was sick of it now. This nonchalant attitude made the crow just click its tongue in exasperation at the troublesomeness of these so-called regressors. As dusk fell, they stopped in front of a wooden house that was cozy right in the heart of the capital. The old woman instructed him, "You can use the back room on the second floor. I'll prepare dinner. Come down and join me in a bit, okay?" Crush bowed respectfully. "I'm very grateful, ma'am." Walking upstairs, Crush let out a sigh of relief, finally having a bed to rest on. However, just as he was about to head to his room, he suddenly froze in astonishment. Huh! Right in front of him was Princess Sydney. She was equally stunned to recognize him. It's you from earlier." Crush covered his face, helpless against the absurd coincidence, while Crimson furiously squawked, "What is this model? See, it's a trap. I told you not to follow strangers." Realizing it would be extremely troublesome if he were identified, Crass decided to ignore her and quietly slip back to his room. Seeing him leave in a hurry without a greeting, "You really are a weirdo." Sidley followed Crass, chattering non-stop. "Why would you ignore a beautiful girl who's trying to talk to you? Don't tell me I'm not your type." Crass frowned, annoyed. He walked away decisively and replied coldly, "You're not my type. There are plenty of people in this world 100 times more beautiful than you." Hearing this, Sidley just smirked curiously. "Oh, like who?" But Crass remained distant. He snapped, "I have no obligation to answer you." "But Sidley, seemed completely unfazed by his dismissal. She giggled, skipping along behind him. "You're just as mysterious as you look." Her shameless persistence irritated Crass even more. He growled, "Stop following me." Despite his harsh attitude, Sidley cheerfully suggested, "Come on, let's have dinner. I want to get to know you better." In response, Crass gave a blunt and final refusal. "I decline. You're trouble." The atmosphere suddenly grew thick and tense as Sidley stopped in the shadows of the hallway, radiating a completely different aura from her playful one earlier. "You know I'm a princess. Are you sure you want to treat me this way? So that's how it is." She's using her title to threaten him. As Crass froze, his eyes narrowed with vigilance. The crimson crow on his shoulder also began to sense something unusual from this girl. Sidley smirked knowingly, her eyes flashing as she watched his retreating back. "Huh." The gentleman from Starone Crass flinched, a cold sweat running down his back as he realized how sharp the little princess was. "If I keep talking to her, she'll figure out I'm from Van Hell," he replied coldly to cut off the conversation. "I don't know what you're talking about. Children should go to bed after dinner. You, talking to a princess and you call her a child." "Being called a child?" Sidley shouted in fury. "Who are you calling a child? You're just a kid yourself." Seeing this lady-in-waiting, Sarah approached and asked worriedly, "Your Highness, is that child really from Starone?" Sidley affirmed with certainty. "He is." She explained that although the Empire and the people of Starone share a language, the Starone people have a distinctive accent and intonation that's impossible to mistake. While Crass was casually having dinner downstairs, Sidley continued to observe and analyze. His accent is like that of the Empire, but he can't hide a few small details. Sarah was full of admiration. "You're so perceptive, Your Highness. Only someone like you could notice such a subtle difference." Sidley declared smugly that while commoners might miss it, she could remember and analyze everything she saw. She realized something strange. Even though I don't remember his face at all from his reaction, it's clear he knows exactly who I am. Sarah suggested with concern, "Should we capture him for interrogation, Your Highness?" But Sidley immediately dismissed the idea. She jumped down excitedly. "No, this is where it gets interesting. We shouldn't interfere." She would watch Crass's every move, wondering why he came to this forbidden land. However, her face suddenly turned serious as she asked for news about her other sister. Sarah bowed her head and confirmed yes. "Just as you predicted, Princess Siren. The third princess has completely changed after a year." Sarah's report was like a bucket of cold water dumped on Sidley's mind. A haunting image of Siren appeared with a dark face, crazed eyes, and blood on her lips. Sidley realized with horror, she's no longer the sister I once knew. The situation is becoming extremely serious. Sidley gripped the staircase railing, her eyes trembling with fear. My suspicions were correct. If this continues, the Grand Princess and the second princess will be in danger. The royal palace will be drenched in a sea of blood. At that very moment in the arena, a real massacre was taking place. The sound of dry, brutal collisions filled the air with dust, and the scene became gruesome with seriously injured opponents lying everywhere. The overwhelming power of the stranger left the crowd of spectators gaping in astonishment. The announcer's voice rang out loud and clear. "The preliminary round is over. The 4 winners please exit the arena." The witnesses were still in shock. They whispered in disbelief as Crass stood proudly amidst the wreckage. His hood concealed half his face, and the crow, a crimson, was perched demonically on his shoulder. Everyone was curious about him and the black crow that was always with him. The whispers began to surround him. Who is that hawk-eyed guy? Could he be an underground assassin? The attention wasn't just on him, but also on the bizarre crow. Even the crow on his shoulder is weird. Its wings keep flapping, but it won't fly away. Crass! He felt the pressure of Sidley's gaze. He thought to himself, has that girl been watching me since yesterday? Being watched by someone as smart as her made Crass feel extremely tired. Just a few words with her feels dangerous. She could pry information out of me, so tiring. However, he also reassured himself that at least the preliminary round had passed without any major incidents. This preliminary round was truly a brutal culling. 100 people in a free-for-all, but only the 4 strongest would advance to the official rounds. The weak have no chance of winning. That's the unchanging law of this arena. While walking through the dark corridors of the palace, Crush was suddenly blocked by a fighter whose body was covered in bandages and a web of scars. The man scrutinized him before speaking. "Ha, just like the rumors said, a crow on your shoulder and a cunning look on your face." Crush, annoyed, wondered to himself, what is it now? The man suddenly asked a question that stunned him. "You're a member of the Night Crows, aren't you?" Why would he ask something like that? The name Night Crows put Crush on high alert. They were the most notorious assassin organization in the Empire, famed for being the most dangerous underground group, and also one of the reasons the Empire fell in the old timeline. Crush calculated internally, "As an outsider to the Empire, I don't know the details, but I've never heard of a member of the Night Crows ever entering the Academy." He coldly denied it. "You're mistaken. I'm not one of them." Seeing Crush's firm attitude, the bandaged man immediately backed down, waving his hands frantically. "Hey, calm down. I know who's behind you. I don't want to cause any trouble either." He chuckled, making a blunt offer. "We're both people of the underworld. Let's be friends, huh? Nice to meet you, Night Crow." The bandaged man waved goodbye and hurried off, saying he was busy. Crush stood frozen, his mind racing, wondering about the one behind him the man had just mentioned. Crimson sensed something was wrong. The crow spoke up immediately. "This doesn't seem right. Let me handle it." Instantly, it cast some kind of illusion, causing the bandaged man to freeze in place. His eyes turned vacant. Utterly astonished, Crush saw the crow circle the man and asked what Crimson had just done. The crow answered nonchalantly, "It's just a simple mind control illusion." It didn't forget to add sarcastically that it only stepped in to help this time because Crush also had some talent. Seizing the opportunity, Crush began questioning the man who was now in a trance. "You the bandaged one. What happened to the Night Crows?" He whispered in response that the organization had recently been almost completely wiped out. Crush was stunned. If they've been wiped out, then why are they still monitoring this tournament? The bandaged man revealed it was all on the orders of a new master, one who had led them to the brink of despair. "Who is this new master?" Crush pressed. The answer shocked him to his core. The two princes of the Apania Empire. An image of the portly prince engrossed in his food appeared in his mind. He was the older brother of Sea Green and Sydney. Crush grew pensive because, according to his memories, the Night Crows were supposed to be a secret tool of the royal family used to monitor and manipulate the nobility by tracking their actions. Not so different from our modern-day street cameras, huh? The appearance of a new master, as the man claimed, was absurd. The connection between the Night Crows and the royal family was supposed to have been kept an absolute secret until the Empire's collapse. And yet now, a low-ranking grunt like him knows the two princes are leading the organization. This proved someone was intentionally leaking rumors to use him. Crush suddenly realized the two princes were merely pawns to strengthen the faction of the Crown Prince. But if he killed the Crown Prince, his own power base would crumble with him. And the one who would benefit most from all this chaos was the person watching quietly from the shadows, Sea Green Apania. The name sent a dreadful shiver through Crush's mind. He realized with a shock that the future Arthur had inherited in the previous timeline had actually succeeded, brilliantly so, but its outcome was utterly catastrophic. According to the information from the future that Crush possessed, Sea Green's goal was none other than to seize the royal symbol, the White Dragon, to pave a smooth path for Arthur to ascend to the throne. This madwoman had even planned to purge her own younger sister, Sydney. In the end, Siren would take her own life, leaving a solitary Arthur on the throne. It was he who led the Empire to ruin without her help. If Siren had taken the throne, the Empire would have been doomed to fall, and that collapse would have been the trigger that unleashed the world-devouring corrosion plague on a horrific scale. Crush gritted his teeth, a violent torrent of black and purple flame erupting around his hand. To stop the world from being destroyed, I have to shatter his plan and steal Sea Green's skills. He knew he couldn't just stand by and watch that tragedy repeat itself. Turning to the black crow perched on his shoulder, Crush pleaded, "Crimson, I need your help." Crimson flapped its wings, its crimson eyes boring into Crush with a warning. "Don't just rely on information from the future. It is I who decides whether or not to help you. So for this time only, I will assist you." Crush smiled and held out his hand for the crow to perch on. He glanced at the bandaged man lying motionless under the illusion's effect, and coldly decided to leave. He has served his purpose. But Crimson had another, more sinister idea. It flicked a pitch-black feather that embedded itself in the bandaged man's head and declared, In that case, I'll make him my slave. The Black Crow wasn't letting him go. It continued its game. Under Crimson's manipulation, the bandaged man staggered to his feet like a living corpse and walked away silently, following its command. Return to your post. Watching the man's back disappear down the dark corridor, Crimson asked about the next step. Crush adjusted his hood, his eyes sharp and cold. It's time to use my disguise. With this new identity, we will infiltrate the main tournament and hunt the real Night Crows. Meanwhile, in a dark, dusty library, a mysterious figure sat huddled amidst towering stacks of books. He flipped through old, yellowed pages, his hoarse voice echoing with killing intent. That slit-eyed bastard. His name is Crush, isn't it? He furiously tore the papers in his hands, gritting his teeth in rage. A blazing red energy erupted from his withered, mummy-like body. His blood-red eyes flashed in the darkness as he roared a hateful declaration. To think you dare impersonate a member of the Night Crows, I'll make you pay. This man mistakenly thought Crush was using the name of his Night Crows to show off. The official round began gathering the 32 best contestants on the continent. In the fiery arena, Crush, in his full disguise, easily overpowered a massive opponent. He locked the man in a chokehold, causing him to let out a weak groan before collapsing to the arena floor. To the astonishment of the thousands of spectators, the announcer's voice boomed across the stands. The winner of the 30-second match is Awakens. The crowd roared his name in unison, shouting his fake name in a fit of excitement. Crimson quietly remarked that everyone fought their hardest, but it was Crush's presence that made the match so intense. Crush silently adjusted the mask that covered his face, thinking to himself as everyone around him was so convinced that he was Awakens. I guess it's time for the real star to show up. Just as he left the arena, he caught Sidley sneakily watching him from above. He thought to himself, annoyed, that girl. I already warned her and she's still tailing me. When the qualifiers officially ended, Sidley suddenly blocked his path in the hallway and asked curiously, Hey, I heard you dominated the qualifying round. Her constant probing was getting on his nerves. Sidley narrowed her eyes, studying Crush with a scrutinizing gaze. She was certain he was no ordinary kid. Faced with her suspicion, Crush just nonchalantly asked back, Huh. She still wouldn't let it go, pressing him about the meaningful look he had given her. Crush calmly closed his eyes and replied with a profound statement. It's nothing. I just thought, you've probably been through a lot, haven't you? The words hit home, startling Sidley. Her face showed pure shock, as if he had seen right into her soul. Seeing her still frozen in astonishment, Crush walked past and delivered a final warning. I'll only say this once. Take care of yourself. He decisively ended the conversation. The main tournament is tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. The door slammed shut coldly, leaving Sidley clutching her head in utter confusion and turmoil. She couldn't understand how a complete stranger could have gotten such secret information about her. Where did he get it? He's from far away, so how does he know so much about me? Sarah is the royal spy you hired trustworthy? Sidley asked worriedly. Sarah bowed her head, her gaze serious as she replied, I will double-check. Sidley sighed softly. I'm counting on you. Witnessing this scene, Crush silently concluded that Sidley was still hanging around here, even after being warned, which suggested she might have already grasped part of Screen's plan. Sidley watched Crush's retreating back and gave a knowing smile. Awakens, huh? You really aren't simple at all, are you? Crush ignored her and signaled to his crow. Let's go. Now Crush just had to wait for the real character to appear. Deep down, he couldn't help but wonder if that little princess had truly seen through his disguise. He had only taken a few steps when a coarse, hate-filled voice suddenly echoed from the shadows. Hey! Having fun pretending to be Awakens. A figure with long, disheveled hair and tattered clothes and crazed eyes suddenly appeared, blocking Crush's path. Another uninvited guest. The familiar murderous aura made Crush freeze. He stared at the bandage-covered figure and muttered, Ah, don't tell me. I didn't expect you to show yourself so soon. Immediately, the real Awakens brandished his twin swords and lunged forward with terrifying speed. He closed in frantically, unleashing a flurry of deadly strikes that forced Crush onto the defensive. Suddenly, he reached out, grabbed Crush, and roared, If I capture you, then there's no problem. A crimson energy, like a demonic mist, suddenly erupted from his arm, radiating a deathly pressure. He laughed maniacally and declared cruelly, This is the end, kid. A blow carrying immense power shot straight at Crush. In an instant, he spun around and launched a direct kick into his avatar. "It's useless. Your world invasion technique has no effect on me," Crush declared coldly from above as the shadow of the Crow Crimson enveloped the area. Crush had turned the tables, dealing his opponent a stunning defeat. The loser lay on the ground in utter shock upon hearing the name Urban Aspia. He trembled, sweat pouring down, wondering how his opponent could have possibly known his true identity, which he had so painstakingly concealed. Crush pressed on with a sharp tone. "You're looking for the one secret took from you, aren't you? Where is that person now? I have something to discuss." Seeing his opponent's dazed and terrified expression, he made an offer that couldn't be refused. "Let's make a deal," Crush said, pointing straight at the assassin's chest, and made a shocking promise. "I will use my skills to reclaim your heart for you and expose Secret's entire conspiracy." The horrifying secret was finally being unveiled. The one nicknamed Ekamif, the World Invader, was in reality the summoner Urban Aspenapochi. An image of a thin, bespectacled girl with a panicked and exhausted expression appeared. She was desperately clutching a tattered cloth bag. Urban Aspenapochi was a tragic figure imprisoned by the Empire for 1,000 years simply because her heart had been stolen. Crush looked at her and thought to himself, "Your fate is even more cursed than mine, isn't it?" Seeing her wretched state, memories of his past life returned. He recalled that in the previous timeline it was Arthur who had brought her, insisting she would be useful to the team. However, because of her title as the World Invader, she was always treated with coldness and contempt by the other inheritors. Despite holding the proud title of the world's only summoner, the poor girl could only hide away in her tent silently, doing strenuous manual labor to avoid the judgmental glares. Because she was so withdrawn, no one knew the truth that she was the legendary Ekamif. Crush also walked on in silence, memories of the assassin clan flooding his mind. He knew that if it were a corpse, you couldn't get any information no matter how much you sympathized. But a necromancer could easily control those corpses to serve their own purposes. Thanks to that, all clues about the notorious assassin organization led straight to Urban Aspia. The real Ekamif had actually been eliminated back in his academy days and disappeared completely after being captured by Arthur, making her true identity an unsolved mystery to the entire world, leaving the thoughts of his past life behind. "You're quite aggressive today," Crimson remarked, seeing him treat the girl so harshly in the shabby web-filled room. Crush replied coldly, "With this one you have to be firm." He grabbed her chin, forcing her to look up straight at him. Before she could react, Crush activated his Black Hood skill. Magical chains and a purple aura began to surround the target, the heart that originally belonged to her. Realizing the complex conditions made it difficult to use his power directly, Crush leaned close to her ear and made a deal. "If you agree to give the heart to me, I can reclaim it right now." Faced with her only chance, the girl cried out through her tears, I agree, Crush. Agree." Still wasn't satisfied, he demanded, "Don't just say it. Add more emotion. Only by heightening her emotions will her heart have any value." Despite Crimson's concern about his excessive seriousness, Crush continues to use psychological attacks, preying on her fears. He paints a picture of the future. "You're sick and tired of this life, aren't you?" He promises her a life of lounging in her room while the dead do all the work, eating well, and enjoying a carefree existence. On the other hand, if she doesn't get her heart back, she will have to serve the royal family for the rest of her life, working like an ox with no days off. The extreme fear causes Appalash to lose control. Unearthly spirits erupt around her as she screams, No, never. I don't want to work anymore." The necromancer's power begins to erupt violently in her rage. Urban Ash sobs, having endured 1,000 years of hard labor. She clings to Crush, pleading, "Save me, Crush." Crush coldly pushes her to the final step of their deal. "Well, the only way is to give me your heart, isn't it? So you won't have to be a slave for the rest of your life." "Forget the heart I give up. Here, I'll give you this heart. So please set me free," the desperate girl screams. Crush calmly replies, "Not yet." He places a hand on her head, demanding absolute trust. "I will send the heart here, in exchange for your deepest desire. Please trust me." Urban Ash, at her weakest, sobs, "Please. I just want to live a peaceful life." The magical chains shatter before her will. Urban Ash screams, "Take my heart." Finally, the pressure and stimulation have made her willingly offer him her heart. Crush smirks a look of complete satisfaction on his face for achieving his goal. He says softly, "Well done," then declares loudly, "Apple Ash, you are now free." Even though they've reached an agreement, Everest is still trembling, demanding, Then give me back my heart." Crush coldly reassures her, "Hold on, remember to keep your promise." "This is a deal. I'll return your heart when everything is over." Watching the girl sitting collapsed on the ground, wailing, "Boo-hoo-hoo. I don't want to work at all." Crush can only snap, "Stop your crying." He immediately gets straight to the point. She originally received a secret order. I was ordered to eliminate her and use her corpse to assassinate Princess Sydney. However, the scene was the complete opposite. Sarah Vetera was now severely injured. Her face contorted in shock as she realized her opponent possessed far superior power. "Impossible. You're stronger than me." Suddenly a spear pierces through her chest from behind. The one who dealt the cruel blow was Mary Diana. She had ambushed Sarah, leaving her critically wounded with no strength left to resist. Standing in a pool of blood, Mary Diana looks down on the vanquished with a scornful gaze. "You should be proud to have sacrificed yourself for the Empire," she says as a grotesque giant looms behind her. She mutters about the cruel order from Lady Cyrene. An order from Lady Cyrene to use Sarah's corpse to assassinate the fourth Princess Sydney. Looking up at the bright moon, Mary is lost in her longing for her master Arthur. "Ah, it's been a year since I returned to the past, but my heart still hasn't lost hope. Master Arthur, can you see me? Lady Cyrene and I are doing all of this for you. Master Arthur." The endless longing for him gnaws at Mary's mind, taking her back to memories just before the apocalypse. On the first Saturday after her regression, Mary remembered Arthur's promise as if it were yesterday. "Let's meet in front of the Peace Monument, then." Her heart had pounded with excitement as she eagerly ran to the meeting spot, her faith unwavering. But Arthur never came. Standing at the foot of the statue with Abella, Mary could only utter in despair, "Why?" She waited and waited, but never met Arthur. Both Abella and Master Arthur had vanished without a trace, leaving Mary to wander alone through the city streets late at night. She wondered, "Where on earth are you?" Throughout the long year of waiting, Cygrene's words still echoed, reminding her to believe in Arthur's return. Mary tightens her grip on the spear, her resolve hardening. "Before he returns, I will restore my former power and make him proud of his strongest spear," she tells herself. "I must try harder to complete this mission at all costs." Turning to the giant, Mary asks coldly, "Hey Everest, that crow boy from the tournament was a corpse you were controlling, wasn't it?" Everest in her monstrous form trembles as she admits it, causing Mary to smirk in praise. Attaching the crow to draw attention was a clever move. However, she immediately follows up with a chilling threat. "Ah, and don't you dare try anything foolish while Lady Cyrene is away. You know who holds your heart, don't you?" Faced with such terrifying power, Everest's panicked face, that of a small, bespectacled girl, shows from behind the giant facade. She can only stammer in absolute fear, "Of course." Then, "If you'll excuse me." Threatened to the point of losing her composure, Everest quietly departs, carrying a large sack on her shoulder. Watching from behind, Mary lets out a sinister little smirk. "Everest, you usually collect such ugly corpses. Why are you hiding away a cute specimen like Craig?" She licks her lips, her words filled with regret. "What a shame. He's just a corpse." Meanwhile, Crush is still hidden under his cloak. His hand grips the hilt of his sword, preparing for the decisive battle. He never expected to face him in the final match. His opponent is Pyre, a 14-year-old commoner contestant with an innocent appearance who always dreams of a peaceful world. He may seem ordinary on the outside, but Pyre was once a renowned warrior of Generation A. The roar of the crowd echoes through the arena. Goa. The Night Crow draws his sword for the first time. Is his opponent that strong? Crush looks directly at his opponent and begins to persuade him. "Pyre, you don't really like being an assassin, do you?" He advises Pyre to take the opportunity to enroll at the neutral Lahenner Academy, to abandon the title of Night Crow and to live a normal life. Still hasn't changed a bit. Looking into Pyre's eyes, Crush thought, "He's always been such a kind friend, always so considerate and caring of others. Pyre, let me give you some advice. If you cling to too much hope, you won't be able to withstand true despair." Those harsh words instantly made Pyre's expression turn dark and cold. The match erupted at once with a powerful counterattack from Pyre. The moment the referee signaled the start, he shot forward like lightning, only to be gently blocked. He suddenly unleashed the 10 shadow steps technique, moving at a terrifying speed and creating deep blue afterimages that surrounded his target. How disappointing, Krat. And Pire roared as he unleashed a barrage of attacks as Crush was stunned to recognize the familiarity in every sword stroke. That move was... The two clashed. Pire was stunned, realizing all his feints were being seen through. He couldn't believe his opponent knew his swordsmanship by heart, as if they had trained together for a long time. Every strike he threw was perfectly neutralized by Crush, without a single opening. Crush's gaze was now so cold and deep that it made Piri tremble. Why didn't he consider they might have been fated in a past life? Hehe. In reality, Crush was the one who understood Pire best. He knew Piri had grown up in the white, snowy lands, training his footwork to be as fluid as flowing water to create his ultimate technique, the 10,000 Li steps. Pire's arduous training could even rival Anix's, but every habit, every feint, and even his finishing blow was already in the palm of Crush's hand thanks to his memories from the old timeline. Crush thought to himself, I've been watching Pire for a very, very long time. I understand him even better than he understands himself. Pire roared in desperation as none of his most powerful attacks could even graze his opponent's sleeve. At that moment, Crush focused deep blue energy into his sword, unleashing a technique where the blade is drawn second but strikes first. And with that very blade, Crush sought to awaken the true potential sleeping deep inside Pire. Crush wanted Pire to become stronger so that even if his hopes were shattered, he could keep on fighting. Crush didn't want his friend to be controlled by some bastards just because he wasn't strong enough. He calls it helping, but man, beating your friend like that has got a sting. The announcer's voice boomed across the stands, announcing the final winner is Krat. Amid the thunderous cheers, Krat raised his sword and the crow high, crimson as if to affirm his power. In ragged breaths, Pire whispered a farewell, wondering if they would ever have a chance to meet again. Looking at his rival from back then, memories of the promise to protect the world and Pire's heartfelt thanks from the past suddenly flooded Crush's mind. He froze, realizing that this was the first time in both of his lives that he had ever heard someone say thank you to him. Yeah, see you at the academy. Crush said his farewell as Pire lay collapsed on the arena floor. In reply came his old friend's resolute agreement. All right, we'll meet at Lahaina. Meanwhile, the second prince, Siphon Epania, was gloating over his false victory. He laughed smugly, pleased that the night crow controlled by Everest hadn't let him down. He was utterly convinced that Crush was nothing more than a living corpse under his command. He was already picturing how he'd use this assassin organization to sway the nobles and seize the throne. That's a good attitude. Remember, your heart is in my hands. Just be obedient like a loyal dog. Everest could only tremble and lower her head. Yes, your highness. But his arrogance was quickly shattered by the sound of urgent footsteps. Despite his guards shouting, questioning the audacity of those who would dare barge into the residence of the second, Prince the executioners of the Black Dragon Knights advanced menacingly. The air grew thick with killing intent as a woman declared in a cold voice. Siphon Epania, second prince. You are under arrest for the attempted murder of the fourth princess Sidley Epania. A stunned Siphon denied murdering that idiot Sidley, but the evidence was irrefutable. An order with his signature had been found right inside the Night Crow's hideout. He screamed frantically, "This is ridiculous! I never wrote that!" In his desperation, he ordered Everest to deal with these traitors who dared to frame him. But the young girl could only stammer already in the knight's custody. He hadn't even noticed when they'd restrained her. At the height of the tension, a clear voice suddenly cut through the air. So who exactly was supposed to have been killed? Sidley Epania and the swordmaster Sarah suddenly appeared completely unharmed. Sidley remarked sarcastically, "Hey Sarah, when exactly was I killed? We haven't even seen an assassin, let alone been attacked." Seeing the two people who were supposed to be dead, Sigrid Epania was completely shaken. She couldn't believe her eyes. As the one behind this plan, she had been so sure they were dead. In utter disbelief, Sigrid could only ask herself, what in the world is going on? The truth rewinds to the night of Sarah's assassination. Sidley's intuition had been correct as she asked Sarah with concern, "Can we really trust that royal spy we hired?" In response, Sarah could only suppress her own anxiety and promise, "I'll go check on it one more time." At that moment, they had no idea that all the spies they had placed in the palace had already betrayed them. Sidley wondered bitterly, why me? I'm someone who gave up the fight for the throne years ago and have been playing the fool ever since. Why am I still a target? That night, sensing something was terribly wrong, Sarah rushed off. She decided she had to get back to the princess at once. But in that very moment, a pitch-black energy surrounded her. A deep voice echoed directly in her mind. Sarah Batera, in exchange for your life force, I will grant you power. Immortality, for a limited time, so for now just play dead. Sarah was stunned. She realized it was Crush's voice. Is he speaking directly into my head? She thought as the dark power completely consumed her in her astonishment. A demonic star-like pattern appeared in a glowing red eye. When Sarah came to, she was still reeling from what Crush had done and told her to do. But in that very moment, a chilling presence closed in from behind her. Is someone right behind me? In a flash, Mary Diana appeared with her death spear. A brutal thrust pierced through Sarah's body. Mary Diana had driven the spearhead right into my stomach. If it weren't for the immortal power from Crush's crow back then, both Sarah and the princess surely would not have survived. Now Sidley announces in a booming voice, Sir Ryan has returned. Get ready to face the consequences, you lot. 4th Unit arrest the vice-captain of the Black Dragon Knights on suspicion of espionage. The steely declaration echoed through the tense atmosphere. It made the vice-captain tremble, sweat pouring down in terror. Standing beside her, Sigrun was stunned, her mind reeling in shock. What a spy. Sidley smirked mockingly, her eyes bright as she stared directly at her distraught sister. Here to gloat over us, are you? Too bad, we're still alive and kicking. At Sigrun's silence, Sidley coldly commanded, Sarah, finish her. Immediately, Sarah swung her massive greatsword, bringing a thunderous blow down on Sigrun's position. A violent explosion erupted, but Mary managed to block the attack with her spear just in time. Sigrun stood frozen to the spot, her mind in turmoil. How could things have turned out like this? She bitterly recalled her cruel plan. I ordered Everest to kill Sarah, then use her body to assassinate Sidley. And yet, they're still here. And they're acting as if nothing happened at all. Sigrun gritted her teeth, clenching her fists in resentment as she realized that the spies she and Mary had painstakingly planted in the Dragon Knights had been so easily uprooted. Sidley's gaze seemed to see right through her, making Sigrun tremble. That cunning 4th princess, she must have seen through everything. She ruined my entire plan. My opponent is too strong, my luck too rotten. That's why I tried to eliminate her. Sigrun told herself, an extremist, murderous glint flashing in her eyes. She realized that if she let Sidley live sooner or later, she would become an immeasurable threat to her plans. Deciding she could wait no longer, Sigrun roared, I have to kill her! Right here and right now. She reached into her pouch and pulled out a throbbing crimson object. It was Everest's heart. Sigrun squeezed it tightly, activating the blazing red magic seals that surrounded her. She gritted her teeth and commanded, Everest, assassinate the 4th princess immediately. At that moment, Everest was being controlled, her eyes wide with agony. What should I do, Crush? I still haven't gotten the mechanical heart. It's infected with a virus. My body is moving on its own. Everest screamed in despair as her body began to lose control under the seal's influence. Witnessing the delay, Sigrun shrieked madly. Everest, what the hell are you doing? A blazing red energy erupted from Everest's body, terrifying those around her. She's a monster! Quick, protect the prince and princess! In her utter desperation, Everest silently called out the name of her only savior. Crush, save me! Instantly, a powerful surge of dark purple energy unexpectedly reached out. From the void, it seized Sigrun's arm, which was holding the heart. A powerful blow struck Sigrun's wrist, forcing her to immediately release her control. Stunned, Sigrun stared at her empty hand. She screamed in despair, the heart, it's gone! Unable to believe it, she realized she was completely empty-handed. Not only had she failed to take the 4th princess's life, she had also failed to capture the 2nd prince, and she had even lost Everest's heart. All her schemes suddenly crumbled, leaving Sigrun to do nothing but scream in absolute resentment as she saw all her efforts go down the drain. But madness quickly overwhelmed her reason. She gritted her teeth, her resolve hardening. Fine. Then I'll finish this princess myself. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction with Everest, Sigrun saw this as her only chance to turn the tables. With absolute speed and maximum acceleration, She shot forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Sidley and roaring, "If I can't use my skills, I'll take you on bare-handed, sweetie." A thrust carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds came crashing down. But in that hair-raising moment, Crush appeared just in time to block the attack. The dark purple energy erupted, clashing violently with Sigrun's skill. It created a shocking explosion right in front of Princess Sidley. Sigrun was dumbfounded. "Huh, that's my family's ultimate technique." And he blocked it like it was nothing. While Mary Diana was stunned to recognize Crush's presence, he was still struggling to hold back his opponent's spearhead. Crush looked straight into Sigrun's eyes and uttered a familiar, sarcastic remark. "Just like always. Your simplistic way of thinking hasn't changed one bit." Those words shocked Sigrun, making her wonder who this person was that knew her so well. Seizing the chaotic opportunity, Prince Shifeng immediately ordered his soldiers, "What are you all doing? Seize her at once!" A hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Sigrun's weapon. The suspect in the plot to assassinate the royal family, Mary Diana, was finally captured, to the astonishment of everyone present, tightly restrained by the knights. "This—" She struggled frantically, screaming, "Let me go! My spear!" Even though her plan had been completely exposed, Mary couldn't hide her resentment. "Ugh, damn it all!" Watching from a distance, Crush silently blamed himself for doing something unnecessary, even though he knew the outcome. Meanwhile, Everest was also being led away, crying out in despair, "Save me, Sigrun Arthur!" As soon as the crowd dispersed, Sidley hurried over to Crush, asking worriedly, "Crush, are you okay?" suppressing his pain. Crush struggled to reply, "Not really." He silently acknowledged that he had only just managed to block Sigrun's terrifying attack. Even after using all of his Dark Fire's power, Crush realized with bitterness that he was still a long way from the master level. A very long way. That was the steep price for daring to confront the Divine Order head-on. Sidley quickly reassured him, saying she also had the royal family's defensive necklace. This made Crush silently admire the princess's thorough preparations. Rich people sure fight differently, he thought. He gently reminded her, "As long as you're safe, that's what matters. That's the most important thing." Amidst the soldiers clamoring to investigate the accomplices, Crush signaled to Everest, "It's time to use this chaos to get out of here. Everest, get ready." A pitch-black energy erupted at their feet, swallowing them both into the shadows. Before disappearing completely, Crush didn't forget to leave one last message. "Sidley, take care. Especially keep an eye on your men." Sidley and Sarah shouted, trying to stop him to treat his wounds, but Crush firmly refused. "Don't worry, I'm used to this. Just take good care of yourself." Watching the remaining tracks, Sidley was sad that she never got to thank him for saving her life. She resolved to follow Crush to the academy to repay this debt. Meanwhile, the carriage carrying Crush and Everest moved swiftly. As Crush marveled at how useful the teleportation skill was despite its many limitations, Everest explained that she could only teleport living people a short distance. Right after that, she took out a vibrant sprig of grass and handed it to Crush. "Here, take this. Here's the golden dragon grass you asked for. I almost got myself killed for this thing, so remember to pay me handsomely." Crush took it with satisfaction and honored their agreement. "Now we're all settled. Here's the heart I promised you. Take it." Everest, stunned, received the pulsating heart, unable to believe she was actually allowed to keep something so precious. Everest clutched the heart, exclaiming emotionally, "I thought you were going to make me work for you forever." She remarked that Crush seemed different from the other fallen ones she had met, even though he had used that very power to block Mary's attack. Crush mused to himself, "Perhaps it's because the black flame incinerated the absorption power from the blood sacrifice poison. So in her eyes, I must look like a different type." He realized this was why Everest trusted him, but he also worried that he would be misunderstood by actual fallen ones in the future. Suddenly, the Crow Crimson flew in, interrupting their pleasant conversation. "Sorry to be the bad guy, but we have a big problem." The Crow's eyes suddenly turned sharp and grave. It looked straight at Crush and delivered a shocking announcement. "It seems something has happened. To your family." A vision appeared of Bianca collapsed in a vast expanse of white snow, her breath faint and her face pale. "Your fiancé is in trouble and you're just sitting here chilling." The ominous announcement from Crimson left Crush stunned. He could only utter in shock, "What?" Crimson continued in a serious tone, revealing that it had just received word from the servants at Haydenhart House. A dangerous individual named Butcher Dog had snuck into the Haydenhart mountain range, and the worst part was Crush's fiancée, who was there at the time. had vanished without a trace. Rage and anxiety flared up. Crush gritted his teeth, recalling the bad feeling he had when he met Butcher Dog's disciple earlier. So this is what it was about. He couldn't delay for another second. He roared an order at Everest. "Everest, my fiancée is in danger. Get us to Haydenheart now!" The carriage immediately changed direction, tearing off at a horrifying speed. Everest was stunned by his urgency. She stammered, "Huh? Whoa, what? Yes!" Sitting in the carriage, Everest was still in shock. She couldn't stop wondering, what, you're an invader, but you have a fiancé. Does that mean Crush's girlfriend lives at Haydenheart? She mumbled, recalling the frightening rumors that the Von Haim family's fiancé also lived there. And she couldn't believe any family would be brave enough to marry their daughter into such a terrifying clan. Everest's face was pale with fear, but Crush just replied coldly, "That's not it." He stood up, his entire demeanor changing, and stated firmly, "I am not an invader. And Crush, and is just a nickname." A mysterious purple energy began to envelop Crush's body, gradually peeling away his long-held disguise. In a brilliant vortex of magic, he officially revealed his true identity. "My real name is Kratz von Haim, the youngest son of the Von Haim family." A name that makes his enemies tremble. Witnessing the young master's transformation, Everest was completely silent, her eyes wide with terror, so much so that she dropped the heart she was holding. She stammered in absolute panic. "What Von Haim K. Kratz? So Kratz is one of the Von Haims?" Her scream echoed through the sky as the carriage continued to race madly through the deep forest. Crush snapped, cutting through her panic. "Now is not the time for that." The scene. The shifts to the cold, snow-covered mountains in the Haydenheart territory of the Roken Range. The search party's temporary tents had been set up in the gloomy atmosphere. A choked sob full of regret echoed in the night. "It's all my fault. It's too late to regret it now. If only I had just been honest with her back then. That I had the white flame fungus. Bianca wouldn't have had to risk going up the mountain like this." Jenica Haydenheart, the second daughter of the Haydenheart family, sobbed with belated regret. When asked why Bianca had gone up the mountain, Jenica explained through choked sobs that because that type of mushroom wasn't sold on the market, that fool Bianca went to pick it herself with just a guidebook. She had to hastily gather a search party to go after her immediately. Flashing back to a few days earlier amidst the snow-covered mountains of the Roken Range, Jenica. She led the search party with the intention of snatching away the thing that loser Von Haim wanted so she could bring Bianca home sooner. Seeing Bianca trudging ahead, she called out, "Hey, sis!" But in her heart, Bianca held a fierce belief, "My husband is the best and no one is allowed to criticize him." She turned back to look at her sister, her deep blue eyes full of determination amidst the falling snow. Jenica snapped, asking why her little sister was tagging along with the search party, while Bianca could only reply stubbornly, "It's none of your business. I'll go if I want to." The tension escalated as Jenica said harshly, telling Bianca to just grab the mushroom and go straight back to the Von Haims, because she didn't even want to see her sister's face anymore. Bianca silently endured the pain. She knew well that Jenica had always blamed her for their mother's death and had hated her ever since. In her heart, she silently apologized and promised herself she would return as soon as she found the white flame fungus. Back in the present, Jenica clenched her fists, tormenting herself because if she hadn't said those hurtful words, this wouldn't have happened. Suddenly, a blood-red murderous aura erupted. A figure in a grotesque mask appeared out of nowhere with terrifying pressure. He casually teased, "Mind if I join you, ladies?" as blood began to stain the white snow. The scene turned gruesome as he spoke those cold words. "Hello, you two beautiful ladies?" A stunned Jennifer asked for the stranger's identity, while their loyal guard, though wounded, screamed for the two ladies to run for their lives. The killer brutally grabbed the soldier's head. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "What a nuisance. But it seems today is my lucky day." The masked killer licked his lips, his red eyes, glowing with excitement as he saw his prey ahead. Bianca, suppressing her own pain, supported the badly injured Jenica, urging her to hurry through the desolate white wasteland. The butcher calmly watched the two young women struggling to flee. He thought to himself smugly, "To find such perfect hostages in a desolate place like this." Hitting the jackpot, he grinned from ear to ear. He didn't rush to finish them off, but instead strolled after them, his hoarse voice echoing menacingly. "Where are you hiding, my ladies?" Hiding behind a large rock, Bianca and Jenica trembled in fear. Bianca gritted her teeth, realizing the bitter truth. "That man. He's enjoying this, he's toying with us." Even as their lives hung by a thread, Bianca still clutched the sprig of grass in her hand, her eyes filled with determination. Little sister, I promised my crush I would definitely bring this white fire fungus back for him. Witnessing her sister's stubbornness, Jenica cried out in despair, "Forget about your fiancé! I don't want to die here either!" Suddenly, she froze as she spotted an escape route. "Wait! A daring idea struck Jenica. She whispered to Bianca, "Bianca, I have a plan." She explained that thanks to the ancient artifacts they were equipped with, they could move more safely on the snow than the killer. Jennifer pointed towards the glacial ice walls. It was treacherous terrain, and she suggested that if they could reach the ice crevice, it might slow him down. However, their entire plan had been seen through by the butcher. He was standing right on the cliff above them. He looked down with a devilish grin. "Clever, my ladies. Go on, try to run." As they neared the edge of the ice crevice, Jenica collapsed from exhaustion. She sobbed, "My legs, they've given out. Just leave me here to die, sister." Standing before the deep, dark abyss, Bianca looked at her sister and asked, "Are you ready?" Jenica, bewildered, didn't understand what was happening. Bianca gave a cold command, "We're jumping to the other side." "What?" Jenica protested in alarm, because if they failed, they would surely die. But Bianca just replied calmly, "We're going to die anyway." Just then the killer caught up. He swung his giant axe and let out a taunt. "Hey, my ladies, it's dangerous to stand there. Come on over here with me." The moment he reached for them, Bianca screamed, "Now!" and unexpectedly shoved Jenica into the abyss, to the killer's absolute shock. All he could utter was, "What? What?" Seeing the two girls free-falling into the deep darkness of the ice crevice, the butcher frantically reached out to stop them. But it was too late. Jenica's scream echoed through the dark void. The killer stood at the edge, roaring with a mix of astonishment and rage. "Were you trying to kill yourselves?" The killer looked down into the crevice, a slight smirk forming as he spotted the two girls clinging precariously to a ledge. Oh, so there was a handhold there, was there? Seeing that the enemy had discovered their hiding spot, Jenica panicked completely. "He's found us. What do we do?" Not giving his prey a moment to react, the butcher leaped straight down with a crazed grin. "This looks fun. Let me join in. Showing off like that is a good way to get killed." But in the face of grave danger, Bianca remained remarkably calm. She looked at her sister with a steady, reassuring gaze. "It's all right, Jenica." While Jenica was still stunned, she had already launched herself forward, tackling the killer to protect her sister. As Jenica stood on the ledge, all she could do was scream helplessly, "Bianca!" That was the last image she saw before her sister disappeared into the white void of snow. Fortunately, the search party reported that the place where Bianca fell had a very deep accumulation of snow, so there was a chance she was still alive. Back in the present, Jenica buried her head and sobbed in front of her crush, tormented by belated regret. "But if only I hadn't suggested we go to the crevice area." Bianca wouldn't have had to jump. Regretting it won't change the fact that she jumped. She blamed herself. "I should have just given her what we already had at the mansion from the start. Then we wouldn't have run into that cold-blooded killer." Hearing this, her crush's eyes hardened. He mused, "So that's what happened." Jenica continued to cry out in anguish, "Don't say such irresponsible things. It's already been a whole week since that day." She feared that even if she had escaped the butcher, someone like Bianca, who just spent all her days reading books, would have a hard time surviving deep in these harsh mountains. Meanwhile, deep in the snowy forest, Bianca lay curled up, breathing weakly at the base of a withered tree. In her delirium, she whispered the name of the one person she longed for. "My love, save your wife. It's so cold here." Waking up, she faintly murmured, "Blurry," then realized she had fallen asleep again. For the past few days, she had only been able to stay alive, thanks to various nuts and the warmth from thermo-snow mushrooms. Her body had reached its limit. Checking the wound on her leg, Bianca thought to herself, "My leg seems to be okay now." After falling from the ice cliff with the killer, she had to drag herself aimlessly to higher ground to find a way to call for help. And luckily, she found a place with a great many thermo-snow mushrooms, which were emitting a warm light. Thermo-snow mushrooms, just as their name implies, they naturally give off heat, Bianca thought, deciding to rely on this warmth. She used them to endure the bone-chilling cold, found a small cave to take shelter in, and took out her survival book as a reference to get by. She treated her wounds and managed her food supply, but the cold, her unhealed injuries, and severe malnutrition had drained all her strength. Bianca felt herself constantly drifting off to sleep. She worried, At this rate, I won't make it. The recent avalanche made her hope even more fragile as she knew the rescue team would surely be delayed. Even so, a single vow burned within her. Until I can give my gift to my husband, I'm not checking out. Suddenly, the killer appeared menacingly. Damn it! Finally, I've found you! He sneered, his voice dripping with cruelty. This little game of chase ends here. Meanwhile, the little lady Bianca was still struggling through the white snow. She muttered, I have to find something to eat. Suddenly, she stopped when she saw something beneath the snow and exclaimed, Is this? An acorn a squirrel hid? Sorry, Mr. Squirrel. Let me just borrow this for a bit, Bianca mumbled, having found a tiny bit of food under the thick snow. Suddenly, something shot forward and slammed down right next to where she was. A stunned Bianca looked up, her breath catching at the sudden appearance of her enemy. A violent explosion of snow erupted, throwing Bianca far back, sending her tumbling across the cold ground. All she could manage was a terrified, huh! From within the snowy mist, the dark silhouette of the assassin Burzmum loomed forward. He mocked her, calling her a freak, because her expression hadn't changed in the slightest. He narrowed his eyes maliciously at her and said, Getting money out of the Van Hems is a real pain in the ass. Burzmum brutally grabbed Bianca by the neck, lifting her into the air. He growled threateningly, If only you had been a good little hostage like a normal kid, you might have been able to go home safely. His gaze landed on the sparkling snowflake hair clip, nonchalantly calculating how much he could get for selling it. On the verge of death, Bianca let out a faint, pained whimper. In her mind, the desire to return home suddenly surged. Images of happy days at the manor flashed before her eyes when she would sit quietly reading next to Crush. With the butler Ariel present, the memory of Crush's warm smile seemed to soothe her current pain. Bianca realized that every day she spent with him had left something inside her, something like feelings. Even someone as naturally emotionless as her knew that those days were truly happy. A single tear rolled silently down her pale face, as she thought to herself, If I had feelings, if I'd known it would be like this, I would have loved him sooner. Now that I'm about to die, I regret it. Her final thoughts drifted through her mind as she was being choked. In her desperation, she softly called the name of the one she longed for. I want to see you. Instantly, a mysterious shadow appeared like a ghost right behind the assassin. With a powerful close-range blow, Crush delivered a thunderous punch that sent the butcher flying. Attacked so suddenly, he roared in pain, Who the hell are you? Ignoring the enemy's shouts, Crush gently caught Bianca's weak body in his arms. Looking at her pale face, he softly comforted her. You did well, Bianca. Leave the rest to me. So cool. A perfect 10. Bianca could only manage to say his name, a mix of astonishment and relief. Crush smiled faintly, then turned to give an order to the Black Crow. Cream, I'm counting on you. Take care of Bianca. Crimson repeated his earlier warning that neither he nor Ebolus could directly join the fight to avoid breaking the invaders' rules. Besides, his minions were completely useless in a real battle, and Ebolus was trembling with fear. The master of the Bloodhound Crush understood that teleporting Bianca away was the safest option. However, Crimson still seemed worried. He looked at Crush with his crimson eyes and warned, The Bloodhound is many times stronger than you. Last time was a fluke. There was an opening, but can you really win this time? His eyes burned with determination. No matter how strong the Bloodhound is, I will be the one who wins. The furious assassin roared, Who are you? How dare you interfere with my business, Crush? Coldly demanded, Give it back. Before his stunned opponent could react, he growled with conviction, Give my wife back her blade of grass right now or I'll roast you. Oh, so you're Van Hem the Bloodhound Burzmum, sneered as he recognized his opponent's identity. A flurry of glowing red axe strikes rained down, forcing Crush to defend with all his might. He was shocked to realize the man's speed was immense. Even his sixth sense could barely keep up. The pressure from this butcher was terrifying. It was as if he had reached the pinnacle of a grandmaster. He roared madly about how the ransom would increase tenfold if he captured both Crush and Bianca. As Crush gritted his teeth, he knew he had only just reached the intermediate master level. But he still managed to astonish his opponent with the resilient defense of someone so small. Burzmum laughed with glee, continuously launching a storm of attacks. Foo ha ha ha, now let us see how long you can keep that up. A fatal opening appeared. He seized the opportunity, landing a powerful blow that sent Crush's sword flying, sticking it into the ground. Standing before the now unarmed boy, the assassin smugly declared, "All right, that was fun. Now let's end this. The bigger they are, the harder they fall." But just as the axe was about to fall, Crush suddenly vanished like a ghost, leaving Burzmum stunned. He disappeared. He frantically sniffed the air, roaring as he searched for any trace of the boy in the white snow. Suddenly, he burst up from the snow right behind him, focusing all his power into a close-range attack. He aimed straight for his opponent's side, sending him flying in pain. Crash thought to himself, even if I were holding a dull sword, I couldn't deploy my domain to counter his brute force. The Flame Arts skill was officially activated. Burzmum's eyes widened in horror when he saw his opponent was determined to defeat him at all costs. Easy there, kiddo. Don't get all hot-headed. He unleashed his Shadow Lock skill. Instantly, he froze, unable to move. An invisible pressure weighed on him as if he'd been pulled into another dimension. The assassin slowly advanced. "You can't handle this, kid. The rescue team is probably on their way, but let me send you to the great beyond first." His axe came rushing forward with immense force. He shivered, realizing his senses were being cruelly distorted. This was a secret art that used sound to disrupt, aura, and paralyze the opponent's nervous system. If this were the old Crush, he would have died before he even knew what was happening. But he was no longer that weakling, because he had survived things far worse than this. Gritting his teeth, Crush decided to push his aura to its absolute limit to activate his sixth sense super perception. Faced with the boy's resistance, Burzmum sneered mockingly. "Well now, how much longer can you hold on?" Crush reminded himself not to be careless, because Burzmum was on a completely different level than him. He decided not to reveal all his cards yet, quietly letting his opponent grow smug, believing he had already won, until the perfect moment for the decisive blow. Realizing the search party must be close, he said, "The search party is coming. You should disappear while you can." However, all those threats were actually just a psychological tactic to intimidate his opponent. He unleashed his full power, the Phantom Axe. Countless blazing red axes flew forward while he was still affected by the Shadow Lock, finding it difficult to move. He used his super perception to block that attack, but her body was still under immense strain as she witnessed the horrifying scene. Ebelis trembled, utterly terrified. He's going to die, and is this really how it ends for him, just standing here and watching? Breaking out in a cold sweat, she wrestled fiercely with her thoughts, wondering if she should jump in to help or not. But the fear of Birdman's mad dog of a master consumed her mind. Ebelis knew that if she killed Birdman, that monster would hunt down both her and Crush, to the ends of the earth. No. Ebelis gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She told herself she might be a loner, but she wasn't some ungrateful coward. She couldn't just stand by and watch her benefactor die such a pointless death. Just as she was about to rush in to help, the Crow Crimson flew down to block her, ordering coldly, "Wait, don't interfere." We almost had a classic damsel saves the hero moment. Crimson explained that Crush had chosen to fight this battle himself and asked Ebelis to put her faith in the one who had restored her heart. He asserted that Crush, Isha, had what it takes to see this through. At the same time, he added a very practical comment. "Besides, if he really does die, I'll just find a way to reanimate the corpse." By now, Crush was completely exhausted. He collapsed to his knees, propping himself up with his sword as blood trickled relentlessly from the corner of his mouth. He gasped between ragged breaths. "I'm at my limit. I've been using my sixth sense to follow Birdman's movements, but..." Crush gritted his teeth as he realized his own limitations. He had burned so much aura he could barely keep his eyes open, and from here on out, he'd have to bet his life on his own intuition. Suddenly, the shadow of an axe swept past, startling Crush. Before he could even regain his composure, the Butcher Birdman roared maniacally, "Eat this and go meet your maker boy!" A destructive slash carrying the power of annihilation came straight down on his head. Crush was in a life-or-death situation. In that fatal moment, a bitter memory surfaced. I realized a long time ago that I have no talent. I've always been weak. Crush's eyes told the story. I'm nothing like those geniuses out there. The kind who can dominate an opponent head-on with a fair and square attack. That's why I've kept my fangs hidden until this very moment. Crush's eyes suddenly glowed with a deadly red light. He had officially activated his limit break state Hoa Thuk Bao Mon by using Hoa Vim Ignis Crush, recklessly converted all the world erosion energy stored in his body into raw power, forcing himself past all physical limits. However, the price was enormous. He could only maintain this demonic state for 3 short seconds. Crush roared in absolute agony. "I'll end this right now!" The explosion of power made Birdman cry out in horror. "What?" He could no longer track Crush's speed with his naked eye. He thought to himself that if he didn't dodge, he would surely die. Crush then unleashed his ultimate technique, Vong Ma'an, a fiery slash that tore through space and plunged straight into the butcher's body. But Crush clicked his tongue in regret when he saw the result. Missed by a few millimeters. Wasted a premium-grade slash. That sound distorted my vision at the last second. Crush realized the danger from Birdman's sound just before a massive impact sent him flying, blood spewing from his mouth. His 6th sense screamed. It screamed a warning as the erosion effect began to fade, signaling that there was only 1 second left before the butcher's claws tore his head apart. Crush roared in absolute fury. "I bought this ticket to hell for you, not for me." He then unleashed a powerful wave of dark energy to counterattack instantly. In this life-or-death moment, Crush's focus reached an absolute state. One blue eye blazed with power, his entire body enveloped in a brilliant, deep blue aura. The final blow was delivered, finishing his enemy. Crash. With a shocking impact, the battle was over. But the price he paid was still agonizing. He had lost an arm and his body was covered in wounds. The strong can defeat their enemies without breaking a sweat. But for someone considered an underdog to claim victory, they are forced to trade their own flesh and blood, their very own sacrifice. Crimson flew closer and asked, "Are you satisfied?" Crush could only manage a faint smile between ragged breaths. "I haven't finished settling the score with that family yet, but I think I'll just sleep a bit." Completely exhausted, he collapsed face first onto the cold ground. Crimson commanded, "Let's go." A glowing teleportation circle opened to return the group to the Azure Pine Hall. The giant from Everest carefully picked up both Crush and Bianca in his arms and silently stepped into the spatial gate, leaving the harsh, snowy mountains behind. He recalled a memory from a past life when he met Bianca at the mansion. If only I could express my emotions outwardly like that. Then at least in my eyes, this world wouldn't seem so gray. These were Bianca's secret thoughts as she sat opposite Crush in a silent space. Crush quietly observed her, a difficult question welling up inside him. Between having emotions and being completely emotionless, which one causes more suffering? He wondered if at this moment emotional stirrings were to suddenly awaken in her body, would she die from the shock? Bianca looked up slightly and spoke bitterly. "We're strangers now. I'm sure you wouldn't care if something happened to me." Crush gritted his teeth tense. He knew this distance stemmed from the cruel, one-sided decisions made by her family. The horrific memory of the day Dr. Khan Hayden Hans, the head of the Hayden Hans clan, suddenly went mad, rushed back to him. He personally murdered his entire family before taking his own life, creating a gruesome scene. Bianca was the sole survivor of the tragedy, thanks to the sacrifice of her second older sister, Janiska. Immediately after that, the One-Ham family decided that a marital alliance with the Hayden Hans lineage no longer had any value, and so they unilaterally annulled the engagement between Crush and Bianca Model. "This place was prepared for us to say our final goodbyes," Crush said in a low voice. Bianca also mournfully admitted that it was probably true, and they would never have a chance to meet again. But immediately, a surge of powerful dark purple energy erupted from Crush, his eyes turning sharp. Coldly he roared, "I already warned you! If you still wish to seek death, then I can't stop you." The Black Hat skill activated. A giant demonic mouth appeared and swallowed the snowman entity that was controlling Bianca. Having absorbed too much foul energy from the curse, the snowman entity was instantly annihilated under Crush's hand, which was covered in magical sigils. He looked at her and asked softly, "How are you feeling right now?" That was the first day in her life that Bianca was free from the control of the snowman curse. She exclaimed with bitterness, "This life is truly far too cruel, Sir Crush." But at the very moment her lost emotions returned, she was transformed into a monster bound by the chains of fate. 3 years later, in the cold land of Hayden Hans, the conflict dragged on without end. 2 soldiers looked at each other exhausted. One of them exclaimed, "We've been fighting for 3 whole years. The pay is low, and the risk of dying is high." The other replied bitterly, "If it weren't for the Afani Empire's interference, our Stalin kingdom would have known peace long ago." He held secrets that could shake the very foundations of the Empire, forcing the North to send an envoy to prevent the information from leaking. It was that very envoy who drove Lord Hayden mad. Hans went insane, leading to the tragic massacre of his family and igniting the fierce flames of war we see today. People whisper that after that incident. The White Beast himself eliminated the envoy, who was one of the 10 great masters, to get revenge, then retreated into seclusion at the Northern Ice Palace. Amidst the brutal battlefield, an explosion shook the earth, erupting right at the supply depot. The Stalin soldiers guarding the place couldn't help but panic. What the hell are those Stalin soldiers doing? Crush, now a grown man with gray hair and strange tattoos on his neck, calmly observed the enemy's opening. He dashed forward like a phantom, through the snow, causing the guards to scream in alarm. "He's over there! That's one of the demon faction! Don't let your guard down!" Crush gritted his teeth. His body was reaching its limit. Damn it. I've overused the curse's power. Even if she were a saintess, she wouldn't be able to heal this now. You brought this on yourself. Who else is there to blame? Standing before the fortified city gate, Crush thought to himself, I'll definitely have to rely on Bianca's help. He banged on the wooden door, shouting, "Honey, open up, your husband's being chased and is about to get wiped out." Instantly, a deep blue energy burst from within. Sharp ice spikes suddenly shot up from the ground, finishing off the entire squad of soldiers chasing Crush in a blink of an eye. Looking at the corpses impaled on the ice pillars, Crush slowly turned his head. A figure with long white hair gradually appeared amidst the rubble. He whispered, "It's been a while since we've seen each other, hasn't it?" But the sight before him left Crush completely shaken. Bianca was standing there, but a sword had pierced through her chest. Fresh blood stained her pure white clothes. She weakly called out, "Lord Crush." Crush rushed forward in a panic to catch her collapsing body. Bianca. He realized with a shock that this fatal blow had been dealt by the daughter of that envoy from years ago. With ragged breaths, Bianca repeated the question she had once asked him before the tragedy. Possessing emotions versus living without them. Have you ever wondered which state is more painful? Memories of that tragic day flooded back when her older sister Janiska had held her tightly and confided, "I really don't hate you. From the bottom of my heart, I don't hate you. I just hate this part of myself." Her sister Janiska's last words echoed in Bianca's mind. Back when she was still in her emotionless state, she couldn't understand what those words meant at all, because it was an emotion so complex and full of contradictions. That's why when the Hayden Hans family, the very place that had caused her so much suffering, was destroyed, she didn't feel the slightest bit of turmoil at the time. It wasn't until she learned what emotions were that Bianca understood what her sister had said long ago, that she truly loved her dearly. Bianca clutched her head and sobbed with belated regret. If only she could have developed feelings a little sooner. Everyone in the family could have shared their sorrow, and perhaps they could have sat down and talked with each other. The outcome might not have been so tragic. And as for Lord Crush, maybe they could have been together more completely. Bianca faded away, her face streaked with blood and belated tears. In her delirium, a voice calling, "Bianca," shattered the darkness. Crush woke with a start in a sickbed, his entire body wrapped in bandages after the horrific battle with the butcher. A small hand gently touched his. Bianca, sitting beside him, said softly, "I've been here all along, Lord Crush. You're finally awake." Crush looked around the lavish room and wondered, "Is this the Hayden Hans manor?" Bianca asked worriedly if his arm still hurt much. But Crush scolded her with a stern voice. "Climbing a mountain by yourself trying to be a superhero. Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Bianca lowered her head and explained quietly, "I just wanted to find some Varindua snow mushrooms for you." Crush was speechless at the young woman's sincerity. He softly said her name, "You," then suddenly remembered something. He held out his heavily bandaged hand and gave her the sparkling, snowflake-shaped snow mushroom. Bianca looked down at his bandaged hand and said softly, "I'm sorry for making things so much worse, Crush." Even though his own body was covered in injuries, he flashed a radiant smile to reassure her. "Thank you. Thanks to this, we can start preparing the elixir." Bianca quietly said his name, Lord Crush. She bowed her head and confessed a painful truth. "Right now, I am still someone without emotions. Even though you put yourself on the line to save me, which is why you're in this state, I can't feel happiness, anger, or sadness with you. Bianca clutched the hem of her clothes, her heart heavy. Right now, I feel so restless I can't stand it anymore. I don't want to show a blank face at times like this. My operating system has a bug and needs a hard reboot. Deep down, she longed to smile, to share sorrows and even moments of anger with Crush. But she was afraid. I don't want you to lose your soul and emotions like I did. If you can't smile, then I don't want to smile alone. Seeing Bianca's sorrow, Crush gently reassured her. Don't worry too much about it. The curse's effect is halved for those who aren't the primary target. Bianca looked up at him with her deep blue eyes, pleading, Lord Crush, please, help me find my lost emotions. A mysterious purple energy flared up around Crush. He smiled confidently and replied, Yeah, I was planning to do that even if you didn't ask. Instantly, the magical lock of the Black Hat skill reappeared, glowing brightly with the words, Second seal release condition, become the most important person in the heart of Bianca. The purple chains wrapped tightly around her frozen heart began to shatter under the overwhelming power. Bianca was stunned, her eyes wide with amazement as she felt a tremor from deep within. Crush affirmed to himself, I intended to do this from the very beginning. Crush smiled gently. Looking at the little girl, Bianca couldn't contain herself. She buried her head in his chest and broke down, sobbing, her hot tears melting the ice that had encased her for so long. Once she's done crying, life will truly begin to blossom. Crush thought to himself. If this plan succeeds, at least her world will no longer be just a shade of gray. A vision of the future appeared, one where Crush painfully held Bianca in a tragic scene. Bianca was sobbing, her eyes blurred by emotions she had just rediscovered after so many long, numb years. Sitting beside her on the bed, Crush gently asked if she was feeling any better. Bianca wiped her tears and answered softly, Yes, I am. Thank you very much, sir. But right after that, her face quickly returned to its usual cold expression. Crush observed her silently, thinking to himself, she was crying a storm just a moment ago and now she's a block of ice again. Her emotional processing is so slow. A sharp knock-knock broke the silence. From outside, the voice of Jenica Haydenhouse called out, Crush, it's me, Jenica Haydenhouse. May I come in? Crush narrowed his eyes warily. Jenica, come in. As soon as Jenica entered the room, she was slightly taken aback to see Bianca there as well. Noticing Bianca constantly rubbing her eyes, he asked with concern, Bianca, what's wrong with your eyes? Turning to Jenica, Crush got straight to the point. So what do you want? Jenica hesitated, explaining, It's time for dinner. She then added that since Crush was still unable to move around, someone would be sent to bring food to his room shortly. Crush narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Is there a private family matter you need to discuss? Jenica avoided his gaze, just bowing her head and replying, That's right. Crush thought to himself, She won't even look me in the eye, huh? He recalled that in his previous life, Jenica had acted the exact same way, right before she apologized to Bianca. It seems she'll be apologizing soon this time as well. Crush softly called out, Hey, Bianca. Looking straight into his fiancée's eyes, Crush gave her careful instructions. If she apologizes, just ignore her. Forgive her if you want to, but don't if you don't feel like it. He took her hand and promised, When that time comes, let's go home together, okay? Bianca froze. A strange feeling suddenly arose within her, causing her to let out a soft gasp of surprise. It felt as if flower petals were falling around them. Bianca raised a hand to her face as a radiant smile unexpectedly bloomed on her lips. She used 2 fingers to gently pull at the corners of her mouth, feeling the sensation of joy for the very first time. Deep in her heart, Bianca happily realized that right now, her heart was feeling incredibly happy. Well, then I'll be taking my leave now. Bianca said her goodbyes to go eat with the family. Crush waved and smiled. All right, take care and be safe. But the moment her figure disappeared behind the door, Crush's face instantly turned ice cold. He called out loudly, Abelers, come here quickly, I need to borrow your ears for a moment. A blazing red energy manifested. Crush gave an order to the magic rats, secretly follow them and listen to every word they say to Bianca. You're my human-powered camera. Mouse-powered. The rat gave a slight nod to acknowledge the order, then vanished into the shadows. Crush clenched his fist and growled threateningly, If any of them dare to say a single insulting word to Bianca, I will absolutely make them pay a heavy price. Witnessing this protectiveness, the Crow Crimson couldn't help but mock him. You don't even have an arm left, and you still have the mind to worry about your fiancé. With that dilapidated body? Hey, do you really think you have what it takes to steal immortality from me? Crimson looked at Crush mockingly, not forgetting to add that reincarnators are truly a pain to deal with. Crush casually waved his hand, reassuring him, "Don't get worked up over nothing. This wound can be healed in an instant if I just ask the Saintess for help." At the Holy Kingdom of Freeman, one of the four great powers a Saintess resides. With the supreme divine power bestowed upon her by God, she holds the ultimate authority to even bring the dead back to life. The Wanham family would never be willing to spend a fortune just to have the Saintess heal a good-for-nothing like you. Crimson continued pouring cold water on Crush's hopes. In response to that contempt, Crush just smiled. "I lose this arm, I'll just get a better one. What's the big deal?" Crimson was stunned, realizing Crush's true intention. "Replace your arm. Don't tell me you're planning to—" "That's exactly why you brought that girl into your group, isn't it?" Crush confirmed that recruiting Abel was indeed for this purpose. Because for a necromancer like her, reattaching an arm is a simple matter. Although Abel grumbled about the sudden order, she confidently asserted that for her the task was a piece of cake. Crimson shuddered at his calculation. "Are you planning to exploit her to the very last drop of her labor? You time rewinders are truly a bunch of terrifying two-faced monsters." Crush calmly replied that having to sacrifice an arm was just an unexpected coincidence. When Crimson pressed him about whose arm he intended to take, Crush coldly declared, "The Sword Demon's top-notch arm. I think I'll just borrow it for a while." Crimson roared in astonishment, not expecting that Crush had long known the Sword Demon was his subordinate. He was a renowned master who once shook the world with his technique, a Godspeed sword draw that could fell an opponent in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, the Sword Demon was the subordinate that Crimson Garden treasured and cherished the most, the one he had poured so much of his soul into forging all this time. "Didn't you always want me to become stronger? Well then, take care of me as meticulously as you did with the Sword Demon." Crush smiled provocatively, infuriating Crimson. He snapped at him to shut up since he had already taught him the secret Jotum sword technique. Crush thought to himself that he understood very well the affection Crimson held for the Sword Demon as well as his other subordinates. He realized Crimson Garden's weakness was actually very simple to find. He observes the world through the eyes of his subordinates. Crush knew that Crimson had unintentionally forged an emotional bond with them that he himself wasn't even aware of. And for now, Crush thought, we have the help of the Saintess. He thoughtfully recalled the priest's warning about the extreme cruelty of using healing magic to prolong torture, forcing subordinates to reveal their hiding spots. He realized this was the perfect weakness to exploit for persuasion. Crimson, even though the Sword Demon had passed away from old age, but the essence of his swordsmanship remained, and Crimson surely remembered every detail of it. Kraz got straight to the point. "If we transplant the Sword Demon's arm onto my body, his ultimate quick-draw technique will be reborn." Wouldn't the Sword Demon himself have wanted a successor like that? Faced with Kras's smooth talk, Crass Crimson could only click his tongue and say, "With a silver tongue like that, it's a waste you're not selling insurance." After some consideration, the Black Crow requested 2 days to prepare and compose himself. Crush smiled in satisfaction. "Thank you, Crimson Garden." Looking at his bandaged arm, he let out a sigh of relief, knowing the issue was temporarily resolved. However, he then started to worry about the reaction from the House of Wanham. And then there was the safety of his butler Ares, knowing that his presence at Hayden House would be exposed sooner or later. He told himself that if the situation got too tense, he would just tell Ares to ignore everything. After all, they had never paid him any mind before. Yet as he lay in bed, an unsettling premonition continued to rise within Crush. That premonition became reality, right at the Hayden house. Family's dining table, Mario Hayden, the family's eldest son, whose sixth sense was sharper than Wi-Fi, was slamming the table and shouting, trying to force Bianca to give her position as fiancée to her younger sister Jenica. He greedily realized that Crush was no longer worthless after defeating the expert swordsman and wanted to turn him into the strongest trump card for his family. With his selfish nature, Mario had declared that whatever he wanted, he would absolutely obtain, no matter what. Therefore, regarding this fiancé, I absolutely cannot back down. Bianca stood before Mario, her eyes filled with an unprecedented resolve. She boldly declared the only thing she wanted to protect. And to the very end is my position as Lord Crush's fiancé. Mario, infuriated, slammed the table. He berated her, calling her a cursed wretch who would be cast aside sooner or later and was unfit to bear such a responsibility. Jennifer couldn't stand her brother's cruelty and shot up to intervene, but Mario coldly brushed her off. He forced Jennifer to take on the engagement herself, saying if she felt guilty towards Bianca, she needed to think about the family's interests. Bianca looked at the two of them, her heart growing cold. This family is completely rotten. I'd rather follow my husband and be happy. She bitterly realized that there was no place left for her in Hayden House, as neither her father nor her brother had ever truly cared for her. For Bianca, her determination would never waver. Even if she were exiled or no longer his fiancée, she would still willingly follow and stay by Lord Crush's side until the end. Mario roared her name in fury, but a sudden knock on the door cut through the tense atmosphere. "I'm busy right now. Whatever it is, save it for later," Mario yelled, but the door opened anyway. Crush calmly walked in with an apology for barging in so abruptly. He admitted to accidentally overhearing a few things that echoed all the way out into the hallway. A very intentional accident, folks. A stunned Mario called out, "Crush one ham," and advised him to stay in bed and rest. "Your wounds haven't healed yet." Crush just smirked and brought up two conflicting rumors that were spreading. 1. The brave Crush saved his fiancée and defeated the butcher despite losing an arm. 2. Hayden House's defenses were so lax that they couldn't even stop a single murderer from infiltrating, putting a member of the House of One Ham in mortal danger. Crush asked Mario which rumor was more beneficial while the head of the house was away. Mario broke out in a cold sweat and tremblingly asked him what he really wanted. Crush got straight to the point. "It's very simple. Please let Bianca be free to do as she wishes." He requested that Bianca herself be allowed to decide whether to continue or break off the engagement. Mario stood frozen at the suggestion. Crush added with a firm declaration that he would never abandon Bianca and didn't care at all about that wretched curse. Bianca looked at Crush with eyes full of emotion, while Mario couldn't help but be astonished at the deep bond between the two. "Fine, I give up. Just take her and go for my sake." Mario finally had to concede, sighing in acceptance. But Crush wasn't finished. He made one final request. There's one last thing. About my arm. Let's just say that the priest invited by Hayden House was the one who successfully healed it. How does that sound? He even sarcastically noted that this would save the family the cost of hiring a priest, which was a good thing for Hayden House. Although Mario suspected Crush was plotting something, he had no choice but to agree and asked him to report back with the results. With that, Crush gave his thanks and departed with Bianca. Watching their retreating backs, Jenica exclaimed to her brother that Bianca, he had truly changed so much. Mario fell silent, even considering letting the two of them get married just to be done with it. Elsewhere in the shadows of the One Ham estate, a powerful man held a report about Crush in his hands. He quietly uttered the name of his youngest son with a mysterious air. 2 days later, in a wide courtyard at the Hayden estate, Crush was training relentlessly despite his body still being severely injured. He realized that reality was much harder than he had imagined. To combine the one-sword technique with the sword demon's ultimate quick-draw technique, he had to simultaneously converge both aura and corrosive blood into a single point. Looking at his arm, which was emitting a blue-violet electrical current, Crush told himself, "Right now I can only move one side, so I'll have to experiment at all costs." Sweat drenched his face as he clicked his tongue softly. "Looks like my mind is still a bit slow." However, the one bright spot was that the snow doll was still operating very stably. Thanks to its presence, the rampage of the corrosive blood had been completely suppressed. Not only that, it also helped him realize the critical weaknesses of his incinerate skill, the best protective item ever. In essence, this incinerate technique uses the flames of Exnis to burn away the energy absorbed from the corrosive blood, allowing his body to break through its normal limits. Although it could generate immense destructive power by using the invasive energy as fuel, the price to pay was catastrophic. Crush collapsed to the ground, his breath ragged as he realized that the moment the incinerate effect ended, his entire body would be left completely paralyzed. At this rate, my organs are going to end up as barbecue. Crush thought anxiously as his internal organs were at risk of being incinerated if he used it for too long. Looking up at the sky, he yearned for the ability to control the heat so he could maintain his power longer. Denly, a chilling aura carrying the negative power of the moon appeared in his mind. Amidst the blazing flames was the image of a figure covered in bandages with fiery red hair and sharp eyes. As jet-black feathers fall around the mysterious lawn appears. Crush gives a sinister smile. So I've found my next target. That's the ancient divine technique of the Fire Emperor Aslan Iris Moonshadow. His eyes burned with determination. As soon as his arm is fully healed, he will definitely go and seize that man's curse. Crush stood before a giant, bizarrely shaped ancient tree. He asked softly, "Is this Abelus's house?" The Crow Crimson immediately confirmed it. That's right, and just then, a girl in a maid outfit with long rabbit ears appeared, bowing respectfully. "It is an honor to welcome you, Sir Crush. The master is waiting for you inside." Looking at the cute rabbit ears of the maid from Undead Core number 8, Crush couldn't help but be surprised. She has rabbit ears. Boss Abelus sure has some strange tastes. He stepped inside and realized the space was exactly the same as his last visit. It seemed Abelus had used her power to connect different dimensions. As soon as she saw him, Abelus exclaimed excitedly, "Crush, you're here!" Everything is all set for the transplant. Crush's gaze fell upon a withered jet-black arm lying on the table. "This is the sword demon's arm, isn't it?" Looking at the precious item before him, Crush asked directly, "Can we proceed with the attachment right now?" Abelus warned in a serious tone, "We can do it, but you're definitely going to have to endure excruciating pain. If you're scared, we can just call it off." Seeing maid number 8 gripping a giant hammer, Crush couldn't help but shudder. "Are you planning on hammering me to death or something?" However, he quickly regained his composure. "I'm already used to pain." Abelus smiled challengingly. "Crying won't help, sweetie. Once you're on the operating table, there's no turning back." She ordered number 8 to tie Crush down securely and bring out the arm to begin the ritual. "All right, let's begin!" Abelus shouted as a blazing red energy erupted violently. It enveloped Crush and the demon arm. A bone-deep pain washed over him, forcing Crush to bite down hard on a piece of cloth to stifle his screams as sweat poured off him. The process of restoring and merging with the arm of the sword demon was intense. Abelus focused intently on the final step. Just the final stage left, connecting the nerves. Arcs of blue and white electricity convulsed through Crush's body as the nerves began to reconnect, causing his eyes to fly wide open in utter shock. After the ritual ended, Abelus let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Crush with admiration. "You did great. You endured it all without passing out." Though drenched in sweat from the pain, Crush snapped impatiently. "Don't just stand there, untie me quickly." Maid number 8 fumbled. "Sorry," she said hurriedly, undoing the ropes binding him. Crush thought to himself that there was a reason he had forced himself to stay conscious. He stared intently at the newly attached arm, a dark, sinewy arm that exuded a demonic aura. "New gear. Time to fire it up and see how powerful it is." Immediately, a surge of dark purple energy swirled around the monstrous arm, making Abelus exclaim in horror, "Whoa, what is that? It looks hideous. The muscle fibers on the new arm twitched, continuously radiating an incredible pressure. As Crush concentrated, he knew that if he had been unconscious, the arm would have likely gone rampant after absorbing the poisonous blood. That's why he needed to regulate the aura himself, forcing it to adapt to his new body bit by bit. After a struggle, the energy flow gradually stabilized around Crush. He clenched his fist in satisfaction. Just then, the Crow Crimson flew over and asked, "Is everything settled?" Crush felt the perfect connection and replied, "Yeah, it feels like my own arm now." Crimson excitedly suggested, "Since you're learning the sword drawing technique, why don't you test it out?" Crush turned to Abelus to ask to borrow the training ground, but she immediately flew into a rage. "I'm not your servant." However, as soon as Crimson mentioned he was looking for an ancient text on hand-to-hand combat skills, Abelus's attitude did a complete 180, her eyes sparkling like stars. She rushed over, fawning, "Oh, Sir Grim, Sir Grim." This dizzying change left Crush speechless. "So much for having any shame when you're this passionate." Abelus gleefully ordered number 8. "Show his lordship the way, immediately." On the way to the training ground, Crimson asked in a serious tone, "How much do you actually know about the sword demon's ultimate sword-drawing technique?" Crush answered nonchalantly, I just know that it's incredibly strong. A reincarnator who's this lazy about studying." This naive answer made Crimson furious. He shrieked, "What, you call yourself a reincarnator and that's all you know? And you dared ask me for the sword demon's arm? Good heavens!" Crimson began to explain the core difference. While a normal sword-drawing technique simply accumulates an ent aura and then releases it quickly, the sword demon's technique is on a completely different level. It breaks down the accumulated aura into countless minuscule particles. To create an explosion with the highest destructive efficiency, those dust-like aura particles accelerate the blast when the pressure inside the sheath reaches its peak. It's so powerful that the sword itself can shatter into pieces. Did you grasp anything I just explained? Crimson asked after his lengthy explanation. In response, Crush just nonchalantly admitted, honestly, no. He realized just listening was getting him nowhere, so he decided, this theory is a headache. I'm just going to swing this thing a few times and see if I hit the jackpot. Crimson flapped its wings and flew up, encouraging him. Yeah, just trust that arm, let it guide you. The sword strokes that the sword demon swung tens of thousands of times are surely still remembered in that body. As Crush focused intently, his eyes glowed with determination. With a good mentor to guide him and the arm of the sword demon, he knew that everything was now ready. The rest depended only on his will, Crush told himself as he lowered his stance. He was determined to train relentlessly until he had completely mastered the legendary swordsmanship of the sword demon. Even if he had to swing his sword tens of thousands of times, even if his body was torn to shreds, he was willing to make any sacrifice to attain that ultimate power. Many days later, the training grounds continuously shook from fierce bursts of deep blue aura. Crush swung his sword tirelessly, creating slashes at astonishing speeds. However, number 8, observing from the side, threw a bucket of cold water on his enthusiasm, remarking, I can still see the path of your sword with my naked eye, you know. Her words made Crush freeze. Sweat streamed down his exhausted face as he realized he was still a long way from reaching the realm of the unseen. He understood that the sword demon's Iajutsu had to reach a speed that the normal human eye simply couldn't track. To rival the legend, Crush had to make his sword become invisible to his opponents. The godlike speed comes from aura, not from my hands, he mused, observing the blue energy radiating from his palm. Crush planned to return to the Azure Pine Pavilion to train other skills to comprehensively strengthen himself. He turned and thanked number 8 for spending the last several days training with him. In response, number 8 advised him to be more confident in himself because someone with a single-digit number like her was already a true expert at the Swordmaster level. But the opponents we'll have to face in the future are all beings who far surpass the Swordmaster level, Crush thought grimly, then quietly thanked number 8. Abella suddenly poked her head out and asked, Why did it suddenly get so quiet? Are you done with your thing? He calmly replied, Yeah, I was just about to look for you, actually. Hey, Abellas, I'm going back to the One-Ham clan today. The news startled Abellas, making her blurt out. She anxiously asked what would happen to her. Crush explained, What's the point of you following me? You'll just blow my cover. Just stay here and watch the house, okay? Abellas lowered her head, sadly accepting the truth. Because besides the house, of One-Ham the outside world is full of terrifying people. Crush continued to warn her about the 5 elders who had most likely realized something was wrong. And they might even capture you and make you a slave. That's why. Can you help me? I have a favor I need to ask you. Standing before Abellas and number 8, Crush made his request in a serious tone. Help me keep an eye on the man they call the Poison King. Don't let him get near the building. His name is Wang Yi. All you have to do is ensure the safety of clan leader Dagraken. That's all I ask. Abellas was so shocked her eyes went wide. You want me to go up against the Poison King, one of the 10 great masters? Are you kidding me? This is a tall order. I know it won't be easy at all. Abellas hesitated, but then she steeled her resolve. But if it's just protecting the clan leader, I think I can handle that. Crush smiled brightly. Thank you. And if you ever need help in the future, just say the word. Watching Crush's retreating back, Abellas blushed shyly and thought, This guy, he doesn't even know what I'm going to ask for. And he's already making promises. Number 8 asked with concern, Master, will this be all right? Abellas was pensive. She admitted that before she definitely would have clung to Crush. But if she stayed by his side any longer, she was afraid she'd start mistaking him for her comrades from the old days. Besides, following Crush meant having to face extremely dangerous invaders. So making this choice is for the best. Abellas smiled, telling herself that she was originally just a homebody anyway, but she made a silent vow. However, if the day ever comes that Crush is in grave danger, I will definitely repay this kindness in full. A magnificent white carriage began to roll, carrying Crush. away from this place and back to his clan, amidst the pure white snow. "Welcome back, young Master Crush. We're glad you have returned safely." Ares bowed respectfully, seeing Crush holding the soundly sleeping Bianca in his arms. He quietly asked if anything noteworthy had happened while he was away. Ares reported that the main family had asked about his movements, but he had cleverly informed them that Crush was with Lady Bianca. Since the people in the main family always looked down on Crush as a useless failure, the messenger only sent a cursory report back. He even scoffed and looked down on everything here. Because of that complacency, the family head didn't suspect a thing or reprimand them, and that negligent messenger was fired right afterward. Crush praised him generously. "You did a fine job. You truly are my shield." Ares humbly deflected the praise, but he immediately delivered some shocking news. "The head butler is coming here personally to re-evaluate the abilities of young Master Crush. This is the man who commands the entire force of the household retainers of the One-Ham clan, with the authority to assess members of the direct bloodline and report directly to the family head, facing a head butler at the Grandmaster level." Crush thought to himself, this is going to be a bit of a pain. However, to seize the power of the Flame Emperor Aslan, he knew he absolutely had to borrow the strength of his clan. If you want the prize, you have to play the part. The time had come for Crush to prove his true strength. "So, are there any other matters?" Crush asked, still holding Bianca in his arms. Ares informed him that there was a message from Darling Danfarian. The man was urging Crush to bring the materials over immediately. Seeing the image of an excited Darling eagerly waiting, Crush could only sigh. That guy is always in such a rush. He thanked Ares, but the old butler still had one final important matter to report. "Lady Charlotte has come for a visit, sir. To be more precise, the young lady is currently resting in your room." Immediately, a brilliant bluish-purple aura erupted from the balcony, Charlotte the genius of the clan. Suddenly plunging from a high floor with terrifying pressure, she landed with an air of arrogance. The great sword slung across her back radiated an overwhelming presence, making for a literally earth-shaking entrance. Scarlet smiled at her younger brother and spoke. "It's been a while, hasn't it, little brother?" As Crush stood frozen, cold sweat trickling down his face as his bad premonition became reality. He could only stammer, Yes, sis. Facing a strong opponent isn't scary. What's terrifying is your own sister. To make your big sister wait for so long. I was starting to get bored, you know." Scarlet One-Ham, the fourth daughter of the One-Ham family, smiled knowingly as she saw Crush return. Meanwhile, Crush was still holding Bianca. He could only scratch his head awkwardly and reply, I thought you weren't supposed to arrive for a while." Scarlet narrowed her eyes teasingly. "Oh, or did you only decide to come home now because you thought I hadn't arrived yet?" Crush broke out in a cold sweat, rushing to explain that that wasn't what he meant at all. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure emanated from Scarlet, making the air feel thick. Her eyes glowed threateningly as she growled, "Is that really true?" leaving Crush utterly stunned. His heart hammered against his ribs in the face of this overwhelming power. He silently wondered if Scarlet had already surpassed the Grandmaster threshold. But just a moment later, her tone turned cheerful again. She reached out to pinch Bianca's cheek and said she'd heard the whole story of how Crush fought to his last breath to protect his fiancée. Scarlet continued to tease, "Don't worry, your big sis won't steal your lover from you. But still, this is just so sad." Crush watched his sister with a guarded expression. He explained that he was just surprised she had suddenly burst into his house. Crush's careless words instantly wiped the smile from Scarlet's face. She narrowed her eyes, asking dangerously, "Your house." Instantly, she stomped her foot, shattering the ground and creating a violent tremor. Right in front of the butler, Ariat Scarlet coldly declared that this place was originally a mansion, belonging to the One-Ham family. This meant it was a home for both of them. She feigned being hurt, claiming she was simply coming home, only to be welcomed by her younger brother with such a cruel attitude. Sweating buckets, Crush thought to himself, she and Mom are cut from the same cloth. The slightest thing sets them off and they want to level everything. He timidly asked if she was angry at him. Scarlet instantly switched back to her playful self, claiming that as his closest relative, she felt hurt that he was hiding so many things from her. She cut right to the chase. "You can hide things from anyone else, but not from your big sister. You just got a major power-up, didn't you?" His sister's words left Crush speechless. He wondered if Scarlet had awakened the mind's eye, an ability that could see through all things in the world. Scarlet mused. that she could sense a vast and sinister energy dwelling within Crush. Witnessing her frighteningly sharp perception, Crush shuddered, realizing why the hounds could never defeat his sister. He realized with a shock that what Scarlet had awakened wasn't the ordinary mind's eye, but a higher state known as the Star Eye. It could see through the world by way of the stars. Possessing the Star Eye, which could see through the world's corrosion, meant all enemy illusions were useless against her and she could finish them in an instant. Does that mean she can see my true state right now? Crush thought, realizing the power of Scarlet's Star Eye. He glanced at the flickering violet-black flame on his hand and asked Crimson, "Hey, Crim, how do other people see my black flame?" The Black Crow replied nonchalantly that most of them would only see it as a very ominous-looking flame. Crim explained further that in this world, the number of people who can distinguish the power of the corruptors can be counted on one hand unless they are corruptors themselves or are intimately connected to them. It used the way Crush could see the star crests on his subordinates' necks as an example. Crush nodded thoughtfully. "I see." Crimson continued its analysis of the foundation of Crush's power, which was fundamentally different from its own essence. While Crimson was the embodiment of the world's corruption, Crush was merely blending that corruption into his own aura. Because of that, most people would just assume he was afflicted with some kind of wicked curse. Crush smirked, realizing nothing had really changed compared to before he turned back time. Despite Crim's reassurance, Crush couldn't let his guard down while holding Bianca. He knew he had to play this carefully or his sister would kick him out of the family for good. Suddenly, Scarlet leaned in close, her deep blue eyes boring into him as she remarked, "You're carrying a lot of equipment, aren't you?" Crush replied calmly that he was just planning on testing out everything within his capabilities. Scarlet laughed, saying he was just as greedy as she was, and that when it came down to it, he was more like their mother. She ordered him to put Bianca in her room and follow her to the training grounds. Watching his older sister, who was radiating a brilliant blue aura, Crush knew he couldn't escape. Scarlet stated decisively, "I absolutely have to test your current skill level a little." Standing opposite each other in the magnificent training grounds, Crush couldn't help but feel emotional. Before his regression, he'd never had the chance to face his sister directly because the gap in their power was just too large. Scarlet took her stance, certain that her little brother must have learned many new tricks. She growled a warning, "Come at me with everything you've got. You can even use forbidden techniques. I'll take it all." Crush tightened his grip on the training sword, his eyes burning with resolve. "Understood, sis." Yet the two of them remained motionless, neither making a move. His sister thought to herself, "It's been 3 minutes and my little bro still hasn't drawn his sword. I don't even see an aura surrounding his body." She called out, "Why aren't you attacking? Don't make your big sister here lose her temper." Immediately, she stomped her foot on the ground and lunged forward. The sword's tip was right before his eyes, but they remained shut. He could feel a scorching heat boiling within his body, burning away the invasive power to break through his limits. His two eyes blazed with fire as his hand began to draw his sword. This moment of breaking through will only last a second. I have to seize it. In an instant, his sword unleashed a terrifying dark aura. It made his older sister gasp in astonishment. A thunderous clang echoed as their two swords clashed directly. It was clear Karas had put all his strength into that first strike. A second attack was unleashed from the scabbard. A powerful dark aura erupted, and her wooden sword couldn't withstand it, shattering into pieces. At that moment, his big sister had to use her aura to form a sword. She couldn't just let her little brother strike her in the face. That was the symbol of a swordsman who had reached the Grandmaster rank. To face his sister, he had to unleash his Black Hood sword skill. The blade shot out from the palm of his hand. He almost managed to hit her, but in the end he was still outmatched, not on the same level. Scarlet realized with astonishment that although Crush couldn't completely shatter her protective aura, that attack had actually reached her body. She stepped back, looking at her little brother who was gradually becoming exhausted with eyes full of shock. She truly never expected this. Scarlet silently admitted that Crush was the first person who could ever sense and penetrate the flow of her power. Her protective aura was a special energy gifted by the gods. It was a perfect barrier that enveloped her body, one that weaker foes and even those of the same rank had never been able to touch. And yet Crush had achieved the impossible. Standing in the middle of the training ground, Scarlet retracted her aura. She told herself that she had gone easy on him, using only energy to create sword ki at the last moment instead of true swordsmanship. However, a shiver ran down the spine of the Van Hem family's genius. She understood that if that desperate attack from Crush had truly hit its mark, then in that instant, She might have lost her life, something that should have been impossible for a grandmaster like her. After the match, Scarlet went to find the butler Ares on the mansion grounds. She asked with concern, "Ares, is there anything wrong with Crush's arm?" Ares respectfully reassured her, "For my master, a few injuries like these are nothing." At that moment, Crush had completely passed out on the sickbed from exhaustion right after the intense duel with his sister. Scarlet mused, confirming a rumor. "By the way, I heard that Crush plans to enroll at Rahin Academy, is that right?" Ares confirmed with certainty. "That is correct, my lady." A corner of her mouth lifted into a smile, full of anticipation. She calculated silently. "There are only 3 weeks until enrollment day, right? That's more than enough time." As an older sister, Scarlet decided to go to Rahin Academy ahead of time to await her little brother's performance. Meanwhile, Adeline couldn't help but be amazed at the work speed of Crush. She never expected someone could finish the job in such a short amount of time. The work efficiency of a regressor truly is on another level. Perched on his shoulder, the Crow Grim spoke up, reminding him, "Crush, try asking if there are any other people around here. This elixir is best consumed in a wide open space." Hearing this, Crush turned and asked Adeline, "Could I borrow the training ground for a bit?" Adeline eagerly agreed at once, believing it was the best choice for that type of medicine. Crush wondered what the true meaning behind her words was, but he still prepared himself, taking off his clothes. Crush sat cross-legged in the middle of the vast training ground, thinking to himself, "It's great to be able to drink a divine elixir." But what's with that look on Grim's face? Suspicion was written all over Crush's face as he asked again. "So what exactly are you having me drink?" Grim replied in surprise. "Huh, you were going to drink it without even knowing what it is." That elixir is called 9 Dragons' Cry. According to legend, anyone who drinks this concoction will transform into a dragon after screaming 9 times. It works on a brutal principle. It destroys the body and the aura, simultaneously forcing the user to become stronger. It's like how muscles must be torn before they can grow. Grim looked at Crush with a mischievous, provocative gaze. "Aren't you already well acquainted with pain? Just endure it 9 times and you'll be reborn, darling." Standing nearby, Adeline couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at the insanity of this divine elixir. Meanwhile, Crush sat quietly waiting for the impending storm. A heat began to spread. Crush remarked softly, "It feels like a surge of heat is exploding inside me, but it's not unbearable yet. What's a little heat like this?" This calm reaction made Grim exclaim in astonishment. "What is this?" Crush explained. That even though it felt like he was being burned alive a moment ago, now it was just a slightly intense warmth. He casually wondered to himself, "I guess I've been through similar things before, so this feels normal." Grim shivered, unable to believe his ears. "What kind of horrifying life did you live in your past life?" Crush smirked and replied mysteriously, "In my past life, I was the main character in an action movie, sis." Witnessing Crush muttering to himself, a bewildered Adeline questioned her own sanity. "He's talking to a crow. Or is this a side effect and I'm hallucinating?" Ignoring the whispers, Grim urged Crush, "Never mind that, just try to absorb as much as you can. The more you concentrate, the faster you'll absorb it." Crush immediately closed his eyes, focusing his entire will on assimilating the elixir's power. A stream of golden flames suddenly erupted. It enveloped his naked body. Crimson Garden, August, in the form of a brilliant red soul, appeared behind the crow. He silently assessed, "His concentration is impressive. This guy has endured the pain of his organs burning and his nerves being reconnected before. Being this stubborn, only a true disaster could kill him." He stared intently at Crush, certain. "Among all the time regressors I've ever met, you are the one with the most iron-willed and insane determination." Crimson observed Crush, writhing in the elixir's power, and silently judged, "Perhaps it's because you yearn so desperately to achieve your goal that you can ignore the pain like this." He affirmed that even if Crush were to fall, he would force him to get back up no matter what, because that is the price of the contract between them. In his mind, Crush clearly felt an astonishing change. His aura capacity, which had been as small as a puddle, had now expanded like a vast lake. Previously, he could only train the quality of his aura with the secret arts of the Thantung clan, but his innate aura capacity always had a certain limit. And yet ever since drinking the 9 Dragons' Cry, Crush had broken through from an intermediate expert to a high-level expert in the blink of an eye. He confidently affirmed, "This means, at last I'm finally on the same level as those geniuses." Watching Crash emerge from the blazing inferno, his deep blue eyes filled with power, Crimson couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly tough and resilient he was. He was astounded that Crash had used the flames of Ignis to burn away every impurity the potion expelled from his body. Crash collapsed, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, but his eyes remained sharp, glaring towards the Black Crow. If I weren't this stubborn, how could I ever fight enemies stronger than me? And that includes you too. Crimson could only let out a helpless cry at the boy's audacity. As Crash stood up and straightened himself out, he was surprised to see everyone had been waiting for him all this time. He then asked, "Is it over, huh? You all were waiting here too." Durling explained that since Bianca insisted she wouldn't leave his side for a second, he had to stay and wait with her. Bianca blushed with embarrassment. She softly affirmed, as his fiancée, I should always be by his side. She's a real keeper, and a clingy one at that. When Crash gently patted her head and told her to wait somewhere warm next time, Bianca was overjoyed. She realized that Crash had seemed to have gotten taller, and his clothes were starting to look tighter than before due to his massive growth spurt. Witnessing this affectionate scene, Durling suddenly got the insane idea to propose to Scarlet, causing Crash to instantly radiate a pitch-black aura. "Are you looking for an early grave, asking to be my brother-in-law?" Despite that, Durling kept making a sly face, trying to tempt Crash into being his lover instead, which only made Crash want to send this alchemist to meet his maker immediately. "Hey Crash, you're enrolling in Rahin Academy next year, right?" Durling suddenly asked, seeing Crash resting after absorbing the potion's effects. Crash nonchalantly replied with a firm, "Yeah," immediately. Durling excitedly declared he would go to school a year ahead just so he could proudly hear Crash call him senior. Crash narrowed his eyes at the alchemist. He thought to himself that Durling wasn't even in the same grade as Scarlet, and Rahin Academy didn't use a normal year-based class system anyway. He calmly replied, "Yeah, I know. If you don't pass your classes, you can't advance right." Durling was stunned, not expecting Crash to have prepared so thoroughly for enrollment. He grinned brightly, believing this was a golden opportunity to be with both him and Scarlet. Crash couldn't help but wonder, she's going to school too. Didn't she plan on traveling the world to stop the erosion? Durling just winked, saying it was his gut feeling that Scarlet would enroll this year. He hugged Crash tightly from behind, whining, "So I'll be waiting for you at school next year, okay? I'm so lonely. Hurry up and come catch me." Crash could only grimace, annoyed by his friend's over-the-top enthusiasm, while Bianca stood watching silently from behind.